have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
been slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat. You have slain an ally. Monster kill. Legendary. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. First blood. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing spree! Mega kill! I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time.
MPL Malaysia musim ke-12
is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Mr. Potato, official snacking legend. Feel the crunch. Snack like a legend. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12 bersiaran langsung dari Dewan Sri Putra Bukit Jalil. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah di Minggu Diraja SERU Saturday, mana semua pasukan yang akan main untuk minggu ni, semua pasukan yang gergasi, semua pasukan yang nak something to prove. And since it is SERU Saturday, game-game hari ini semua memang menarik dan of course sangat-sangat seru. Nampaknya kita punya audience dah ready. I'm pretty sure semua orang yang tengah nonton dekat rumah pun dah ready. So with that, mari kita tengok jadual kita untuk hari ini. Untuk perlawanan pertama, kita akan saksikan Team Lunatics yang akan menentang MPX NSEA. Dua-dua team yang dah kalahkan pasukan gergasi dekat MPL Malaysia musim ini. Also, dorang tengah kejar slot upper bracket untuk playoffs kali ini. Untuk perlawanan kedua, ini perlawanan yang I rasa highlight of the week technically. Ramai orang tengah tunggu untuk perlawanan ni because kita akan saksikan Homebois yang akan menentang Todak. The El Clasico rivalry dekat MPL Malaysia sangat-sangat intens, sangat-sangat panas. Siapa akan menang kali ini? Also, untuk match terakhir kita akan tengok RSG MY yang akan menentang Team Secret. Will Team Secret dapat kemenangan yang dorang sangat-sangat perlu ataupun RSG MY akan secure slot upper bracket untuk playoffs? Kita akan tengok nanti. Alright, so I nampak semua casters dah seated. Fans dah ready. Players pun dah ready. So, I rasa marilah kita jemput Team Lunatics ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Berjaya menumpaskan bekas juara dalam perlawanan terakhir mereka, pasukan Serigala kembali untuk mengejar pasukan-pasukan di tangga teratas. Dengan kemasukan Hito melengkapkan barisan pemain, mampukah Serigala terus memperoleh kemenangan sekali lagi? Sama-sama kita saksikan. And of course, the Niners, give it up for MPX NSEA. Peningkatan drastik berjaya ditunjukkan oleh pasukan ini tidak pernah gentar memberi cabaran terhadap pasukan-pasukan gergasi. Strategi unik menjadi kunci kemenangan. Adakah MPNC berjaya mengekalkan konsistensi? Mari kita nantikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Nampaknya Hito sangat-sangat friendly dengan semua orang atas pentas. Tapi kalau kita orang perasan kan, hari ini coach is missing for the side of Lunatics, perasan? And over here kita ada coach dan juga analyst. So adakah ini akan play satu role yang sangat-sangat drastik untuk pasukan Lunatics? Kita kena ingat, dorang sudah dapat 6 mata minggu lepas. Adakah win streak ini akan continue? So I think semua orang dah ready dekat Dewan Sri Putra. Let's show it to the casters. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
A new day dawns with renewed action, vigor, and new faces. Welcome to the MPL MY Season 12 English broadcast. My name's Staffa, along with Terrence, aka Icy Baby 12. And for the first time, a very special guest. We got content creator, streamer, TikToker, YouTuber. You've seen his work, but you don't know his face. It's that Clipper guy, DJ Y. How you feeling?
Yo, what's up, guys? I'm really thankful for the opportunity to come MPL NY. They personally invited me to be a panelist, which I'm really grateful for, and I'm really happy to cast with my guy, Staff and Icy Baby 12.
You know, it's great to have you as well. It's not every day we have a special guest on English here. I'm sorry to say, BM Broadcast, you guys got too much love for our special guest here. Now, we've got the Mr. International, that Clipper guy, you know, the guys you guys will be here, giving you guys the best highlights out of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If you guys are fans of it here, you've definitely seen his work here. Now, I've got a question for you, DJY.
Oh, all right.
How did the name, that Clipper guy, came about?
Actually, I just got my fans just started calling me, so I just call myself as Clipper guy now. But I'm really happy with the nickname, and it sounds very cool as well.
Yeah, I think the fans definitely do enjoy your content. They enjoy calling you. It's a very affectionate term, but considering that we always meme on DJY, we say, hey, we gotta clip this moment. DJY, come clip this for us. I think we should probably make some content for him, right? I think we got some spicy topics we could bring up, Terrence.
Oh, I definitely have as well. You know what, DJY, you gotta clip this clip here. Wait. He's right here right now. But before we clip that, I have a very, very important thing here, and that is going to be our sponsors. There is a very, very special promotion, and you can get your epic MLBB skins for only RM1 with Hotlink, and it is the easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your heroes. You want to win your games fast, lightning fast internet speed? Hotlink all new 5G prepaid is happening right now. It's a special promotion. And of course, coming back into a spicy topic here. Now, this Clipper guy, clip this, all right? This is for the NA scene fans, right? Recently, there's an article by AFK Gaming saying that Boba Zane mentioned that without him, NA would not make it far past the group stage.
Ooh.
So, DJY, you've had content, you played with Boba Zane recently. What do you think about this? What do you think about this?
Actually, I think the article is quite right, to be honest, since, you know, in the previous tournaments, right, since Mobile Zane didn't join ISF and also MSC, they didn't, and United States didn't go past group stage. But the thing is, I still don't want to be too biased since Mobile Zane still hasn't won NACT, right? So, so who knows? Who knows? It's really hard to confirm with you.
Going for the stats. Yeah, makes sense. It's true, the stats do speak for themselves. Sometimes the fans may not like it, but sometimes the truth does hit pretty hard right there. You played with Mobile Zane though, so I imagine there's definitely some inner thoughts right there. Are you willing, like, if we ask you, forget about the bias, show it. Show the bias. As someone who has played with Mobile Zane, do you think he's right?
I'll still go with the same answer, to be honest.
Alright.
Yeah, to be honest, the same answer. Since, you know, stats just it's the fact, right? It's the fact, right?
Undeniably the best. Yeah. Without him, no NAC. Because why? Think about it here. Boba Zane pretty much brought NA to the top 3s from multiple M series. And so far, he has kept that record. So, I don't know if he's going to stick.
Yeah, we will never know if he never joined, right? We gotta see. Maybe in the next tournament, right?
We gotta see proof.
We gotta see.
That's very interesting. Like, obviously, we want to be able to see these players play on stage. And, well, DJY, you're the only one here with the experience of playing with international players. You keep an eye on the international scene as well to be able to clip all the spicy moments across the different MPLs. So I think your international experience, your knowledge is going to come really in handy here. So I'm looking forward to see how we can compare it to MPL MY. But, of course, before we get on into the game, we gotta look back a little bit, talk about nostalgia, because we have a nostalgia event that's happening right now that'll allow you guys to claim a free skin for yourself. How do you get it? You just have to complete the task. Terrence, you want to tell them how about it?
You know, to be honest, when it comes to the nostalgia event, you have to earn yourself some skins. All you gotta do is very simple. Complete tasks and you will earn 1 out of the 4 skins, which is the Yishun Sin Rockish Ranger skin, the Cyclops Super Adventurer, the Hanzo Undead King, and the Tigreal Fallen Guard. One of the skins will be walked away here during the nostalgia event, and all you gotta do is just play the game, complete the task, and you'll get one of the skins for absolutely free.
Yep, skins always gonna be very important. DJ White, skins or no skins?
Of course, skins.
Of course, kids, right? You gotta
Any
look good.
Favorite skin?
My
Any
favorite skin?
Yeah.
Oh, I think the wisest collector.
Ooh, nice, nice. Very fancy. You got good taste, my man. Makes sense. You gotta be able to find the best moments when you're clipping as well. So now, let's bring it back. We've already talked about the international scene. I'm really curious what DJY will be able to contribute here, because of course this is the first time the English desk is having a special guest here, and we're very honored to have you join us. So, going into this, our first match of the day here in SERU, Saturday, it is going to be Team Lunatics versus MPX NC. Terrence, your thoughts as of right now?
Oh boy, this is going to be a pretty interesting one, because when it comes to MPNC here, we've seen a lot of adaptations, especially, most recently as well, when High kind of swapped in a little bit here, just kind of fill in the roles. They were one of the players was feeling a little bit down, and guess what? They came back 2-0 despite losing the first game, and it would look really, really good at MPNC. So I'm extremely excited whether or not is High going to be playing again later on.
A lot of attention towards MPX NC there. As for you, DJY, I've heard that you do have some knowledge about Team Lunatics' inner workings, how they're performing. What are your thoughts?
To be honest though, right now, we're still not gonna say both of the teams, right? They have the same momentum right now. I believe Team Lunatics just beat Team Hawk, right?
True.
So I think they have some momentum in their power right now.
Okay.
So let's see in the match. We will see in this match.
We will see indeed. And I think we're all very excited to see. We're already in week 4 of MPL MY Season 12, and it has been a spicy season so far. Teams have been going up and down the rankings. Some teams we expect to be at the top, not really performing as we expected. Some teams we were hoping more from, still not finding their foundations. So I think there is a lot to prove on that stage.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry.
Ooh. Well, either way, I think it's time for us to talk about the teams that are going to be going head-to-head on the stage. Starting things off, it's going to be Team Lunatics, consisting of Finding Hito, Kian, Esha Ohana, Deto, and Yuna.
I really like this lineup actually of Lunatics right here. Their roster, after getting Finding Hito into this lineup, I feel like their roster really improved. Their gameplay significantly improved a lot, and I hope to see more from this team, Team Lunatics.
At the same time as well, Yuna has been performing really, really well. And I've heard, DJY, you're a great Fanny player. Yuna is also pretty decent. What are your thoughts on this Fanny plays?
I really like his Fanny actually against Team Hawk. So I think he can perform very well if he picks Fanny.
Lots of stuff to look forward to. I hope to see some Fanny. But on the other side, they're going to be up against MPX NC, consisting of Sonic, Hyde, Mali-chan, Zavs, and Ye3. Currently, their momentum looking pretty good.
I love this. Ever since they debuted Hyde as well, he was a little bit surprised because he actually won MVP during that match against Hawk for MPX NC. So I was very surprised. I thought they were going to go back to the original roster, but ever since Mali was swapped back into his role position and Hyde in the mid row, NPXNC looks like an unstoppable force. However, now they have to put it to the test. This time against Lunatics, I don't know how it's going to go around here.
Well, but there could be a lot that happens here. And these two teams, so far, haven't had much history. Obviously, NC being a new brand, Lunatics just reforming their lineup as well. But if we just look at their stats here, it does seem quite overwhelmingly favored towards MPX NC, having more damage dealt, a higher win percentage, their KDA being a little bit higher as well, and a lot of first objective rate, even though in the past, NC's lineup was known to be a little bit slower in that early game. DJY, as a very high-level player yourself, when you look at these stats, usually, what is the first thing you notice?
I think it's because MPNC picks more forward onto like a Estes draft. Maybe that's why you can sustain more in the team fight. So that's probably why they have more stats. But for Team Lunatics though, they usually play the pick-off game like the Fanny. That's why you kind of see that they have lower damage there, but at the same time, stats don't really matter here. It matters on the playstyle.
That is true. Sometimes stats matter, sometimes they don't. And what happens is the execution here as well as the draft.
Well, based on what we have some stats here, here's to give you guys a little bit more flavor here. Apparently, from the side of Lunatics here, Stingy is going to be standing in for the coach because Coach Danny isn't doing too well here. I'm not too sure if this is going to be affecting Lunatics' gameplay, but at the same time, their opponents here, they've got Pozan as the coach, and Pozan has been making wonders in the drafts. for MPXNC though.
I am really impressed with Hozan. This is a player that stood out into the coach position for a team that honestly didn't perform all that well last season and has turned them into absolute monsters. And with Frieza joining in as well, they've only lost one match, and that was against the top placer SMG. So I think there's a lot of promise coming in from MPXNC going into this.
No, at the same time, I like that DJY actually brought up very, very important stats. Before we get to the drafts here, both teams are going to be playing a healing composition, in particular coming in for MPXNC. So are we potentially going to see an anti-healing strategy?
Most likely though, since they want to counter MPNC draft, like they've been picking Estes for so long, and I feel like they probably, Stingy have probably come up with a good strategy.
I hope so, considering that we got a bit of a hot topic here. We got an imported lineup versus local talents. NC is still fielding a completely local lineup, all 5 players. Whereas right now, not just Lunatics, but a lot of the top teams in MPL have been finding success with import players from MPL and NDL, ID, and PH. DJY, what are your thoughts about like import players here in MPL MY?
As you can see from the stats, right, I'm going to speak about stats again, alright?
Yes, stats are good.
Alright, so I feel like imported, usually for some reason import does well. I think it's because they have better mechanics. I'm not trying to say Malaysia is bad, but I'm just saying they're both, like both countries like good. Like, you know, maybe Malaysia is good in aggression, and that, but Philippines are good in micro, and same goes to Indonesia probably. And that's why it makes a difference when there's like imported lineup in their team.
That is true. And speaking of imported lineup, we do have an imported player right now which has been proving himself on the land of Dawn. Yuna, the jungler on the side of Team Lunatics, has showed us that he has a pretty large hero pool, playing Fanny, playing Hayabusa, but on the opposite side, we have Sonic.
You know, at the same time, you know, I have much love for Sonic, right? Sonic has been known for his iconic Hanzo from multiple times. We haven't seen it yet coming from MPNC, and I know that a lot of teams do still kind of shadow ban his hero a little bit more, but I want to bring it back a little bit here on the hot topic, which comes in towards the important lineups, okay? Here are some top 4 stats for you guys. The top 4 teams all have imports in their roster, which is SMG, SRG, RSG, and Homebois. And currently in this roster, Lunatics is going to be relying on both Hito and Yuna to carry the game here. So I feel like this gives them a little more plus points. And on towards DJY's points as well, imported teams do bring value in the playstyles into the game.
Being able to contribute different styles, being able to contribute different knowledges and experiences, going to be very important as we enter into the draft pick. Game 1 between Team Lunatics and MPX NC, first and second pick respectively. We already see some bans come out. Now DJY, we know that you're a very high level player. You actually will oftentimes encounter pro players just in your ranked games. Are these the usual bans we see in regular bugs?
Definitely not. Tournaments bans are always different, but as we can see from the facts that I talked earlier, Team Lunatics trying to find a way to counter the anti-heal, and MPX NC trying to ban out the pickoff game. So they ban out the Fanny, and Team Lunatics actually ban out the Foreign, which is a good healing composition for, you know, the healing meta.
Good idea, good idea. The Florian is very comfortable for Malicha. It makes sense that they would first ban it, even though we basically never see that ever. But there are definitely heroes that get led through the draft here. We have the Fredrin, we have the Martis. Kian has been destroying lanes with his X-Borg as well. So that's going to be interesting to keep an eye on.
Yeah, now considering that X-Borg is pretty much out and open as well, and when it comes to the healing meta as well, you know, MPX NC was known as the Malaysian Blacklist International in terms of Ube strategy, right? So they do kind of lean on that. So I can see why they kind of banned the flooring, right? It is a way to deal with this anti-healing CCs. It's also a way to kind of give you those kind of extra sustains if they want to play this hyper carry, taking advantage of Blue. But now, priority picks here, not going to be priority for Lunatics, and MPX NC taking the Fredrin and Angela. It's been a while, but Angela sneaking through here. You know, Lunatics just says, I don't really need the Angela, and they're going for it for MPX NC.
Very scary to deal with here. Now, Claude is a hero that's been finding a lot of success in many players. Both Zavs and Trinding Hito have a very high win rate on the hero, but they now have to deal with a really bulky front line here. The hard guard with Fredrin combo is really difficult to have to run through here. Now, DJY, I'm kind of curious, what role do you actually main?
Oh, actually, I made jungler, so I have a better understanding in jungle position and also some goaling position.
So when you're dealing with Angela Frederick, what's the idea?
For me, the idea is you gotta somehow, some way catch the Angela off. You probably gotta play like a pick off, calm like what Kingdom does, and they're gonna pick up the Lancelot here.
Do you agree with the Lancelot?
Maybe not yet since it's quite early, but we can see since if it's a Tanksalot, then maybe yeah. But it's quite hard to catch Angela with a Tanksalot, right?
Yeah, you just don't have those kind of damage purpose, right? Like personally, I think I would like the Martyrs a little bit more, but it comes down to whether or not Yuna is going to be comfortable. But because based on stats here, when it comes to Team Lunatics, Yuna has been playing more assassin playstyle junglers, and he has made so much work for it. So I guess this is more to Team Lunatics leaning on comfort here for Yuna. However, I'm surprised you brought up the stats coming from Hito playing quad here, because from what I have here, a majority of his games that they've won is when he is playing on the B trick. So I'm very surprised that Team Lunatics is forcing Hito to kind of deny it away from Zavs, who's been known to be an absolute monster when he's playing Claude.
I mean, we just have to look at the facts there. The blazing duelist himself, Zavs, currently 100% win rate on Claude in 5 games. You have to contest it or ban it. In this case, Lunatics decide they want to grab it for themselves. And although we don't see a lot of it from Hito this season, we have to remember back when he debuted in MPL MY as part of Team Huck, this was his signature hero, so I imagine he would be fairly comfortable with it overall. We do see the Irritel as well from NC, which I feel like Irritel has been coming out a lot.
No, I know DJY's got some stats from this year, but apparently these two teams right now, they're missing specific mages here. And so far, we've seen the Farsa ban come from MPX NSEA. Is there any particular mage that you want to talk about here for DJY, especially in terms of players in particular?
Right now I do feel like banning out the Fasha is definitely a good choice here, leaving out still a lot of mage actually, like the Valentina, which actually gets banned next right here.
Yep. Some
Quite
very
interesting.
classic mage picks. Besides that as well, I know that Magetto, ever since he switched back to mid lane, has played almost nothing but Eve. So NC is also aware of that. They get rid of that. A lot of focus towards that mid lane right now. We know that Hyde has been performing out of his mind as the MPX NC mid laner. You wouldn't expect this to be his debut season. And Detto has definitely been around a lot longer. He's definitely found more of a home here in the mid lane, where he has more control, deciding how his team moves around. But it's going to be a tricky matchup.
I like that you actually brought up about Hyde here. I think DJY has had some experience playing with Hyde as well. What are your thoughts on Hyde's debut? Because so far, when he came in as stand-in, he's been doing really well for MPX NC.
From what I heard, Hyde is actually global Kadita.
Ooh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he's performing really well in rank. Actually, it's not me playing with him. He beats me up in rank.
So you played against him before?
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, that's really interesting. But at the same time, Kadita is pretty much not banned here. And so far,
True.
since the early weeks of regular season here, we've seen a lot of teams kind of banning off the Kaditas as a first pick. But no, Xbox really be priority here. Just keeping up the mage for now for MPX NC. So I can assume that they might be flexing this Angela as a mage or maybe as a roam here and keeping options open for both Mali Chan as well as Hyde right now.
Yeah, keeping those options open going to be very good to make sure things are flexible. We do see the impact of the robotic aid though. Lunatics so far has picked Edith and Xborg together in their last 4 games and won all of them. They do see that the Edith and the Xborg have been picked on the opposite end this time, and I think it's very smart from NC. I'm surprised the Xborg got through this far, but the fact that they lock it in now means that they already planned for this. Too many teams have fallen into the trap of letting Kian have it in the second phase, so I like it right now. And we do see the Gord once again, along with the Benedetta. Wow.
You know what? I really hate this. I'm sorry, Naiso, you're the top god of Philippines from Caster or whatever. I know you're flexing it. Oh wait, MPFPH has got Gord. Yeah, I don't really like this hero, but seems to be Gord has been winning games and Lunatics, they're going to take a gamble with this.
I personally think it's quite interesting. I think it's fun to see Gord on the Land of Dawn. How about you?
Very surprisingly, to be honest, I was expecting God to perform not that great since, you can get catch easily right here, but I guess it's just, you gotta draft probably in your composition, right? Against a Fredging who cannot catch you if it's your jungler, unless the Fredging wanna flex to EXP, which will not happen since Expo is already the EXP. But God against this comp is beautifully.
Yeah, I agree with you. Having that consistent damage is going to be pretty solid. I am a little worried about the Benedetta matchup because Kian's mechanics haven't been all that strong, and against the Xborg, it's going to be a hard EXP matchup.
Okay, I'm surprised with MPX NSEA going for the Novaria. Seems like they're going for double mage compositions, and you know the only solo tank here is gonna be either the Fredrin or the Esports. So I'm surprised by this draft. What are your thoughts on this?
My thoughts on this? I feel like MPNC actually has a better draft in my opinion.
Ooh.
They have a lot of high ground, but still the God pick, man. Always, man, even though we doubt this God every time, he still wins the game every time. I don't understand. Like, even me, I don't understand, man.
You don't understand, but the results speak for themselves. The stats, after all, are the truth and the fact of the matter. Going into this matchup, this is going to be very interesting. Will the early game of the Angela be able to contribute to NC, or will Lunatics find that late game scaling necessary for the Gord as well as the Claw to become absolute monsters? Both teams eager to maintain their momentum and find a foothold as they proceed onwards in Season 12.
Well, without further ado, let's jump to the land of Dawn here. And this is going to be game 1 of Team Lunatics versus MPX NC. And to start things off here, we do see Chen already having a little bit of skirmish with Hyde as well as Ye Tree towards the XP lane here.
Yeah, I like this movement right now. We do see this from a lot of teams nowadays, rotating the mid and the EXP lane to get level 2 as fast as possible, while giving the roam the level 2 farm in the mid lane. In terms of emblems, I don't see anything too unusual, but Sonic is going for that Impure Rage on the Fredrin once again. Literally the only player in MPL MY who does this. DJY, do you think Impure Rage Fredrin is a good idea?
I think he wants to try to improve his farming speed, but Impure Rage, but normally we see Fredrin going with other emblems. But this is probably my first time seeing Impure Rage on Fredrin, but if it's working, why not?
Why not?
Hold that thought for now, because in the gold lane right now, Zavs is dropping Hito pretty low here. It seems like Lunatics, they might be losing out in terms of gold lane, in terms of XP. Hopefully, you know, Team Lunatics is going to be able to recover from this.
I think they should be fine. We have to note, Lunatics, they have the Claude, so that late game insurance is always going to be around. And in comparison, the scaling is definitely going to come in for Lunatics more, because NC wants to focus more towards that early mid game. A lot of the heroes don't do all that well late unless Zavs gets a really strong lead. So it's all up to whether or not they can play this early game well here. As we do see the, ooh, Hito really playing with fire down here as well.
Wow, I'm surprised by this absolute beat coming from Lunatics, but it seems like they are doubling down by having Aisha and Yuna secure his farm before he actually gets back. So I guess that's pretty much Lunatics' way of responding with this mistakes coming in from finding Hito. But all in all, Turtle now currently spawning on the top side. MPNC already in position. They've got Chen in position with the Petrify as well if they decide to go for it. But no, Chen, he actually used it to try and take down Hyde. Hyde dropping down pretty low. Doesn't have his level 4 yet. Turtle half HP. Lunatics still waiting for the reset. Aisha trying to go for it. Heading over to steal. Yuna, he gets it right under the noses of MPNC, and there's absolutely nothing MPX can do about that.
Wow, what a steal coming from Yuna right there, saving, just getting the neutral objective, but now on the bot side.
Yep, we do see a little bit of a skirmish coming in. Hito is actually playing very aggro here, which is quite surprising, considering that you would expect Irritel to have a bit more of an advantage during the earlier stages of the laning phase. So right now, I'm liking the aggression we're seeing from Lunatics. They recognize that NC has become a bit more active towards the early stages, so they're straight up denying a lot of that opportunity from them.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how Team Lunatics is, you know, playing very calculated in all this. I was expecting a big brawl right from the first turtle, but considering that they're still 50-50 here, it seems like they're thinking about attempting a gank with Zaps here. But at the same time, NC, they're also sending Sonic over to kind of secure this lane, but not pulling any triggers here, both sides.
Yep, we have some pretty good movements right now. DJY, right now, comparing these two teams, who do you think has been performing better in terms of like these early game rotations and so on?
Wait a second.
Hold that
hold
thought
on.
for now. Yuna is going to be getting attempt here with the Mystic Touch, just enough damage. That's going to be first blood in the hands of Team Lunatics. And now NC, they're trying with hard guard with Sonic as well. He's trying to drop down Dato, but Dato, he survives. He needs to get out, but he already used his Appraiser's Wrap. Is it going to be good? Seems like Team Lunatics will say, hey, we're happy with just getting one kill. That's all we got to do. And now Aisha also blocking the middle lane as well to stop farms coming in from them. But now top side Chen in a little bit of trouble here. He might actually die to this as well. Instead it comes in. Yetri redeems himself, getting a kill up top. And at the same time, gold lane as well. Hito looking for the fight with Zams, and Zams survives it. Absolutely not. He trades off 1 for 1. And it seems like actions after actions coming from both sides.
Come on, guys, we have a guest here.
Wait,
Let us
it's not,
speak.
it's
Oh my
not over
goodness.
yet. It's not over yet. Now Dato gonna be in a problem as well.
Oh!
Sonic finally redeems his kill. Dato, I missed you once, but not this time. Not this time. I'm gonna get you. And he got it.
Whoa, what is happening right now with these two teams? There is blood
Oh,
thirst.
wait. Oh my god. What? They're still going for it. High now, trying to bait Yuna out of position as well. Yuna getting out to safety, but the second turtle is on his way. Yetri looking to try and punish Chen as much as he can, but they have to disengage. They have to reset here to prepare for the second turtle.
Whoa, DJ, why are you finding your first game here at MPL?
Just back to the question, you were asking which team was performing better, but now you can see that they are trying to prove they're trying to answer their question themselves.
Oh my goodness, Yuna again! They use the Mystic Cash to scare off MPX NC. They steal the turtle, and now Lunatics, they're trying to greed out the bottom lane as well. Drops the tier 1 towards 20% health, but that should be all for now.
Well, I'm so impressed with Lunatics right now. This is a lineup that by all means shouldn't be all that. Oh my goodness!
Yuna, out of nowhere, tries to go in for the challenge, gets the kill. Mali-chan is out of the equation. No Angela, no Hearts God, and now at NC, they have no choice but to just let Lunatics run crazy right now.
NC is just getting schooled right now. We're seeing amazing movements, and despite all that, the kill score actually still kind of favoring them. Yuna.
Yuna, what are you doing? You're so low. They force out the Hearts God. He's in a bit of trouble here. He might not be able to make it, and that's gonna be Sonic finally getting a kill onto his. But top side, Hito, they find Zaus, and that's gonna be Hito getting his revenge on the gold laner at the expense of losing the middle tower, unless Kid is trying to clear the minions. What? The tier 1, he still stands, and now NC, they have no choice but to back up, but Sonic is gonna try and greed out the purple buff here. Lunatics already here to try and stop this. Is he gonna go red tree for it? And yes, he does, and that's gonna be the purple buff stolen away from Yuna.
I am so impressed right now with the movements from both these teams. This is aggression we have not seen. Oh, Hito!
Oh my goodness, Hito, he made the wrong move! Sonic taunts is at his face. No escape for Hito. Finding Hito, I just found you.
Man, when are we going to get a moment to breathe here in this game? These players are just going at it. It's almost as if there's a personal vendetta happening on the land of Dawn. DJ Y, your thoughts real quick.
Oh my god, after you asked me that question, the action just being...
It's just non-stop.
Just non-stop, man. But as we can see though, the Lancelot, I'm kind of impressed by this Lancelot, even though he got picked up earlier right here, right? Just now I was talking about the damage Lancelot against the Angela. I think he's going for damage if I'm not wrong, but...
Looks like it.
Or maybe he's going for the War Extra side, now on the bot side.
Oh, bottom side as well. Yeah, Tree now forced to go to Insanity to clear the minutes, but at the same time, NC, they still hold on to the tier 1 down bottom. However, in terms of space here, they need somewhat of a space. Lunatics now trying to gain control of the turtle again, third time's the charm. Lunatics has won 2 turtle trades in game 1 and game 2, but NC now, they're not taking risks. They don't want to fight against this. Zafs, go for a couple of pokes onto Asia. Hito forced to use a Blaze and Duet up top, but nothing serious gonna be committed yet.
Yeah, both teams want to keep this even right now. Not much of a goal lead, only 500 for Lunatic. Kills go. Oh, they're engaging.
Oh my goodness, here they're popping the Hearts God's wall. They're trying to go for Chase up, but Yuna again! He steals the turtle, but at the same time, Zaps and Yetri just completely destroying them here. To what extent here, they get completely bombarded with spells, and Lunatics, they lose 3 for hide only.
Not too sure if that's worth it. Ken was split pushing, but they do lose quite a lot in exchange for that, but still maintaining the farming lead. They're stealing the purple buff now for MPX NC, regaining their foothold now with the Heart Guard. We get to see an instant replay. What exactly happened there? Turtle already gets taken down. We see Yuna going for the backline while his own backline being dismantled by Zaz and Yetri. He gets hide but trades his life. Not too sure if that's worth it.
You know, it's tough. It's tough, DJ. But like, I don't know what's happening here. It seemed like Lunatics was winning in the early stage, and then now MPX NC pulls something like that. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Yuna tried to steal the turtle again, but you know, it doesn't always work out as you plan right here. On the top side though.
Oh no, hold that thought for now. Chen, he's gonna look for the great escape. NC, they tried to go in for the catch, but guess what? This tower is gonna be in Zaf's favor for now.
Back to what I was saying there, right? The turtle I guess it was true, right? IC Baby 1-2, third time's the charm. Oh, here we go.
Oh my goodness, now Sonic, he's got the exit as well. His side is going to be looking to the back line. Hito gotta get out. No, he's going to be taken out here. As now Yuna going to try and escape for his life, but the appraiser's grab from Sonic is going to be good. They look for him, and now Asia needs to flicker out of there, while MPX NC is going to continue their snowball down mid. However, they need to defend bottom here. Hito just traded a tier 2 down bottom. They're sending Yechi to defend this, but I think they need more than that to actually defend. But it seems like it is going to be NC says, you know what, it's not worth it. Let's try and take a tier 2, and they are going to try to make an attempt. Lunatics cannot do anything about it.
Insane amounts of macro trading happening across the map right now. DJY coming into this, did you expect this kind of action?
No, of course. I thought, you know, they will play kind of safe, like not playoff, sorry, like pick off. But this is just non-continuous team fight. They are not scared.
Not scared at all. No fear on the map. And you might argue that that could be a bit of a mistake. I feel like Lunatics could have definitely taken... Oh, what? Where did Hito go?
Oh my goodness, he's gone. Chen now needs to run for his life. Zaf with the Angela this time. They give him the extra movement speed with the Angela. Zaf's finding two big picks-offs, and now MPX NC having full Lord control. However, they haven't found Yuna yet. No, they found him, but the Lord is still relatively healthy. Yuna using his execution. He's trying to chuck it down his
Oh!
He does it! He steals the Lord! He gets the job done right under the noses of MPX NC. Yuna, an absolute god!
Oh my goodness, the import jungler on Lunatics. He's really been showing his hero pool recently. This is his Lancelot debut, and he's been stealing the Lord left and right. Look at his item build. Heptaseas into Blade of Despair. That feels kind of greedy, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not exactly not working out as right. He's been stealing all the turtle, and even the Lord just now. So maybe the damage build isn't that bad. Even though you're squishy, you die, but you know, you get a lot. It's really worth it for your team.
They seem to be quite willing to trade. They're just giving Hito space by throwing bodies at MPX NC. It feels very reminiscent of the way we're used to seeing Todak play right now. But NC seem to be being pushed into a corner.
Oh, what's going on? They actually forced a wall charge as well. Sonic's going to be left all by hold, but the hard guard's on Zaf. He's not going to be on Sonic here. Sonic focusing on the Lord, while Zaf going to be zoning off Lunatics with his movement speed. But it's going to be good. But look at this. Behind again, Yuna going to be looking for the plays as well. Sonic down to his half HP. He's going to try to chip it away. But no! He gets sniped from high, and now they collapse, and Zaf finds Hito alongside with it as well. It's a complete disaster for Lunatics, and MPX NC survives the onslaught. They take 3 for absolutely nothing. They even cleared the Lord.
I feel like that was a mistake. Team Lunatics being a little bit too aggressive here. You're a jungler player, DJY. Do you think it was wise of Yuna to go from the back like that?
It was a good attempt, but not a good execution. I think Yuna definitely underestimated his damage.
Oh boy, now Tien gonna try and clear off the minions down bottom as well. MPXC's got the slow onto him. Great eye for the buy to dodge the shot coming from Hyde, but so far Hyde has been spot on with his decisions here. And the aggression being put on by MPXC onto his Lunatics is starting to hurt Lunatics here.
It really is. NC, although earlier it did seem like they were being pushed into a corner with Hito getting a lot of free space to farm because he got picked off there without getting a kill in return. That gold lead has instantly reset. And the AI winning prediction now leaning towards MPX NC in the later stages of the game. Things are looking pretty tight.
Yeah, it looks very close, right? Like, we can see from the both teams are fighting each other so frequently, man, and it's so close. It's so nice to watch this kind of match.
Yuna?
At the same time here, MPX NC, they realize what Yuna has been doing for so many times. This time, they're gonna keep tabs on this annoying Lancelot, making sure he's put out of the fight before he is in position to steal the next Lord. In this case, MPX NC, full control of the Lord, while Lunatics nowhere to be found.
Just look at the KDAs on the side of NC. Sonic is 6-0 and 6. The Fredrin absolutely uncontested in the jungle, even though all of his lords have been stolen so far. He doesn't seem to mind. And I think Hyde has been doing an amazing job. You usually expect, oh, hold on.
Oh my goodness, they're going to make an attempt on the entry here. They popped on Firaga armor, but he still has the immortality. Lunatics, they're trying to bait this out as well, but Yetri doesn't survive. He doesn't die as well. He's going to keep the immortality, and now they have to get out. Meanwhile, they lose Yuna on the sides here. Zaf managing to find him on the sidelines, while Lunatics was trying to chip away the brutality, but guess what? It didn't work out, and MPX NC has got to be very happy about this.
That's a mistake. Like, yes, you usually want to try and pick up someone who's by themselves, but that's an export. He actually literally didn't even lose his immortality. And now Hito in trouble.
Oh no, Hito, you gotta get out, bro. Not like this. Yetri, he still has the flicker. Does he want to try and extend this? He goes back. He turns the tide with the blazing
Oh my
web.
goodness.
He tries to go for hide here.
He's
but he's gonna
insane.
survive. But no!
Oh!
No! Hide! The taunt comes in. Hito, what are you doing? Sit down! Sit down, son!
That's devastating. I would not want to be in that position. And right now, the Luminous Lord gonna be pushing in mid lane. Ken gonna try his best to defend, but MPX NSEA are still 5-man strong. Hito, another 15 seconds before the clock can rejoin the fight.
Oh boy, with the Lord knocking in as well. The hit inhibitor half HP. Mystic Gush from Hito to clear the minutes here. They took down the Lord very quickly here, but MPX NSEA, they want to get more. They're getting a little bit greedy here. Hito, 4 seconds back before he comes back online, but guess what, NC, they decide to play it safe. No minions yet, but I guess they are going to try and make another attempt here. Yetri, half HP here. Great snipes coming from high, connects on 2. Lunatics, they have to be very careful. Zaf in position as well. Electro final blow from Chen coming in. Yetri with the insanity as well to clear the back line. Sonic tries to catch anyone, but he can't find anyone. Now, he needs to back out. Ohana with the wall charge, but he is going to be mowed down by Zaf. Mystic Gush finally finds him. The Winds of Nature and the heals from Angela keeps him alive, and Zaf
The
still
damage!
survives and picks
It's
them
too
all
much!
apart. Double kill for Yetri. MPX NC just so damn strong. They take down 4, looking for the last one. It doesn't matter. Crystals are exposed, and game 1 taken in the hands of MPX NC.
A beautiful performance there. MPX NC has been showing immense momentum here in the recent weeks of MPL MY, and this is all coming to a heat. This is peak performance, not allowing Lunatics' early aggression to put them down at all.
Even though they lost the early game, but still they managed to come back after the third turtle of the game, which
Yup.
is very amazing coming from MPNC.
Yeah, so many good decisions, so many good moves. I am so impressed, so amazed. This is a team that I think a lot of us coming into the season were not expecting a lot of, considering their performance prior. But man, have they been proving us wrong. I want to see more of this. It's been non-stop action since the very beginning. And DJY, what a great game for you to come in. Like, this is your first time at MPL and you already got to see this.
Yeah, what an amazing game. I think I just got on the best game probably,
Yeah.
but still we cannot forget about the next match row, right?
Yeah. It's only game 1.
You know, to be honest, I wasn't expecting that at all. We talk about SERU Saturday being the best day ever, and guess what? What a bang. What a way to start things off on Saturday. I don't know if I should be this hyped up, but to be honest, that was pretty non-stop fight. This is the Malaysian flavor that we've been known for. Fight, 24/7 fighting. And that's the perfect example of how Malaysian teams are playing.
You guys didn't see it, but this is the most hyped Terrence has been in a while. He was literally jumping up on stage here. But after all that, we still have to pick one MVP. So let's find out who it is. Who was the player who contributed to its MPX NC success? It was Mr. Potato. No, of course not. It was Zaz here, our MVP. DJY, do you think he deserves this?
Yes, of course, right there. He won a lane against Hito right there, and of course, the zoning potential coming from this area tail is just insane.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at his items, being able to get full build already. Even though Hito was actually being very aggressive, putting a lot of pressure early on, having that sprint, having that hard guard. The Angela Aerotel combo is so scary.
You know, it's really scary as well because hard guard gives you additional movement speed as well. It kind of generates the passive that Aerotel's been doing. Zaps having so much trust and confidence in Mali to say, you know what, I've got you. I'm going to keep you healthy. And he just, you know, stands in front, tanks Yuna, tanks Hito as if there was nothing. There is as if the opponent's marksman does not exist. Stands there like a man, like a chat, just takes out everyone. It's insane. It's insane.
Takes out everyone. I'm really curious what they have to say here. So without further ado, let's jump into the mic check.
Saya anak Malaysia.
Dah. Lagi. Lepas ambil game kita dia jadi humble balik. Hai, aku tak boleh lah kamera kat aku ni. Oh, negeri Sembilan.
Diorang ni main fast clear tu.
Tati Zaf.
Beria kau.
Bantai. Action mati.
Bantai.
Mati. Bantai semua.
Let's low.
Bantai semua. Patah semua, patah semua.
Nice.
Patah semua,
Mati tu.
patah.
Mati kau.
Main je lagi.
Main lagi dah, lagi dah. Eh, dia ni. Tu buat tu.
Ya.
Nice one. Riko kasih. Riko kasih. Sabar.
Definitely not as loud as some of the other mic checks we've seen before, but you can definitely tell that NC was excited. While at first they were definitely going in more disciplined, like, okay, let's take this game seriously. Once Lunatics started running at them like lunatics, NC responded in kind.
I like what you did there.
Yep,
I definitely like what you did. But at the same time here, you know, Mali definitely the guy that actually hypes the team as well. And I like how being in Angela, because you're in somebody's body, you can more time to look around and tell your teammates what to do. And because of that, he's like, hey, you know what? We can go. Just go. And he was like, oh, okay, that's pretty hyped up coming from him.
It does have a lot of value. Overall, though, looking at the results of this game and looking at the draft, do you think there's anything that Lunatics should have done differently, DJY?
To be honest with you, I feel like the Lancelot, maybe the damage Lancelot is a little bit too greedy, right? Because they probably already have enough damage right here. I feel like they should probably prio the tanks a lot to sustain the team fight.
That is true, but admittedly as well, I feel like in the end, they didn't quite have enough damage because look at Yetri, look at Sonic, these two frontliners, no deaths at all the entire game. I think their itemization was good. You get the Radiant Armor, the Antique Cuirass. Yetri was so comfortable that he actually went for a War Axe too. You almost never see that on Xborg anymore. It's usually all defensive itemization.
Hey, to be honest, it is super strong, right?
Yeah.
If you think about it here, I do like the fact that, you know, teams nowadays do like to pick up agility emblem. But in this case, because of Xborg not going for the agility here, the War Axe gives him a little bit more value to actually sustain with this Ice Queen 1 in terms of team fights. And that's the reason why a lot of times that Lunatics tried to make a jump on Yetri, he was able to get out of it because he is able to put himself in a very safe distance where it forces Lunatics to overcommit, and every single time they kind of punish this aggression. So I like the idea that MPX NC is saying that we don't need movement speed, we want to ube this, we are going to go full tank emblems here. You can see even as well, Fredrin, extremely tanky builds, no agility, no quantum chops, and maybe Irito's got quantum charge, but they do trust Mali in just keeping him alive with those sustains, and they want Lunatics to actually dive into them.
It's usually quite risky to go for a very bulky build and very bulky lineup, especially against a Claude, since at the late game, you'll definitely fall off. But NC got so much momentum running off the ground that never became a problem. And even though Lunatics, you see, they're building a lot of damage overall, damage Lancelot, damage on the Benedetta as well, it still wasn't enough. The Heart Guard, the Fredrin, just proved to be a little bit too much. And then once you see Zavs getting his farm, he just started running him down.
You know, I agree with what DJY kind of said as well. I think before the drafts as well, he did mention that, hey, you know, getting Lancelot here to deal with Angela, you kind of want Luna to be in the backlines to actually punish the backlines. And it actually did happen because if the first 4 minutes here, Yuna has been getting solo kills onto its both Hyde as well as Mali because of that. And I think the idea from Yuna is like, oh, wait, I'm doing really, really well. I'm getting these damage items here. You know what? I'm going to try and snowball this, which he tried his best to get objectives, to buy time for a team. However, when it push come to the shove here, you know, went towards the late game where Fredrin and Xbox is just so strong, this is where we kind of see Yuna kind of fall apart.
Yeah, it did seem to be a big problem there. DJY did suggest going for the tanks a lot, but I'm personally saying I don't really know if it would have helped much because even on damage Lancelot, he was securing all of the objectives and it still wasn't enough for his team. Looking at the stats overall, the damage dealt by NC, absolutely insane. And even so, it was Sonic that was tanking a lot for his squad thanks to that Heart Guard. It is so difficult to get through that front line.
I do feel like though, maybe the problem was the export man, because you know, Chen couldn't handle the heat from the export man. He was zoning out him, baiting out the, you know, the last fight when he baited out 5 members, I think, or 4. That was the biggest play from him. He also deserved the MVP in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Yetri has been a stellar player for NC. He's been really showing up ever since they debuted as part of Madness, and now in NC it just seems to be hitting another level. And it's interesting you should point that out. Kian having trouble against the Xborg in the EXP lane because this is his signature hero. You would think he knows how to deal with it, and I get the feeling NC might have realized this. I think they set up a trap for him. They purposefully didn't ban it because they know Lunatics is gonna let it through so that they can grab it themselves, and then they pull out the rug from under them.
You know, at the same time here, here, in case you guys at home has pretty much missed out in the action here, here's some highlights on how things actually happen as well. And this is what I'm talking about as well. From the start, Yuna was getting solo kills onto his Hyde as well as Mali, but at the same time, as the game progresses here, we do see a lot of engagements and skirmishes coming in from Lunatics, who's trying to punish the sides, but sometimes they get away with it, but it seemed like Lunatics was kind of winning the early game, but I don't know what happened later on because MPX NSEA was able to turn things around.
Yeah, the problem is, although it seemed like Lunatics were putting a lot of pressure and winning out the early game, they have a lineup that shouldn't be looking to pressure that much early. They have the Claude, they have the Gord, they can take it slow, look for pickoffs, push out waves with the Benedetta. It feels like trying to force things this hard just played into NC, because when you have the Angela, you want to fight. And it felt like Lunatics was gifting it to them. Like, do you agree with this?
Yeah, after entering the late game, it looks like Team Lunatics from the close game to literally a one-sided game right here. Literally, Lancelot here trying to just overestimate his damage right here. Hito as well trying to follow up Lancelot, but it just doesn't work right here. He gets one shot by the Irritail right here, and Asia cannot do anything while his teammates is all dead.
And Hito, for some reason, just kept looking for these duels. That has to feel bad. He definitely should have gotten that kill, but losing that just instantly started a massive downward spiral for Team Lunatics that they could not recover from. Zaz was online, 10, 2, and 6 on that Irritail. An absolutely insane performance here on the first game of the day. SERU Saturdays, living up to his name.
Yep, definitely SERU indeed here, but considering how this went down here, I've got to ask here, since you've had a little bit of taste of Malaysian flavor, Malaysian games here, what are your thoughts on watching so much international games?
From watching MPL MY, MPL PH, MPL ID though, I think the main difference is the playstyle, right? Every team has their own playstyle, it's unique and everything. So it's really hard to compare, like you're trying to say MPL ID has more aggression, I agree, but MPL MY also has aggression. It just depends on the playstyle, the coach, like whatever they want to do, right?
Yeah, obviously all of us are going to have our signature styles. We have our own cultures, our own experiences, our own personalities as a nation. But let's disregard talking about like which one is better, right? As a viewer, which MPL's playstyle do you think is most fun to watch?
Most fun to watch. To be honest, it's probably, I don't
Just say it.
If you talk about playstyle, right? If you talk about playstyle, probably MPL MY, since they always come up with the crazy picks. Like,
that is true.
I think we just saw a Vexana in the last few days.
Oh yeah, that didn't work out.
Yeah.
That didn't work out at all.
That didn't work out, but it's crazy to watch. It's fun to watch, am I right?
Yeah, it's very fun. I love seeing these weird picks. There are times where I dislike it, like for example, the Barat's trend that we for some reason saw a couple of weeks back. Glad that's gone. But yes, more of this unique stuff. Wow, you're really naming names right now.
Sorry, what, huh? Sorry, what, huh?
Let's shift the topic. Let's talk about how we counter healing support. We've already talked about anti-heal, about the importance of it. Like, in terms of a player, right, at the highest level, what are the steps you need to take to counter like Ube style?
First of all, of course, anti-heal, right? And anti-heal items. But the thing is, for a pro player team, professional team, right, if you're going for a healing comp position, right, it's really hard to get countered because you know what you're doing. You're not just gonna get countered by an anti-heal, am I right?
That's true.
So I think if you really want to counter healing support, you gotta catch their healer, the main person that caused all of this.
And I guess that's one of the reasons why Angela is so popular now, right? Because she just hops into someone and then you can't catch her. You have to break through and even tank your hero.
Yep, I agree. And at the same time here, there's not a lot of healers can do it here. But of course, there's also another alternative to kind of deal with it here, which I feel that Lunatics is on the right track. But when it comes to execution, a little bit wrong. Because if you pay attention to Game 1's draft, Lunatics, they banned off, Florin in particular. Yes, gives healing, but Florin is the only hero that can actually remove the debuffs of anti-heals coming in from Dominance, Ice, or even Urines as well. So I like that Lunatics is thinking from that perspective. However, you know, based on this composition, because of how much sustain the Angela was bringing from MPX NSEA, it felt very difficult to actually fight against them.
Especially when it was comboed with a player as strong as Zaz, right? On that Irritail, he was insane. His KDA, currently top 17, not the best, but his GPM is pretty good considering that NC does tend to play a little bit slower. The kill participation is there. Definitely leads more towards a farmer compared to other players like finding Hito, for example, who seemed to be participating in way too many fights that game.
You know, at the same time, right, MPX NC's draft was designed in a way where they had so much movement speed reduction to actually compensate to allow Irritator to kind of pull off this kind of aggression to fight, right? Angela, Ice Queen's one. Angela's Hasga gives Irritator's movement speed, gives sustains, gives heals. You've got Export kind of slowing down the tempo with the Firestorms as well to kind of stop Lunatics from doing anything here. And to be honest, I wouldn't be able to blame Hito, right? He made an attempt onto a tie. Yes, he lost on the trade-off. But if he did not make that play, you know, things would not have worked out. But even though they lost, but still, he needed to make something work despite the odds being stacked against Lunatics.
He was definitely making the right decisions in terms of splitting from his team and playing the map, going for the farm, Lunatics kind of throwing their bodies to make space for him. But then a lot of that space gets wasted when he goes in for these big 1v1 duels and then doesn't win just by a slight margin. We can see that his GPM actually just one rank above Zav's as well. So there's definitely a little bit of a competition there that I'm going to be very excited to see going into the next game. Claude as a hero has been very consistent so far, but NC seems to have found that secret sauce to counteract it. So going into game number 2, DJY, what do you want to see?
I probably feel like Angela might be banned here, so
okay,
we might see new strategy come up from NC, even though their hero pool is actually quite big coming from Mali right here. They can't ban out all their heroes, which is very, very important right here, because when you have a high hero pool, right, you can basically defeat anyone with a low hero pool. But we can see from Team Lunatic, so maybe they can try to find a new strategy to actually try to counter the healing composition. But Mali just knows how to deal with it.
Good insights right there. Mali has definitely come a long way here as a player in MPL. He's coming into a leadership position, being able to shot call for his squad, and I'm excited to see what they'll bring for game 2.
You know, when it comes to Mali as well, even though he does not have a lot of good success in his career for this season here, but his hero pool is very close to how Oh My Venus is. He's been known for Enchanter supports playstyles rather than those kind of traditional, aggressive, annoying, in-your-face kind of tanks like Cho, like Rock, like Kupra.
Yep.
In this case, you know, all things considered, we gave you guys a little bit of spice with Mali here. Let's jump into the draft for game number 2. And this time, MPX NC on the blue side and Team Lunatics on the red side.
So I've already highlighted the importance of being able to deal with Mali-chan's hero pool here, but one thing to note, we've actually seen other teams focus very heavily onto Mali before in the past, where they specifically dedicate like 3 or 4 bans for the support. So yes, he's got a big hero pool, but we've seen people go for a full focus here. So if Lunatics has enough plans for dealing with the other players, it may not be a bad idea to just like ban Florin, ban Angela, ban Estes, and well, it kind of looks like they're going in that path right now.
Yeah, you're right. Even though if you ban out all the Mali-chan hero, you still cannot forget about how YE3 just
That's true.
does so good on the export, man.
I agree. You know, at the same time here, now, when we're talking about heroes from Zav's comfort ring, right? Obviously, Claude is going to be one of his comfort ring heroes. But based on this game 1 stats, here's some facts coming in from the fans itself, saying that MPLPH has played Ixia to deal with Irrital.
true.
What are your thoughts on that? Ixia has not shown up yet in MPL MY.
Maybe that's a good strategy, but I don't think Ixia was performing well, right, on other regions, but still, it might be a good counter to Irrital, am I right? But now, it looks like it's gonna be a 3 bans to Mali-chan right here.
Yeah, okay, so they're definitely focusing on that. We've seen other teams have some degree of success with this. Hopefully Lunatics will be able to find that here. As for NC, they're starting things off pretty strong. They already banned the X-Borg in first phase because they realized Lunatics might prioritize it more. Now that's it's already been used against them, and they lock in Year 3's hero on that Terizla first. That means that they're leaving open things like the Martis, like the Fredrin. We'll see what happens. The Claude is still open as well, but I'm kind of surprised, like, if they wanted to play aggro, why not go for, like, the Bruno meta that we've been seeing quite a lot of recently?
You know, I think they're just keeping it out in the open, right? Like, based on game 1 stats and also the information that we have here, MPX NC banning on EDF and X4, 2 heroes that Team Lunatics has had very, very huge success with, alright? Whereas from the side of MPX NC, Claude is something that they're very comfortable at. Team Lunatics targeted the Claude in game 1, whereas MPX NC is still sticking to how they play in game 1, which is denying the export away from Lunatics alongside with the EDF. So this time, it feels like, how are they going to adapt?
How are they going to adapt indeed? They do take one hero again this time. It's the Iritel, going to be locked in very early on, and they do secure the Hito. Definitely one of Kian's comfort picks here, so I definitely think that is a wise choice. EXP lane matchup going to be pretty important, but that means that the Valentina going to get slipped through the cracks right there for MPX NC. From this beginning here, who are you leaning more towards?
I'm kind of more surprised that actually Zav doesn't pick up the Cloud here. Maybe he wants to go to a different marksman, or maybe they just want to prio the Welland, because if you picked up the Welland, right, actually because Welland is incredibly good against their comp since they got Theresa, right, you can copy the ultimate. As we can see from previous games, we see many success from Valentina copying Theresa ulti to engage on the team fight.
Now, I like that you actually brought it out as well. It's kind of like a denial pick with the Valentina. However, recently, in your videos as well, you have clipped a game coming from Zion, Rebellion Zion, right? They brought in the Theresa mid lane. Could this be a possibility coming from MPX NC?
I don't think we can see that if Hyde does the Valentina wants to go to the Roma. That would be weirder, or maybe the EXP. But
maybe even a roamer Theresa perhaps? What are your thoughts on that?
True, but Theresa mid, in my opinion, I actually really like it, right? But if you want to combo with Theresa mid, you gotta have a damage dealer tank, like a tank support, as in the Roma zone. Like as we can see in the Rebellion Zion game, right? They always combo with the Novaria roam. That's where they get their source of damage, right? Even though you're tanky as a Theresa mid, where's your damage if your Roma is still gonna go tank, right?
That's true, you gotta be able to find that balance. I think the meta is in a stage right now where if your lineup leans a bit too heavily in one direction, you just straight up lose the draft. And that is not ideal considering the stakes that are on the line here. Lunatics, they do actually spend 4 bans onto Mali-chan's heroes. The Estes gets removed. They do ban the Bruno as well. So they're suspecting the meta.
This blacklist over again.
Like they're really living up to it. And literally, speak of the devil there, the support master himself. 100% win rate when he gets to roam with support heroes in 5 games here, Mali-chan. It's understandable why they're so afraid of him.
I don't know what happens, but I like how I can see the future, man. I'm predicting things, and out of nowhere, production gives me the stats to back this up.
Yep.
Thank you so much, production, for making me look good.
Yeah, definitely though. But Mali-chan, man, just getting focused on like all my winners. We can see from MPL PH, he often gets banned out. All of the heroes get banned out, which is very, very hard for him to, you know, play out his roles. But right now, Mali-chan is getting the same treatment. He cannot play any hero now. I mean, maybe you can see, now we can see a different hero from Mali-chan, which is gonna be interesting.
There are still supports in the pool though. We've seen Mali play even the Rafaela before in these kind of situations.
Very long time.
Yep, a long time ago, because he doesn't usually get focused this hard. Otherwise, if we go for like basic tanks, he does play a lot of Lolita, which is getting a revamp pretty soon as well. That's quite exciting. But for now,
I think, you know, he played Rafaela when he was with Supas Esports, and they brought in with the Barats composition. But
I recall
please don't pick
that.
Barats this. Please don't pick Barats.
Yeah, no, not this time. They already have the Fredrin. I think we're pretty safe in that regard. MPX NC gonna be locking in their final 2 heroes here. They did ban the Eve and the Hanzo, so again, good respect to Detto, as well as making sure that Yuna doesn't bring out something weird. Let's find out what it is the Lolita! Alright, and the Claude getting led through this far in the draft. Now that we've seen the complete lineup, do you think NC has a good chance of sweeping this series?
Ooh, this is a debut of Lolita, by the way, I think.
That's true.
In MPL. But seeing from their comm right here from MPNC, I really do like their draft. They have sustain, they have damage, and they have the CC. But now Yuna is gonna lock in the Mortis as their last pick.
Oh, signature hero right there.
Okay, I was expecting maybe they would have forced an Esmeralda down XP and then forced the Paquito in the jungle, but looks like they're just, you know, making sure that Chen is on his comfort hero.
Yeah, I think Esmeralda is a good shout because it counters the Claude and the Lolita, but I don't think it offers quite enough here. They need a little bit more utility. I think the Martis will be great. It's Yuna's signature hero as well. Relying on pocket picks in these sort of situations, always going to be good. And it's going to be up to Team Lunatics' execution to find out whether or not they can even things out. We've already saw some intense aggression from both these teams. So now that we're returning to the Land of Dawn for game number 2, make sure you guys keep your hands and legs in the vehicle at all times. It's time for a wild ride.
Yep, and when it comes to this draft as well, you can see drafts pretty much is set in stone by MPX NC as well as Lunatics here. MPX NC looking to secure the 2-0 victory. Meanwhile, Lunatics is looking to redeem themselves despite a very disappointing game here. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us head into the Land of Dawn. And this is going to be game 2 between MPX NC versus Team Lunatics.
Both sides eager to gain some Week 4 momentum here in MPL MY Season 12. We're already seeing some similar rotations early on. Not going to be able to stop Yuna from taking his first buff, so that's important. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on how aggressive Lunatics wants to play early game here, because they definitely do have the better early game lineup this game compared to before.
As we can see here, right, Mali-chan on the Lolita right here is a debut as well. I'm really curious on how he does on the Lolita right here, but here on the bot side.
Yeah, we do see a little bit of skirmish as well. Getting a little bit aggressive coming from Lunatics. It seems like they're trying to get some sort of value, but the trades here doesn't seem to favor them at all. And, you know, Mali, obviously, you know, he's been known to kind of be similar to Venus here, and Venus plays a lot of Lolitas, and so far it's looking good on him. However, when it comes to emblems here, I like this approach coming from MPNC. Previous game, they didn't go for agility on their emblems, but this time they've got triple agilities to compensate with the movement speed that they did not need from game 1.
Yeah, some really nice adjustments there. Things you wouldn't really pay a lot of attention to in your typical games, but make all the difference when you're on a professional stage. And speaking of, Yetri could be in trouble here.
Oh no, they're gonna go for the dive as well. Yetri nicking a flicker as well. He's got the sustains, but the damage from Yuna a little bit too much, but he's getting tripped away from the tower as well. Sonic is gonna try and trade off as well. The taunt comes in. The Brazil draft is good from Sonic. Connects on 2. And now Hyde is trying to trade off a little bit more, but he doesn't have his forces to only settle with Yuna.
Great response there, especially picking off Yuna at this stage, because the turtle is literally coming up right now. NC will have control of this, and the Martis needs to go for his walk of shame before he can catch up. But it seems like NC are taking this a little bit slower.
Yep, seems like they want to try and force an issue as well. Here comes the Lolita. Numina blast connects onto Yuna. They find Yetri, and now they need to get out, but Sonic trades off with Asia as well. However, the turtle has been resetted as well. Yuna needs to get some sort of health back before he engages this. We'll focus on the orange buff. Meanwhile, NC says, you know what, turtle is in the bag. Meanwhile, Dato getting a little bit of harassment. But Lunatics, do they want to go for it here? Is it too late? But seems like turtle is going to be in the hands of Sonic for sure.
I think NC could have been a bit more aggro there. They slowed it down to get a setup on the Numenon Blast, but they ended up trading EXP for Roam, and I don't think that's the best trade. Tien, though, maybe too far.
Okay, Tien, you know, trying to be a sneaky here. Penalty zone from Yetri will force out the flicker. Now Tien needs to run for his life. He's dropping a little bit too much here. He's got the sustain. He makes an escape. Hide! What is this? He flickers forward with the stolen decimation. Just right at the threshold, gets the kill, but it's not over yet. MPX NC in a little bit of trouble down bottom. Down, getting focused down. He's got the Purify, he's got the Blazing Duet. He will fall in the hands of Yuna. That is going to be the consolation prize coming from Lunatics.
Oh, and both these teams are bloodthirsty, man. DJY, what are your... Oh, hold on. Let's put a hop on that. Mali is up ahead.
Okay, Mali, they found Dato. He needs to get out. Here comes the chain coming from Sonic as well. Wings by wings from Dato. It's going to be good. He will escape out to safety. And bottom side though, we do see a little bit more aggression. Chen on the
There's
top
a collapse happening.
But now they do take the tier 1 down bottom, but NC, they want to try and punish this ball. They got Yuna, he's dropping really low, but Mali-chan finishes him off with the first skill. And now with the Numenon blast on to get the ball. Oh my god, what a disaster for Lunatics. They got completely caught off guard, and now they're looking for more. Asia stuck under the tier 1. He's got the bouncing ball. Oh my goodness, he's just a pure tank, but he's able to sustain it all. Here comes Dato to save the day, but they will lose his life. They will trade on Sonic only. And Dato, he wants more Zaf. 1 HP. Can he find him? No, he can't. He will be forced to back out. Top side as well. Chen and Yeshi still saying hello for now. But bottom lane, we do see Zams getting greedy. What are you thinking? Blazing to win. Now Hito.
I think he's
gonna
dead.
give chase. He's gonna kill him, and that's gonna be a kill for Team Lunatics.
Ooh, some mistakes there. While it started off beautifully for MPX NC, comboing the Praises Wrap with the Numenon Blast, they definitely stayed for way too long. There was no need to rush down Esha Ohana like that. They lost some of their advantage because of this, and now...
Oh my goodness, penalty. So Tyrant Rage as well, connecting a Lunatics. They need to back out so much CCs. Yetri zoning out Dato. Yuna also getting taunted out as well. He needs to get out, but double kill for him! An absolute beast! He won't die to the real Martis, but he's done his job. 2 for 1.
This is insane movements right here. Still some aggression right now. Ken will spot the push out. The turtle going to be contested. Lunatics with a slight network lead, but still even. Numenon Blast can be charged up.
Okay, it's gonna completely whip Chen, still keeping it at bay for now. MC, they do have the Retribution Sonic. I don't think Lunatics can do too much about this. That is gonna be easy turtle coming in here. Lunatics, they're having Hito here. They find Zaz. Zaz purifies out to safety. And that's gonna be Lunatics getting absolutely no value in these trade-offs.
Wow. This game is just as close as the first game, but still. Let's see. It all happens after the third turtle, right? We gotta see who's actually getting the lead right now. But as we can see, for the goal difference right here, you can see actually Yuna. I mean, Hyde.
Oh my
Actually,
goodness.
I think Hyde is performing really well this game with the Valentina out here.
I agree. You know, Hyde has been playing really crazy, but meanwhile, Aisha now in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna try Kai Sonic. Sonic forces the abrasive wrap, but there's just no damage coming from Hito. Sonic gets an easy kill here. Hyde creates the ball, but Sonic is gonna be kited out as well. Yuna comes to save the day, but they will burst down Sonic. Numenon Blast not gonna be connected here. And now NC, they will have to deal with Yuna's decimation, but they just doesn't have the health to deal with it. And NC continues with their aggression.
It does feel like NC might be falling for a similar trap to Lunatics in the previous game, so I feel like they're staying a bit too long for these fights, and they're trading. Although at first it looks good, but because of Lunatics being able to come over and clean up the remnants, it's not actually positive for them. Even though they do have the slight net worth lead, they gotta be able to create a little bit more space. 2 deaths on Zaz, still okay, but they gotta make sure that it doesn't get picked off any more than this. Otherwise, we still have Finding Hito on that Irritel.
But now we can see though, Blade Armor being secured by the Theresa right here. This Theresa is actually being a nuisance in teamfight right here. It's, talking about Theresa.
Oh my goodness, he is gonna try and fight Hito as well. He actually has a damage! Oh my goodness, good spot there. And now Mali-chan, he's gonna try and extend the fight, but what a play coming in from Year 3. An absolute catch coming in from him. Beautiful stuff. But at the same time, Lunatics, they're struggling, they're getting desperate as well. They're gonna try and force a fight, but no, Chen, he's looking in the wrong direction. Aisha now gonna be caught out with Numenon Blast, but no follow-up through coming from MPNC. Third turtle gonna be the focus here. Meanwhile, look at where Yuna is on the bottom lane. Looks like they're sick and tired of the Valentina. Would they even get the catch though? Seems like that's not gonna be the case.
Doesn't seem like it.
Turtle, easily secured by MPX NC.
Yeah, Lunatics not really doing a very good job with their macro right now. Not too sure where they're playing around on the map. I'm pretty sure they did choose to sacrifice that turtle there to try and go for it. Oh, hold on.
Oh my goodness, Aisha is gonna get scouted out. Force flicker out of there here. Yuna stopping Sonic in his track. And that's gonna be the disengage coming in, but MPX NC, man, like they only have 800 gold lead, but they play as if they've got like 3,000 gold lead right now. It's crazy.
That is definitely true right here. The playstyle is like they are snowballing, but I don't understand. They are playing so aggressive, but they only have a 600 goal lead. This game is too close, but now...
Ooh, nice flicker.
Oh, now he flickers out. Alright, nothing will happen now. Year 3 will try to defend a bit lane here.
Yep, at the same time now, they're committing so much on the middle lane. Lunatics, they need to get out. MPX NC, they're able to trade off a spot of tier 1 here, and now potentially a tier 2 coming from NC as they extend the lead. Hito now a little bit late to the party, but they are going to try and trade out top side. They do get it. Year 3 trying to make a play. Unfortunately, Sonic,
they're looking
for
for
the
it.
Retribution. They are going to slow down Yuna. Yuna does have to Ashur his wrath. He's going to try and get out to safety, but here comes the penalty zone. They caught him off guard and he's dead. There's nothing they can do, but at the same time, what? Hyde? He gets a solo kill on Hito on the side?
He cut him off.
What? Hyde, you're an absolute monster. But no, middle lane again, Lunatics, they're just so disconnected from this fight. and MPX NC, they will try and continue to snowball even harder.
This is crazy. I feel like Hyde is challenging Stormy's position as the Mage Prodigy right now. His aggression, the way he looks for these kills, Mali's charging up!
Oh my goodness, they got 3! And they've got them all! And now the tier 1 will fall. Hito first to go down. Zaz on the back lines, picking them part by part. They get to Chen. Will be able to get out to safety, but the damage has been done 10 seconds before the Lord spawns as well.
Whoa, that's all I have to say right now. This is a whoa situation. NC are playing out of their minds. This is some synergy and communication on another level. You can see in the instant replay, probably the best Numenon blast we've seen in ages here. 3-man caught in the mid lane. They get the tower down first to make sure they don't take too much damage. Then they clean up the rest.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff here, but at the same time, I don't know what Lunatics can do about this.
DJ Y, if you were in Lunatics' position, what is the next step?
The next step though, I think they're trying to contest the Lord right here, which is a wise try to make, but we cannot make it a throw. We cannot make it a throw.
Oh my goodness, they are going to try and make an attempt as well. Asia getting kited all the way through, and that's going to be Mali Chan taking him down. Yeah, Tree tries to go for penalty zone, but Lunatics, they've already lost their tank here. They need to get out. Yuna getting zoned out completely by Sonic, but at the side, Yetri, he finds Hito again and he gets out to safety. But it was a setup, it was a bait, and again Hyde mocks Yuna in his face.
How does Yetri does this every time? The first game and second game baits out everyone and literally contributes in every team fight as well. Such a good EXP laner this season.
This is insane. This is crazy. Lunatics are falling for the simplest tricks in the book right now. Yuna has been performing so well, but seeing him fall for a trap like that, walking up ahead, the net worth lead now 4,000 for MPX NC, double the kills of Team Lunatics. We see that Zav's 3k up on finding Hito, already finishing his Trinity build, probably going for that Wind of Nature just to keep himself safe. This game very firmly in NC's control.
Yep, at the same time now, top side, Zav now in the position trying to contest Yuna, but no, he's gonna go out as well. Numenon blast, boom, shakalaka, is dead. Asia tries to cancel it off. He goes for Times of Rage, but double kill for Zav, and he bumps the basic to win. For Zav, absolutely nothing Lunatics could have done.
This is what happens when you open Zav's Claude.
It's exactly what happens when you open Zav's Claude. You cannot give this to the man. He's schooling, finding Hito. He's showing him, this is how you play my signature hero. They're crashing in.
Oh my goodness, he's only Chen left. What can you do? He tries to survive this here, but NC says goodbye, go home, he's dead. But at the same time, bought enough time here, Asia and Yuna, they're going to try to defend this, but they're losing life. The Lord is crashing on, and Hito is going to be sent back to the well as well, as now the Crystal is pretty much exposed, and MPX NC takes down the Crystal, securing the 2-0 victory against Lunatics.
Nothing but the highest praises and applaud for this young team here in MPL MY. Mali says, ban all my supports. It doesn't matter. We can still show you how to play in the land of Dawn.
Oh my god, Mali Chan really proving us that he can play literally every tank. He picks out the Lolita, which is, of course, it's kind of similar to a healing hero, but you know, still, it's a kind of a different gen, but what a play coming from MPNC.
Yeah, agreed. And Lunatics just, you know, they tried their best, but their best was just not enough. You can see finding Hito completely sweating out of his mind, getting targeted over and over again. But this is the best MPX NC I've ever seen, ever played in their careers.
They've destroyed Team Lunatics' momentum. They were on a win streak. They were looking really good going into week 4, and now they've been shown the error of their ways, having their mistakes punished every single time. NC becoming a contender here in Season 12. So I expect they'll have some interesting things to say up on stage.
3 mata penuh untuk pasukan MPX NC. Wow. Alright, okay. Okay, Zavs dulu lah. Zavs kan MVP game pertama. Alright, Zavs. Sekarang kita nampak makin lama makin konsisten MPX NC untuk MPL musim ini. adakah MPNC satu dark horse untuk musim ni?
Bagi aku, kita orang semua ni pencabar terbesar lah. Sebab kita orang semua lokal. So, mana-mana tim tu yang ada apa-apa ke, ready je lah untuk kita orang bantai.
Wow, alright. Kita cakap pasal full local lineup. Untuk semua yang tak tahu, MPX NSEA dengan Todak yang ada full local lineup untuk musim ni. So, Zavs, sekarang full local lineup tengah perform and MPNC is one of them. Apa yang you tengah rasa?
Sangat happy lah. Masih dapat tunjukkan Malaysia ni masih ada tim-tim yang masih berkualiti macam ni. Biarpun kita orang semua lokal, kita orang tetap bagi performance yang terbaik.
Wow, alright guys. Okay, kita nak tanya Mali pula. Mali tengah makan lagi. Alright, Mali. Next match korang akan jumpa Todak. Another team yang full local lineup. Apa yang Mali nak bagi tahu dekat Todak? I'm sure Todak dah sampai sebab game diorang lepas ni kat sana. Apa yang Mali nak cakap dekat Todak?
Nak cakap kat Kuja. Hati-hati jumpa anak buah 2 orang kat sini.
Alright. So, dia cakap hati-hati kan? Okay, sebelum I announce MVP, untuk Mali, siapa MVP awak?
Zaf ataupun Ide.
Ide?
Yeah. Hai.
Alright. Niners, siapa MVP awak? Mali, announce MVP? MVP kita?
MVP dia adalah...
Bukan. Salah. Belum lagi. Kita punya MVP is... Hai! Alright, kita bagi interview ni interesting sikit. Sonic, you tanya soalan kat Hyde.
Apa perasaan kau dapat MVP bila kau jadi rookie?
Okay.
Rasanya untuk player yang bukan rookie tu boleh malu kot sebab dah ada experience kan.
Ni taunting team sendiri ni. Alright, Hyde. Anything yang you nak cakap dekat The Niners yang selalu datang untuk support korang?
Thank you kepada semua supporter. Hobe jangan hobe.
Alright, terima kasih. Itu dia 3 mata penuh untuk MPX NSEA. A round of applause untuk dorang. Wow, okay. Game pertama untuk SERU Saturday kita yang sangat-sangat hebat. How about kita throw it back to the casters dan panelis kita untuk dapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam 2 berbalas kosong game ni. Casters, silakan.
Looks like NC's interviews are just like their jersey there because that was some fire stuff up on that stage. And of course, our MVP of the match, a rookie debuting in MPL MY for his first season, now really showing us what it takes to show up on stage.
Yeah, definitely. This rookie is performing so good. Actually, I wasn't expecting this, but Hai just performed so good in both games. It's like he's the main carry, even though he's the mid laner.
I agree, and ever since his debut as a sub after their very unfortunate incident last week, he's been stepping out of his mind here. First game, obviously, you know, he wasn't the MVP, right? But he was doing the right necessary things as a Nomar. But game 2, his Valentina is just at the right place at the right time to get the right kills every single time, and it's scary.
In MPL MY, the only Valentina player that always steals Decimate has been Stormy, our mage prodigy. Hyde, he's looking for that title right here. I have so much things to say, but I think I'll let these players say it for themselves because we're gonna go into their mic check for a victory. Well played.
Apa ni?
Ada gula tak? Gula-gula.
Makan je lah Mali.
Makan je lah lollipop tu. Sini.
Tak boleh buka.
Ni yang buka. Lollipop.
Oi gila
Weh,
pak. Gila kau buka
Weh bersorak gila bersorak dapat buka.
Sonci boleh buka tu. Boleh?
Weh boleh buka?
Tak nak gori. Tapi
Valentina.
ada imposter dia.
Valentina Iritan.
Ya ke?
Dah puri. Panik kali dia tu.
Marah dia.
Dia blank bro make show Nana.
Tak ada.
Buat blank. Sikat.
Goreng dulu.
Bang KD guys.
Some really impressive discipline actually from MPX NC, because we're used to in the past, whenever Mali is around for a mic check, you expect him to be shouting his lungs out, having fun on the stage. But this feels like a different MPX NC. They know what they came here to do, and that was to win. And all eyes are on that one singular goal.
I don't know about winning, but it felt like they were winning while having fun, because
True.
MPXNC was just completely schooling Lunatics at all fronts here. But all things considered, we have to get down to business here. Let's talk about items here. What are your thoughts on this? On the item progression and how they played here, coming from MPXNC, DJY?
Oh, coming from the items, man, as you can see, High going into truncheon quite early, but actually works out very much right here. The way that he plays very aggressively, knowing he has the winter truncheon, and also we can see, just look at Mali-chan, man, the itemization from this man is crazy.
Making sure to get the items that his team needs. We do see 3 Athena shield on the side of MPX NC, so you can tell that Detto not having a fun time that game. And like you mentioned, DJ, I do quite like the early Winter Truncheon here, because Hyde, he knows he's going to be up in front. He's going to be diving into their faces, stealing the Decimate, so he's often going to be out of position, buying that extra time, maybe surviving, going to be very valuable for his team. Mali-chan performing out of his mind. 3-0-10, that is not the scoreline you expect from a roamer.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, because of this early aggression here, like it feels like MPXNC was playing a draft designed on kiting and baiting out for teammates here. And every single time EA3 kind of does this for the team, which I was kind of surprised, because normally as a side lane Terizla, you know, you kind of want to just get the Fury Hammer. That's about it, and then just go full tank and just sustain his way through. But I was very surprised that EA3 got a little bit greedy. He actually opted to go for even more damage after getting Blade Armor as well as Athena Shield. But it seems like he doesn't need to go full tank, considering that they've already got Sonic as well as Mali-chan. So he's trying to balance out between both damage as well as tank, which I think is one of the reasons why EA3 is able to get solo kills on towards Hito, not once, I think twice now on himself.
Yeah, actually, just the fact that this big green man with a hammer chasing you down, despite having the sprint, despite having the quantum charge, somehow couldn't escape one of the slowest EXP laners in the game. Speaks to how well EA3 was performing.
One thing I noticed, right, Yuna always goes with a full damage view, am I right? Last game with the Lancer,
That's
this
true.
game with the Mardis right here. I mean, in the early game, he did secure some kill, but in late game, he literally cannot walk out to the Terizla. He cannot walk out to hide with the decimation. It's too scary to walk out. And it just feels like maybe Yuna is getting a little bit too greedy.
Yeah, I don't blame him though. He's been performing so well with the full damage build in the first couple of weeks of MPL. Lunatics has snowballed so hard because he has the damage to be able to finish people off, contest objectives. But since NC seemed to recognize this, they already knew it. It's as if they were prepared, like no other team has been prepared before. And they went into that game fully comfortable, fully ready, and nothing Team Lunatics could do seemed to phase them.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult to actually play this composition here, especially when I agree where Yuna should have went for a little bit more tank build here. They needed more somebody to actually, soak the front lines here. And because of how they itemize in a way where only Kufa was playing tank, Chen also going for 2 damage, now it makes so much sense why EA3 didn't even bother to complete full tank and say, you know what, I've got 2 tanks in front of me. I've got Mali, I've got Sonic in the front lines. Guess what? Let me, kind of mirror you guys. I've got damage as well. And guess what? Our tanks are just way much more tankier than you, and our damage hurts way more than you guys.
It did work out, considering that if he did go for the full tank you usually see, there's no way he would have been able to pick off Hito those times there, and that would have made a pretty big difference here. Looking at the damage dealt, once again, very heavily favored to MPX NC. Zav's having a great time farming this game, highest GPM, highest damage dealt, and it's funny, considering that these marksman heroes got swapped both times, and Zav's outperformed finding Hito both times. So let's relive the moments here. We got the highlights up on screen. What did you think of the early game here, DJY?
I think that was a crucial mistake coming from Yuna right here. Always, I think he did get a kill, but he always stand and causing Fredrin to get the farm that he needs. When the tank jungler gets the farm that he needs, he's unkillable. And the Lumina Blast, the perfect Lumina Blast and the high, stealing the decimation. Perfectly gameplay coming from MPX NC right here, but we can literally see, look, high. He's playing very aggressively on the backside. And
Absolutely
Detto just get outclassed by him, man.
Yeah, it just seemed like the individual players of Team Lunatics couldn't perform at all. Deto getting chased down, finding Hito getting chased down, Mali being able to set up situations like this. You could tell that in that moment, Team Lunatics knew they were in a bad spot. And although there were times where they... wow, that was... I don't even remember that happening. That happened so fast, the zoom right there. Still not enough though, because once Zaz got his farm, this is what you expect from the Claude, that maniac to top things off, the cherry on top of the cake. And an unstoppable streak as well. MPX NSEA looking very promising as we approach the second half of Season 12.
Now, with all things considered here, with that 2-0 victory coming from MPX NSEA, he will still remain somewhere on the 5th spot here with a total of 9 points. But, however, Lunatics now in a very, very dangerous position here, being the gatekeepers of the playoffs and 8th place with only 6 points.
You would think that being 3 points ahead of the relegation zone would be pretty comfortable, but no, already Esports needs is 1-2-0 victory. They tie things up and things become very scary. So that victory has definitely given MPX NSEA some strong momentum to try and move on forward, perhaps aim for the higher positions on the charts, whereas Lunatics seem to need to go back to the drawing board here. If NC was able to figure out their draft without needing a more experienced coach, Pozan really stepping up here, what can the other teams do once they're faced against them?
You know, it's tough. It's definitely a tough spot to be in here. And at the same time, Todak also going to be in the bottom side as well. However, they've played lesser games than the rest. So I'm not used to seeing Todak in the bottom, but I hope over the weeks to come, over this past 2 days, we do see a little bit more changes. However, NC pretty much in the middle of the pack in the first row in particular, so I'm very, very happy to see that actually happening here. However, all things considered, what a way to start Saturday, SERU Saturday, do you think about it?
What a great first match. DJ White, this is your first time on the panel, your first match as part of the desk at MPL. Your thoughts?
I'm so happy this is my first match that I am as a panelist to cast. I'm so happy. This match is so good. The first match, even though it was kind of one-sided, right? But still, the skirmishes coming from both teams are very, very, how do you say it?
Like really
intense,
just intense.
Yeah.
Really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, just all the descriptions you can come up with. After watching this, right, being on the desk with us, DJ Y, like, have you considered making a bit of a change? No longer that clipper guy, you can be that analyst guy, maybe even up on stage.
Maybe that caster guy?
Hey, that caster guy. Maybe we'll get to see that caster guy in the future, you know? But what is coming up for the future is going to be 2 more series for our SERU Saturdays, and I think the next one going to be our highlight match of the day. Eternal rivals, Todak and Homebois go head-to-head here in Season 12.
Well, that's going to be a little bit of a spicy match here. A legendary player known as Zord going up against the legendary team that makes it to every single M series. It's going to be a big statement to be watched here later on, and I'm extremely excited to see how that is going to be happening. However, all things considered here, we're bringing back again DGY. Will you be joining us later for the match?
Of course, I will be there watching as well. Maybe casting, who knows?
Maybe. We get to see the debut of that caster guy, right? If you guys enjoyed DJY casting with us on the desk today, make sure you guys show him some support in the comments. And of course, I think you guys already know his socials. I'm expecting all of you guys to be subscribed. What a great time it has been. DJY, we're going to be closing out the show soon. Any final thoughts here for this first match?
Thank you again for inviting me, and it's such a pleasure to cast with you guys. This feels a lot different. Man, casting is a hard job to do.
It is, but it is a fun job.
Yeah, it is really
Before
fun.
we finish, want to shout out your socials?
Yeah, you can find my socials at, you can just search DJY on YouTube and also TikTok. Yeah, that's it.
As for the rest of us, my name's Staffa, IcyBaby12. Make sure to check us out as well. We're going on a short break before the highlight match of the day. Make sure to join us. We'll see you then.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. You have slain an ally. Monster kill. Legendary. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. You have slain an ally. Monster kill. Legendary. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Killing spree! Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semutan semua hero lagi.
Gas. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Hito. Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
I'm a rock star. Yeah. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, minggu keempat, hari kedua. Anda bersama dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita dah ada dekat match kedua untuk SERU Saturday Minggu Diraja kita. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Todak yang akan menentang Homebois. Adakah Homebois akan dapat orang punya revenge arc selepas kalah dengan Todak pada musim lalu dekat playoffs, ataupun Todak will still be denying them a chance to redeem themselves? I'm sure ramai yang actually sangat-sangat excited to watch perlawanan ini. Lagi-lagi pun sebab perlawanan ini kita ada 4 silver SEA Games medalists. Sangat-sangat excited. Before I invite the teams up on stage, I nak tanya, Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready, players pun dah ready. So with that, marilah kita jemput Todak ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Kembali dengan semangat yang membara, Raja Lautan bangkit untuk menumpaskan pewaris legenda. Juara dan slot ke M5 menjadi target utama. Berjayakah pasukan Todak mengambilkan rentak kemenangan? We shall see. Flame Boys, give it up for Homebois. Berjaya mendominasi permainan menentang Gergasi Merah semalam. Homebois menunjukkan mereka bukanlah lawan yang mudah. Antara pemain dan barisan coach menjadi kunci kemenangan. Adakah pewaris legenda akan berjaya menjinakkan Raja Lautan? Let us see. Dan sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di land of dawn. Nampaknya semua hype, tapi I nak tengok side mana lagi hype. So sebelum kita throw it to the casters, I nak buat vibe check, okay? Kalau I cakap Patriots, I want the Todak fans to scream. And kalau I cakap Flame Boys, I want the Homebois fans to scream. Alright? So let's start. Patriots, are you ready? Alright, kita try side ni pula. Flame Boys, are you ready? The crowd is wild. Tapi apa yang lagi wild actually, sebab kita ada panel segment every SERU Saturday. Korang tahu tak guest kita siapa hari ni? Kita ada Moon dekat BM panel. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
It is time once again to bear witness to MPL MY's greatest rivalry as Todak and Homebois once again take the stage. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL MY Season 12, the English broadcast. We're your casters for today. My name's Staffa, along with Terrence, aka Icy Baby 12, and we got our second special guest after DJ Y all the way over from the BM cast. Is Lafel.
Terima kasih weh Staffa. Awak apa khabar?
Kabar baik. Baik sangat. Apa keadaan saya? I messed up.
Kenapa?
It's been too
Boleh
long
je kita
since
boleh cakap
MPL.
Melayu. Hari ini kita ulas dengan BS bahasa Melayu.
Yeah, as you guys can see, even though Staffa's Malaysian, he can't even pull off the bit of speaking in Malay. And I'm very sorry, guys. You guys got the short end of the stick. the Malay side, they got Moon, and you guys just got me.
Hey.
No, this is better.
Sorry, man.
I
sorry.
disagree. We don't have the short end of the stick here because just now we had a first ever on the English broadcast special guest. We had DJY. This time our special guest is Lafel.
Oh, so Moon is kind of a downgrade?
You said it, not us.
No, it's fine, it's fine. He doesn't know.
I wanted to say you're better, but all right, you know, if you say so, okay.
I mean, isn't it synonymous
Yeah,
though?
for someone to be
you know?
better, someone has to be worse.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All things considered,
Yep.
I have something very important. Considering that how we're very, very hyped up right now, you guys gotta never stop fighting and grind on with Nescafe because in order to continue your journey, we'll give you guys some energy throughout to your days. Some good old-fashioned Mobile Legends Bang Bang, you gotta have Nescafe. And you can see, Lafel, he's drinking it right now, as usual. I don't know why he's drinking.
No,
on the
honestly,
desk.
even the admin's like, yeah, make sure you guys don't drink it. It's like, I don't care.
It's just ASMR, amazing.
Damn.
It's so irresistible that Lafel is just not following.
This is amazing.
To be honest here, you know, in TikTok contents or whatever contents, right? There is a lot of ASMR content.
Hey,
that's a perfect example.
I'm the guest, man. I can do
That's
whatever
true,
I want.
that's
You
true.
guys have to be professional.
Hashtag
true.
MPL ASMR. We gotta do that.
Hashtag MPL. I make sure, you know, DJY is in the
Yeah,
crowd
do it
right
again,
now.
do it
If he
again.
was watching, he would clip this. While he's doing that, you guys, hopefully that gives you a bit of boost to your senses because you need all your brain cells to predict who are going to be our MVP for the matches today, especially this next match. Going to be very spicy, very difficult. Every player up there deserves this title. And it's going to be up to you guys to tell us who it's going to be.
Yep, and at the same time here, speaking of what's coming up here, I have some special juicy gossip for you guys.
Ooh.
Okay,
All right,
we're
I
talking
can't wait to
about
hear about this.
rivalries between Todak and Homebois. I caught a glimpse with Ashi on backstage. You know, we came in, we're chilling a little bit here. I told him, hey, how are you feeling here? You know, what do you think? Any predictions? He told me 2-0 Homebois. I was like, oh, okay, the confidence. You know, I was a little bit doubting him. I asked him, hey, you know, Todak has been known to be the kings of 2-1s. Win or lose, you guys always 2-1 all the way through. He said, no.
Oh, he said it like
Homebois
that?
je. Homebois saja, apa tu? No,
Wow.
from now on, Todak is king of 2-0. Dia cakap macam tu.
Ooh, that's quite a thing. That's quite a bit of a flex right there. Hopefully you guys are ready to flex as well because starting from what date is that? That's the 8th of September right there. You guys can enjoy all heroes for free for a limited time. Yeah, that's right. Every hero available in the game. You can pick your favorites, dominate in the land of Dawn, and even invite your friends to climb rank with you to get a little bit of that star protection going on just in case things don't go your way. So make sure you guys don't wait. Start your ascent to glory right now.
It started from yesterday.
Yeah, it started from yesterday, and on top of it all, hey, rankers, if you don't know how to play meta heroes or you don't have heroes now, now's the perfect time to try it out,
Yeah.
play on ranked games or whatever, get good at the hero, and stop picking Nana. I'm sorry, I hate Nana.
So
Understandable.
they're called rankers now?
Yeah.
You guys are rankers. Brawlers. Classicers?
Classicers? I mean, it's not a bad name.
I mean, it's actually
Rankers at least.
Yeah.
Classicers may need a bit more time. But speaking about needing more time, I think we need a bit more time to kind of hover over the Todak and Homebois rivalry right here. These are two teams. Great fan following. The hall is full. So I think they have a lot to say to each other. There's a lot of history, a lot of spiciness. So we prepared a little bit of a video for you guys. Make sure you guys feast your eyes and look at this.
Your seat people are here. That's Max.
Yang terpaksa menerima situasi yang agak perlahan sehinggalah kekalahan mereka apabila mereka tak mampu nak lakukan apa-apa sebentar tadi.
Prestasi Todak sekarang ni saya dapat rasakan diorang tengah down. Diorang punya performance tak sama macam season lepas. Dia bukan Todak yang dululah.
Saya dengan Hisham dah lama jugalah hafal sikit pasif dia dalam game kan. So maybe itu boleh jadi keuntungan kita orang kot.
Zim, kau kena menang. Kalau tak, kau belajar dulu di TikTok aku ya.
Setakat ni saya tak layan lagi lah TikTok antagonis tu sebab saya rasa better saya layan Prof Mi lagi. Banyak ilmu lah saya dapat. Prof Mi yang TikTok 10, antagonisnya kosong. Sebab antagonis tu dia banyak cuy yo. Ini cuy, ini cuy, ini cuy. Dalam map MLBB tu tahu cuy tu apa.
Itu cuy ya, itu cuy ya. Thank you cuy. Itu sih cuy. Ini cuy ya. Kalau ini cuy itu sebenarnya cuy itu dari Indo, macam kata akhir gitu. Nanti aku akan bilang thank you cuy di atas kemenangan Homebois.
Saya rasa nak cakap kat CP, tak ada apa-apa bos sebab kita orang ada deal kat luar game. Kalau dia menang, dia bagi saya back D. Kalau saya menang, saya bagi dia back D.
Mungkin saya nak spesi double cheese saya lah. Mungkin saya akan dapat tu sebab mungkin kita orang menang. Kalau berani lepas lah Freddy Matis tu lah, tu je.
Udah tu main Freddy Matis. Sekarang dah boleh main Hero Lane kot. Dan kurangkan cakap laju lah. Cakap slow sikit.
Saya pun tak tahu sebab apa tisu. Mungkin sebab nangis kot. Saya tak rasa apa-apa pun sebenarnya.
Sekarang ni Todak ada keluarkan tisu jenama Todak. Kalau korang kalah nanti kat booth atas tu kita ada sediakan tisu. Korang boleh ambil free je, kita orang bagi.
Kalau bagi saya memang orang cakap rivalry terbesar lah sebab kita orang selalu lawan Todak. Kita orang tak pernah menang dari season sebelumnya. So insyaAllah kita orang akan bantai Todak lah. Hati-hati lah Todak.
Untuk Homebois punya fans, teruskan beria sebab kita orang suka korang beria. Naikkan semangatkan kita orang untuk bantai tim korang lah.
Kepada Todak punya fans, korang mendoakanlah tim korang untuk menang. Doakan banyak-banyak agar tim korang tak meneruskan lose streak tau. Sebab bau-bau akan lose streak jumpa kita orang. Tapi tengoklah, kalau mana tahu doa korang termakbul ke, bolehlah menang lawan kita orang.
Untuk Homebois punya fan, tak kisahlah korang menang ke kalah ke, kalau boleh janganlah naik stage. Sebab takut stage tu roboh. Kalau roboh kan bukan korang yang kena tanggung lah. Maybe daddy kena tanggung lah.
Raja Marksman Malaysia suatu ketika dahulu. Kali ni 2-0 buat kita orang bantai.
Whoa! The rivalry is real here. I need some water because I feel like there's been some burning happening up on that stage. Thank you, Nescafe.
Yeah,
always has my back.
Drink it. My lips
Drink
is there.
it. That's true.
Drink
yeah.
it. Oh, it's my lips is there.
That's true.
Yeah. But honestly, here's the thing, right? Because I feel like there has to be some things that has to be translated because it wasn't in the video where Chico and Zorn, they're talking to each other and then Chico is like, oh yeah, Zorn has a passive. You know, it's like, you know how heroes have a passive?
Uh-huh.
Zorn has one as well where he's just like, he will be there. He will press the recall button and then all of a sudden, he'll just die out of nowhere.
Ooh.
So that's his talk towards Zorn. Just like, yeah, his passive is just like, he's there and then all of a sudden, he's back in the base. And then there's like it becomes black and white. We have to wait for 3 seconds for him to come back.
Yeah, long story short, don't need recall. I'll send you back to the fountain.
Yeah.
That's about
Every
it.
time he presses recall, his respawn timer increases.
I mean, here's the thing: it was a cancelled recall, unsuccessful recall, one should say. And is the Todak Langga era over?
I disagree.
Honestly, this is the big topic because now a lot of the newer teams like Selangor Red Giants, they're really showing up against the older teams to be like, your age is over, guys. It's time for the new guys.
That is true. Todak hasn't been performing all that good this season, but you said you don't agree with this. Why is that?
I disagree because if you think about it here, Todak's legacy has always been like that every single time for regular seasons. They always lose in the early stage of the regular seasons, and then they bounce back. And I'm going to back Ashi up again. He said from now on, they are going to 2-0 all the way through. They're going to be the kings of 2-0, no longer the kings of 2-1. And they are going to use Homebois as a statement.
I'm just going to say one thing. I'm just going to say one thing. The only time Todak doesn't go to the grand finals, it's when they started at the lower bracket.
Oh.
Ooh.
Hey,
the only time.
Technically, if they go to the grand finals, they're still top 2. You know, go.
Yeah, but meaning to say, like, whenever they're starting at the upper bracket,
Okay.
they go to the grand finals.
Fair
but
enough.
they've never started at the lower bracket and went to the grand finals.
They need that extra life. They don't
Yeah.
seem to perform very well without that failsafe around, it seems like. And although you say, yeah, they should start out a bit slow, it's week 4, you know, we gotta be seeing something pretty soon. So if we're being a bit harsh, it's because we expect a lot more from this team, and right now we're hoping to get to see that up on stage, especially considering the blows that were already traded in that video, the rivalry that's happening not just on stage, but in the hall among the audience as well. We are going to have quite the match on our hands.
You know, I wasn't expecting this as well because this is SERU Saturday and it is the biggest match to watch in the regular season here, especially two of the biggest names here in MPL MY history. However, without further ado, let us introduce the rosters coming in from Todak. We have Rival, Yums, Chiku guys, Zyme Senpoi, and Momo.
Right now, honestly, everywhere when you see online people are praising Momo as well as Zyme Senpoi. For now, Chiku guys, Yums, and Rival, they haven't stepped up yet. They haven't really shown their strong prowess. For some reason, this season, they've dropped off quite a lot. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Momo has a higher average KDA than Chiku guys.
That is true. I don't need to fact check that. I can just straight up agree because based on performance itself, it's pretty obvious. Todak has a lot of catching up to do. They're being put heavily under scrutiny here. But the Homebois are definitely not escaping that fate themselves. We got Chibi, Zorn, Ryzel, Warlord, and Sabai.
You know, Zorn and Ryzel has been doing really well as a combination together ever since they kind of joined together. And it's weird because usually we kind of see Zorn, you know, like traditional mid laners kind of doing the combo with roamers and mage. But in Homebois, Zorn tends to make sure that Ryzel gets his conditions to actually win his matchups. And now, considering that he is going to be facing off against one of the top roamers in Malaysia, which is Yums, we might be seeing a contest for Cho right now.
I mean, I don't know. It's very hard to say that Yums is even top 3 for now when it comes to roamers. It's really not looking good. But here's the thing about Homebois. They've been practicing a new rotation for 2 weeks. And they've unleashed it against Selangor Red Giants, where you will see a different rotation coming in from the mid as well as the EXP, making sure that during the first turtle, there will be 4 people that is level 4, where even Chiku guys, he's been analyzing other teams on his live stream, and he's like, he doesn't understand how certain teams can get level 4 before even they can. So definitely a better rotation coming in from Homebois. And even during the video just now, they were just like, yo, Chibi, stop using Martis and Fredrin. Well, Chibi has shown that he can use those assassins. And I feel like that's going to be much more dangerous for Todak if they're going for a protect the king, president, queen kind of composition where Chibi just ignores everyone and goes straight to Chiku.
Yeah, every decision you make will have its associated risks here. If they go for an assassin, then it means Chiku is more vulnerable, but it also means that Chibi himself is more vulnerable. Though he definitely showed us that he still has those assassin micro mechanics that he debuted into MPL with in their matchup we saw previously against the Red Giants. Like you mentioned, previously on the Fredrin and Martis, his performance didn't quite match up to par with someone we're expecting of his stature, but hopefully we'll get to see that return to form now.
That's the thing, right? It might be illusion. Because if you think about it here, Chibi has been playing only those roles. But once upon a time, he was an amazing assassin. But before we get into the junglers here, let's talk about the head-to-head between both Chiku guys and Ryzel. Ryzel's integration coming from Homebois has been really good here. And like you said, Lafel, Chiku guys has been a little bit on the down low side. What are your thoughts on this?
Looking at the KDA is a very big difference, 5.1 and 3.2, even though you see the kill participation going over for Chiku guys, but this does show that Ryzel kind of doesn't really prioritize joining in fights where he is not needed there. He will find a farm, and there are even times where he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna split, and then you guys just handle things by yourself. But that's the old Homebois. I don't see that much anymore. Nowadays, it really does seem like, all right, Ryzel, we're gonna give you space to farm. But when it comes to fighting, you don't have to be all by yourself in the side lanes. You can come and join us.
For having a solid team fight, having that strong synergy has really shown up to be a major factor in determining victories in the recent weeks of MPL MY. So these two teams with a long and storied history will have a lot to prove once we enter the land of Dawn. And as we enter the draft phase for game number 1, we can see that Marksman going to be the priority bans right off the bat.
Oh, this is interesting because considering the fact that I was expecting that they will go for the traditional meta bans, but knowing Todak, they don't really care about the meta, right? This has been a recurring trend of how confident they are in facing the quote-unquote S-tier pocket meta heroes. But in this case, I kind of want to see how Todak kind of drops this because of the fact that Chiku guys has been known to be very engaging in terms of kill participation. They love playing around Chiku's lane to kind of, for early aggression, to kind of accelerate the farm for the marksman, whereas Homebois, they kind of want to divert the attention from the gold laners.
Honestly, looking at the bans here, it does show that they're very respecting each other because against Selangor Red Giant, Homebois have been picking up Bruno every single game. Basically first or second pick, instant pick. So they understand it's like, okay, Bruno is one of your stronger picks. We're going to make sure that it's not going to be there anymore. And the 1-1 is a very highly respect pick for Chiku guys, which I kind of feel like it's almost not needed because even in games that you should not pick up the 1-1, Chiku guys will pick it up. it hasn't been successful, but looks like Homebois, they still want to respect it.
Yeah, it's quite inconsistent considering how vulnerable the hero is overall, but in the hands of Chiku, guys, seems like Homeboys think that it's deserving of respect. I think they do seem to be homing down on a bit of mobility here, because they do also ban out the Joy, so perhaps they want to be in control of movements across the map. Those early game rotations tend to be really strong points for the Homeboys, and so they want to really lock that in.
And now, from the side of Todak here, I feel like they're still in a situation that they want to try and prioritize Zyme Senpai's hero pools a little bit more here. And so far, based on his track record before he was playing as a roamer for SFG, he has been known for his far-side plays. And recently, his debut with Gord has been very, very good. So I feel like Todak might still rely on a situation and a playstyle where they play around Zyme Senpai being that anchor sentry mage, which is heroes like Farsa, heroes like Gord, where you kind of play defensively in that regard. So maybe they're looking at that eye angle coming from Todak.
It's possible here, considering that Zion Senpai does have this style as a player, where he just really pulls everything together. Definitely someone you can play around, and I do like what he brought to the field when he was playing on heroes like the Gord with Todak previously, but I do still need to see a bit more impact. I have a bit of a bias for this man. Zion Senpai has always been one of my favorites, so I want to see more of those pocket picks come out, ideally. And we're gonna start seeing some picks come out with the Claude actually getting let through the bans.
Okay, honestly, right now, Claude is a very good steal as well from Chiku, guys. But I kind of feel like in this kind of scenario, either he will default towards a carry or an Irritel. But also another member that we have to talk about is Sapat, because even in the previous game against Red Giants, a lot of talks have been going towards Sapat, how he really improved. He basically, like, he can 1v4, or with the help of Zorn, he can 2v5, making it so that everyone is zoned out so far away. There's so much space for Ryzel as well as Chibi to kind of do whatever they want. So I kind of feel like in the EXP matchup, it's going to be very interesting as well, knowing that Momo is performing out of his mind this season.
I agree, and at the same time as well, Paquito going to be... I was about to bring out Paquito as well, because this is something that Sapat is very, very comfortable at. And Todak, they won't take this into consideration and kind of deny it from Sapat, but it also forced the condition where Todak, they can actually flex this Paquito in the jungle. From time to time, they do bring it up as well.
Yep.
But I'm very surprised that Xbox is not going to be the priority here just because it's this matchup in particular against Sapat.
What about the Angela as well? The hero has not been banned out first phase, and it was... I actually thought that Todak might want to go for like maybe Angela Irritel here. It's still open, but now that they've picked the Paquito Valentina, it'll become a lot harder to combo those together with the rest of the draft. It's open for the Homeboys. It could be pretty good with the Claw to let him go in pretty safely, go pretty aggressive, and protect him early on if there does come a lot of pressure from Todak's side. But we'll see whether or not they go for that. Warlord definitely prefers the more aggressive heroes. And well, there's the Gord we were talking about.
Honestly, this week, Angela has not been getting a lot of love. We saw NC just now picking it up very, very early on, but it's very weird. Somehow this week, people kind of like stopped caring about Angela.
Despite all the love waves, right?
Yeah.
You would think that they'd put a bit more priority there, but pretty strong start. We have the Terizla, very reliable. The Gord so far, I'd like to say still 100% win rate, but no. He's picked up a couple of losses since, and it is going to be the Irritel for Chiku.
Well, like you said as well, Lafel, you called it out. Chiku going to be defaulting on his Irritel. Obviously, in the pro emblems, if you play the hero Irritel in your normal games, you are going to see Chiku's build in game itself. However, I'm surprised. This is my first time seeing Warlord playing Gord. I don't know how well he's going to be able to pull this off, but
honestly,
so
it's
far,
fine.
he has delivered on all his mages in terms of consistency coming from Homeboys. But what really surprises me is that Xbox just completely being ignored from both sides.
I would say picking up Xborg here is kind of risky for both teams, because the thing about Xborg is that if you're kind of alone at the front and you're taking burst damage, you're going to get taken down. So honestly, in this kind of lineup, Todak could pick it up. Homeboys, it was good that they didn't pick it up.
Technically, from Homeboys, I don't think it's going to be good, but knowing Todak, Rival kind of likes picking it here. Like, they did show the Xbox jungle for himself.
He definitely likes picking it, but that's specifically when the opponent has a tankier jungler, right? If TB were to go, say, the Fredrin or Martis here, then Rival will definitely lock in the Xborg. But that leaves the jungle pick very up in the air, which
against
I feel
Lancelot,
like is going to be risky, especially since they're already banning the Hellcurt and the Hanzo, so a good amount of respect is being shown there, as well as Zorn's Cho going to be removed from the pool. So these teams definitely know one another very well. They are aware that this is a very risky situation and whatever they draft is going to play a huge role because they're pretty evenly matched.
To be honest, seeing that Zorn's heroes are getting targeted here, it feels like Todak want to force him to play on the Kufra. And if you think about Homebois' perspective, drafting a Kufra for Homebois isn't too bad to deal with Todak because you've got Valentina, a lot of dodges. Paquito in particular, if you get dived on, you can't exactly do too much. So I guess Todak doesn't mind him going for the Kufra. Perhaps in that direction.
I feel like either the Kufra or the Grok because Grok has been doing quite well for Zorn as well. The Angela has been banned out here, so I guess it's kind of good. Yeah,
because they did pick up the Irritel. You just got to get rid of it in the end.
Yeah.
It's too dangerous otherwise to let through. So now Todak will have that choice. I do still feel like this is going to be an EXP Paquito just because Momo loves this hero to death. And it's a pretty good matchup into the Terizla in the hands of a skilled player. So right now, I imagine there will be some priority towards...
They need somewhere to dive in the backline.
Do they want to pick jungle at this point?
You know, okay, that's the thing about Todak, right? They have the option to be a little bit flexible with this Paquito because if Homebois decides to go for Fredrin or Martis, fine, you know, Paquito can go for the XP lane. But if they decide to go for Assassins, Paquito is amazing against Assassin junglers. So I guess they're just keeping their options open and just, they are going to draft their roamer right now for Todak and then just keep up for the XP here. No, actually no, they double down on that.
Because they need someone to answer the Gord. Because again, if the Gord has free space, which Warlord has had a lot of games, even losing, didn't die once.
Yep.
So they need someone to answer Warlord on this Gord. And I've seen him on his Gord before and it's kind of unfair. He gets a lot of those stuns off.
Yeah, it's really amazing the fact that Warlord is always able to find those strong positionings in the back line, and it's really difficult to jump on top of him, so Todak needs a hero that is able to encompass those necessities right now. And while, yes, it means that they have to show their jungler first to the Homebois, I think when you're playing against Zorn, it's more important to have a favorable roam matchup compared to the jungle matchup.
Okay, now it makes a little bit more sense here. Oh, okay, looks like they're going to go for Fredrin, but I feel like from Todak's side, they might be a little bit afraid in case Homebois decides to bring the Fanny, which is completely ignored in the drafts here. So I guess that's why they went for the safer option of drafting the jungler here in case they decide to go for the route. However, Zorn going to be stick to playing the Kufra, which in this case works really well against Todak's draft if you think about it. He has so many answers here. Lancelot easily handleable by Zorn. Valentina and Paquito as well.
Pretty solid. Lots of dashes that Zorn can be able to negate here. I will have to note, compared to some of his other tanks, I feel like Zorn's Kufra performance can be a little bit inconsistent sometimes. So that is what I worry about for the Homebois. As for Todak, they're going to lock in the Grok, so going for the safe choice. No surprise picks here, despite these two teams having pretty deep pockets. A lot of respect happening on that stage. They know that this first game victory will grant them momentum they need for the series.
Honestly, I just got to say, somehow teams that I think will win will lose. And then people say we have a bias towards Todak, so I think Todak has got this game. Todak's gonna win.
I feel like
Todak's gonna be 2-0.
I want to back Ashida, but I like Homebois draft this game.
Oh, interesting. I always have a difficult part because I'm not a fan of how Todak plays, but I like Zion Sempor. How do I support? Either way, I'm still gonna throw my bets behind Todak, I think, because I do feel like their team balance is there, and I'm just excited to see how they'll perform considering the rivalries that are at stake.
Well, without further ado, the draft is on its way. The game of the regular season, the game to watch. The two biggest teams, the biggest rival in MPL Malaysia, going head to head. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. This is game one for Homebois versus Todak.
For now, we got to look at the early rotations. Yumes is already here. We can see he's with Chibi, so they're trying to slow down the rotation here in the EXP lane. It is going to be Warlord as well as Sapat absorbing it. Chibi kind of doesn't care that Yumes is here. He's just attacking the buff, imagining, there's no Grok here.
Yeah, so this is a bit risky because it means that Yumes is not going to hit his level 4 compared to what the Homebois are bringing to the table here. We imagine they're going to be able to hit that timing around the first turtle. Like we mentioned, Chibi secures his buff quite easily, though he was still forced to use the retreat.
Well, we do see a little bit of aggression coming from Todak as well. Rival and Zaim Senpai, they're just invading the space that Homebois' jungle is going to be contested here. I'm surprised they're not getting punished for this, but at the same time, Yumes, he's just getting so much valuable information. You can see Zorn trying his best to stop Yumes, and it's like, yeah, what can you do? But at the same time, look at this, Chibi, he doesn't have the retribution. He's a little bit hesitating right now, but Yumes, he's making so much space for Todak.
Yeah, Chibi should be fine here. Very easily secured right there. In terms of the emblems, we do see a pretty safe option from the Homebois. 3 Quantum Charges, 3 Tenacity. They definitely want to delay the game. They're not going to go overly aggressive because they know Ryzel needs some time to farm. Warlord will scale up once you hit that mid-game timing, whereas Todak wants to snowball off of early, and therefore they're not going to give them that free space.
Right now, it does look like Todak is kind of trying to punish Homebois for their very complicated way of playing, because something that Homebois has been trying to do, which is very difficult, let me just say, is that trying to make sure that Warlord is the one that secures the Little Wanderer, making sure that he has more movement as well as the EXP when the Lord comes up. That is very, very tricky. So Yumes just be like, yeah, I'm just going to be here. Even if I don't steal, it's okay. I just need to slow you down. So they're trying to punish that a little bit.
Yep, at the same time now, Zaim Senpai, he's level 4. He actually stolen away the penalty zone, and at the same time, Homebois did not level 4 yet, and somehow Todak, they're winning on every single minor details, and now with Chibi trying for the plays as well. Zorn goes over the backline, well, Mystic Clash comes in, Momo, he escapes narrowly, but at the same time, he's got the sustained Zorn, can't finish ball, and Zaim Senpai gets the kill on Chibi, and Todak secures the turtle, and they're looking for more. That's going to be double kill for Zaim Senpai as Todak continues the aggression into the purple ball.
Beautifully done right there, especially props to Momo, being able to save his flicker until the very last second to escape after the penalty zone was already used, getting a little bit of regen off of his abilities, meaning that Homebois would overextend to chase him down and try and get the kill, leaving Chibi behind, securing easy first turtle.
Yep, Zorn getting the cancel onto Yumes' recall, but at the same time, I'm surprised Todak is, you know, having such an early XP lead.
I would say it's very good managing from Todak, understanding what Chibi was trying to do. He was trying to collect as low HP as he can for that maximum damage of the Appraiser's Wrath, but the fact that they're like, yeah, we know what you're going for. We're going to kill you very, very fast. We're going to make sure that it doesn't come off. And I kind of feel like he wasn't able to get those charges in early, making it so that he didn't have the tankiness to really survive that engage. So now Todak, this is very nice to see if you're a Todak fan. We haven't seen Todak getting a very good lead in the past few matches.
Oh, that thought for now. Top side, they found Momo. Homebois finding a little bit of space to catch Todak off guard while they were in middle.
Finally being able to get the kill that they missed out on around the turtle pit, though, might be a little bit too late. We can see that despite the death, Momo is still ahead in terms of EXP compared to Sabat. So that EXP lane matchup, which definitely has been getting a lot of attention recently in MPL, is already leaning towards Todak's side, which they want. They have the better early mid-game lineup, and the AI winning prediction definitely reflecting that.
And right now, I would say Rival is using Lancelot very, very well, because this is the strength of a Lancelot in this patch. Because looking at the levels, it's very, very different.
Yep, at the same time here, they do try to take a jab onto Sabat here. They've got the damage, but at the same time, that's the beauty of the Rizla. The lower your health, the tankier you get. However, with that trade-off here, Todak, they're opening things up for the Turtle. Chibi trying to get a little bit more contest here. They go in for the taunt with Yumes. Aggression on the Turtle good is going to be on Todak's side here, as Momo also going to be zoning off Zorn as much as they can. Sabat a little bit too low to jeopardize here, but they are buying a lot of space here. Turtle down to 10%. Chibi looks for a steal. He doesn't get it. Rival secures it, and now Homebois, they have to respect this and back off.
Okay, much more disciplined movement this time. Homebois not going too far to try and chase someone down for the kill. Lito still going to go into Todak's side as they secure the second turtle as well. Leading to a 2k net worth lead. Definitely not ideal for the Homebois, but as long as they don't fall like 3k or more behind, they still do have the scaling in order. And if they're able to get some pickoffs in the next couple of minutes, this game is still very much in their pocket.
Oh, that thought for now. They're looking for the punish. Great catch coming from Zorn, but there's no follow-up. Yumes stops the back lines, but he gets the wall charge out of there. Zorn is there to help him out, but Yumes, he flickers out of there in the faces of Homebois as if it was nothing.
You saw that stuff?
That feels bad.
That feels horrible. That feels... That's a big oof.
Yeah, that's the dictionary definition of why you don't auto-aim.
Oh yeah, definitely. In case you guys missed that, I'm pretty sure the Clippers, they'll make sure that you guys will see it eventually. But here's the thing, Homebois right now, as well as Todak, interesting enough, a lot of fights have been going on, but the goal lane has been relatively quiet. Now, Todak, they're actually going for this purple buff, making sure that GB doesn't secure it.
Yep, it is going to be a tough one here. Purple buff, not going to be secured from GB. They are going to try and take a jab on Yumes here. Mystic Gush has been expended by Yumes. Is he going to fall? No, it took a long time here, but he will eventually be punished for this aggression.
Really nicely done there. I think Yumes being able to survive that long is major props. Being able to... Oh, hold on.
Oh, Zorn getting a little bit angsty here, but he is going to be able to get out to safety. Rizzo is there to scare him off. Doesn't have the blazing duet though. However, Todak, they're still going to split off the rotation. This time, they're going to back out.
Yep, good movements here. Todak now realizing that Homebois are going to start reaching the point where some of the cores will have 1 or 2 items completed, and that does become fairly scary in terms of damage, in terms of durability. So they need to slow down the engage a bit, start putting a bit more focus towards that gold lane side, because Rizal is getting a lot of free space, though Chiku has been doing a great job still having the EXP lead on this Irritel. Once we hit around the 8 or 9 minute mark, Todak will become very scary.
Todak easily secured coming in the turtle, but at the same time, Yumes is going to get caught out, and it's going to be one death from the side of Todak. Todak will just gladly sacrifice Yumes for that trade-off.
Honestly, right now, looking at how the team is moving, Homebois is trying very hard to slow down the game, making sure that they don't lose every single thing, right? Because they want to make sure that Rizal has enough space that he feels safe to farm all by himself. But Chiku guys has been farming relatively free. So when it comes to the team fights, it really does feel like it's going to be the battle of the marksmen here. Who will have the better setup? And I kind of feel like, looking at how Todak is playing right now, it should be them.
Yep, at the same time here, Rizal is looking for the plays. He's got the penalties on the kind of stop him in the track. Zyme Senpoi stops up Zorn in the tracks here. Chiku guys won't be able to get out safely. They bait out the Mystic Gush, but aside from that, nothing much major. At the same time, Rival wins off his trade in the purple buff again, denying GB that purple buff. And as of now, he's 3 levels ahead of GB.
Excellent macro play being showed by Todak right now. This definitely seems to be a return to form here. Fully understanding how the Homebois want to rotate and who they want to scale up. Purposely allowing for Rizal to free farm because Chiku guys is getting that same privilege. And because of the amount of pressure they're putting across the map, the fact that Chiku guys is perfectly matching Rizal.
Oh my goodness, Yumes, he's gonna try and make an attempt as well. Blazing duet, force out from Rizal. He won't be able to bait it out to safety. Meanwhile, Warlord from the side, they try to take down Chiku, and they do get him. They punish Todak's aggression, and now Homebois, they're gonna look for more. Yumes, he is gonna get able to get out. However, from the side, here's Subbat in position, but Todak, they are not ready to fight at all, and Homebois, are they gonna go for more? Homo coming from the flanks as well. Subbat, he might actually fall, and actually he does as well. Stolen Mystic Gun is gonna be good to take him out, as Homebois was not expecting that flank at all.
Yeah, GB actually looks like he was waiting for something to happen before he tries to taunt everyone. But I kind of feel like at that moment, they're just like, okay, let's just cut our losses. If Subbat dies, let him die, you know? Don't let GB die as well because the Lord is up. And now we can see that Homebois, they're trying to split a little bit their focus here. GB tries to slow down the Lord, but I kind of feel like in this kind of situation, it's kind of done and dusted. You can't really do anything about this. And it looks like Todak was able to protect their top lane as well.
Agreed. But at the same time, they force out the Mystic Gush as well. Momo looking for a side flank, however, not connecting here as Homebois is just playing extremely defensive in this situation right now.
I do kind of wonder whether or not Warlord is uncomfortable or he may have been just a little bit too itchy here with his Mystic Gush.
Here's the thing. This is a thing at the Maladas. I cannot say nice things.
Okay.
The moment I say nice things about someone, something happens. I say like, oh yeah, he's good. Look at what happened. And I was like, yeah, Yume's probably not even the top 3. Oh, well, okay, fine. He's performing well.
The Falafel curse does continue. No matter where you are here, even if we import you from the Malay desk, seems like still have the similar issues. But what is the issue now for the Homebois is that Todak is just straight up out macroing them. The momentum very strong on their side. We do see Chiku guys go for a 3rd item, Wind of Nature here. So respecting that the Homebois will start... Rival.
Oh my goodness, Rival was just caught off guard here. Very, very interesting catch. Wasn't caught on camera. However, with the Lord knocking in here, Todak, they have to do this 4v5. Homebois, they've got the number, they've got the damage, but at the same time, they caught Chiku guys. He needs to get out. Fortunately for him, he has the Purify. He was able to escape that. So that's going to be a good defense coming from Homebois, and Todak has no choice but to respect it and back off.
And
Very
honestly,
nice.
the defense coming in from Homebois should be pretty okay because Gord as well as Claude should be able to play the minions relatively fast.
Yeah, that should be the point of contention now for Todak. Homeboys will be able to delay the game as long as...
Oh my goodness, Zorn, he tried to go for the flicker bait. Now you, with the wall charge, they are going to go in for all out brawl. Chiku guys getting focused down here.
There we
Chain
go.
stun, chain taunt, Warlord, Mystic Guard takes him out. But at the same time, Warlord, he's doing so much time and space here. Todak, they're all clumped up as fine. It is a big setup for Rizzo to clean them all out. The Blazing Duet comes in, and Todak, they're scrambling. They lose Momo at the sides, and Rival has no choice but to back out as Homebois now takes a tier 1, and now Todak, they are going to be on the defense this time. And this time, Chibi, he is going to steal his purple buff away.
Homeboys honestly have this way of manipulating the tempo of the game, making Todak think that they're comfortable, that they can extend out, that they can force Homeboys back. And on paper, it seems like Homeboys should play defensively here. Go for the high ground defense because, like you said, LaFell, their high ground defense is strong. There's no reason for them to push out and sacrifice members, but they still do. Chiku guys gets caught out, and once that happens, there's not enough damage left to take out Sabat and Chibi, and that creates so much space for the Blazing Duet, and Warlord finally gets to show his stuff.
Well, Sun Tzu did once say, don't let them know your next move.
That's
true. That's what Homeboys did, and I kind of feel like it's crazy when you saw, it's like what, 3 attempts, all of them whiffed, and somehow Homeboy still got a good setup.
It's crazy.
Right? Everyone's like, okay, Sapat didn't get it, GB didn't get it, Zorn didn't get it, but they still did well.
Yeah, they lose the battle, but they win the war here. Although their micro mechanics aren't the cleanest, being able to come out on top there is huge. They've instantly evened out the net worth difference. Now there is no difference. And when you have a Claude on your side, that's exactly what you want to see. The Homeboys have regained a favorable position for themselves. And Chiku guys on this Irritel, this seems to happen quite often on this hero. He just seems to get caught out, standing way too far in front.
Now, meanwhile, the Lord is going to be the Lord Dance coming in from Todak here. Cheapy getting a little bit of aggression here. Chiku still a little bit far off alongside with Momo all the way to the top side here. Todak might be able to lose this trade here. Zorn makes an attempt with a stun. Going towards a 10% mark here. Todak, they're still holding out with Zyme Senpai. Momo reaches the middle control, but they try to go in for the reset here. Momo might be caught out by Zorn. They go in for the focus fire. They force out the flicker in, but the Lord will be resetted for now. And Todak might be in a little bit of trouble. Zorn connecting the shot on Yomes, but it's not the right target to go for. And Homeboys, once again, it is still going to be the Lord Dance once again. But it is flank. Todak wrapping around here. Homeboys very close to a 10% here.
Can they
try their
find
best?
it though?
They have to go for it. Zorn, he stops Momo in his track, but at the same time, they are going to go for the dive. A big Lord Storm comes in. It's going to be all out brawls here. Blazing Duet has been expended, but Rival steals it right under the noses of Homeboys. But now, Todak, they have to get out. Homeboys, they're looking for consolation prizes, and Momo, he's so tanky. He's not
he's
dead
alive.
yet, and he manages to get out, and Homeboys, they get nothing at all.
That was impressively done, actually. While at first Homeboys looking for the aggression, Todak did as good as they possibly could have to negate, to make sure that the Homeboys don't catch anyone out. And then when things got desperate, Todak instantly splits up the map. I really like the penalty zone onto Warlord into the backline, stolen by Zyme Senpai. The entire formation for...
Oh no, oh my god, Chiku! Almost losing his life here.
Okay, here's the thing.
Boy.
Both junglers know each other's strengths. Both gold laners know each other's strengths, because even during that Lord Dance, I can see in their eyes, they're like, okay, Lancelot is gonna win this, 100%. So Homeboys, they try to bait out a fight, but Todak didn't take the bait. They're just like, yeah, we know we're gonna win this Lord, so we're just gonna take the Lord.
A lot of confidence there. These are teams that have a lot of MPL experience under their belt. Todak being on the international stage for every tournament representing the country. Now being able to show their fangs here, even though throughout this season things have been looking a little bit shaky for them. Perhaps it was the necessity to go up against an opponent that really deserved their fervor. Looking at the itemization, things are coming to a head. We do see that Rizal has completed his build, gotten all his items, Wind of Nature, Malefic Roar. Chiku guys still one item off, but that's more than enough for the Irritel. And considering he does have a net worth lead as well, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, because he's been selling his items and exchanging it for something else for now. I kind of feel like when it comes to the items, both gold laners should be able to do well. Because as we saw right now, it is all about how they're positioning themselves. Because you guys has been getting caught quite a little bit. If he didn't have the Wind of Nature, he would have probably died going up against Rizal. So Homebois, they want to fight. Todak, they kind of just want to get this objective. Because the thing about a Lancelot is you have very high base damage in comparison to the Fredrin here, especially above 50 minutes.
Yeah, and considering that he is going for the semi-tank build as well, he does have the safety of being able to dive in as compared to like the full damage Lancelot we saw earlier in hands of Team Lunatics. So that provides a bit more balance here, which is important since Todak knows that they need this mobility to be able to start as well as disengage from fights on their own terms. Homeboys cannot be given momentum if they want to make their lineup work.
Oh, looks like Todak, they're making an attempt to conceal plays apart with the penalty zone. They're looking to punish Humes here. Counterplay coming from Zion Sempoy. Mystic Gush coming from Warlord here to try and fight the back lines. Rival, he's going to get isolated. He makes the attempt to the back lines and he's going to fall. But Rizal, after taking him out, he re-engages with the rest of his team. He picks apart another member coming from Todak. And just like that, they lose Momo in the process. Homeboys, they win on two fronts. And now Todak, they have no choice but to run away. However, Chiku is still alive here. This Irritel still has those Purify. It's going to be a 2v5.
Oh.
They've got to buy time. Chiku, guys, he's going to be able to escape this. Zorn makes an attempt here, but the Mystic Gush comes in. Zion Sempoy is there to buy time, but Todak won't be able to scare him off, and that's going to be Homeboy saying that we do not have enough health. Let's back off. Let's respect Chiku.
So you know how right before that fight I said that Todak needs to take fights on their own terms, and if Homeboys gets momentum, their lineup doesn't work? Well, they did not manage to start the fight they wanted, and Homeboys engaged, and then Todak just fell apart. They lose an inhibitor off of that.
But you can see how Homeboys, they kind of baited a lot of things, making it like, oh, I'm a Gord, I can't survive this, and Lancelot's coming after me. Oh no, everyone immediately disengages and went straight on to Rival. And the thing is, we talked about this before the game starts, the change of Rizal in the first 2 weeks of MPL, and now he's just like, yeah, now I'm not going to be focusing on the side lanes. Now I'm actually going to join you guys in the fight, and we saw how impactful he is. 3-0 and 2 compared to Chiku guys 0-2 and 0.
Does make a difference.
Yep. At the same time, with the Lord knocking into the bases of Todak now. Todak, they have to do all they can to defend against this year. Humes with the block, trying the back-to-back line, but Homeboys, they're taking the safe approach right now. They're going to take an inhibitors outside. No major movements yet. But once again, Homeboys, they've got 3 immortalities available for Todak. They have to be very careful with their next moves. Concealed, coming from Humes, looking for the flicker play potentially.
They still want this inhib.
Yep, it seems like it's going to be a difficult one here. Inhibitor will fall once again. They are going to be stripped of defense coming from Todak, and they have not made a move yet. Homeboys, they will take it slow, and it looks like they will back off instead.
I like this discipline from the Homeboys here. They've really cleaned up their gameplay here in Season 12 of MPL MY, not allowing Todak the chance to try and make a comeback by forcing the end game. They already got all the inhibitors. That's more than good enough for them, especially against a lineup like Todak, which doesn't have all that much macro presence unless Momo is forced onto the opposite side of the map, and that's where Homeboys wants to strike. As long as they can manipulate the Land of Dawn into more favorable conditions, they'll be totally fine. The Lord, unfortunately, still gonna take a while though, so we'll see whether or not the Homeboys does get antsy in the meantime.
Right now, I'm sorry to remind the Flame Boys, but this situation happened before against Red Giants where Homeboys is inside the base of the opponents, but because of a Lancelot, they just couldn't end the game. And then eventually, it was a comeback situation. Let's hope it's not the same thing if you're a Homeboys fan.
Exactly, Zorn now trying to make an attempt as well. They're trying to bait reactions coming from Todak, but surprised enough, they are playing this very, very passively. And again, Homeboys, they're starving Todak of resources once again. They're just potentially just waiting on the next Lord, I guess.
I think ideally if they could, they try to set up on a bit of a slow push, but they also know that Todak needs to be kept inside the base. If they give them the freedom to start roaming out, you see them starting to set up ambushes like this one.
Oh, looks like it's gonna have then. Okay, Zorn a little bit too far off in terms of mark here, but I do see immortalities coming up from Humes and Rival, so I guess that's the angle that Todak is looking for.
Honestly, right now, you just have to try to figure out how can you set up a good team fight for Chiku. He has a lot of damage, don't get me wrong, but damage kind of doesn't matter if you don't stay alive long enough. So I kind of feel like Todak, they're trying to figure it out, because look at this, Yume's using the conceal, but Homebois, they're not in a position where they're gonna get caught.
Yeah, it's very difficult now for Todak because they don't have all that much utility or bulkiness to prolong a fight against the Homebois, to force them out to use all of their ultimates, to use their resources. Because as long as those resources are still around, there's no way Chiku guys can get an easy in and out. He has the Purify, no sprint, means his movement gonna be limited. Oh,
Yumes, he's gonna make an attempt as well. He might actually die to this wall. They force out the blazing duet coming from Rizzo. He chips away and uses Immortality. He's gonna be the first to fall, but at the same time,
Chiku
while
guys,
this is actually happening as well, Chiku guys,
Chiku.
he's cutting the back lines. He's taking the inhibitor. They got Rizzo as well from Zion's standpoint. What happened? But now, at the same time, Homebois, they finally realize what Chiku is doing. They are gonna focus on him. Meanwhile, Subban trying to stop the rest of Todak. Momo also getting caught off. Todak tried to go for a cheeky play that round, but they lose 3 players at the expense of taking down Rizzo and an inhibitor.
ooh, those are desperation plays on Todak there. You only see them do this when they're at their most dire of situations, and I think this definitely qualifies. They get the inhib, but I'm not sure it's really worth it just for the trade onto Rizzo. He'll be back in no time in order to join the next fight, and Homebois will be able to secure a very important Lord. Considering now that Todak's base is naked, this is a very good chance for Homebois to potentially end things.
I mean, like you said, that was desperation at its finest. I kind of feel like even Chiku guys is like, there's no way I can join this fight, man.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing about a Gord is you kind of control the team fight. Because even if Chiku guys is in a good position, quote unquote, the Mystic Gush is long enough to make sure that you're still in damage range. So I kind of feel like he feels desperate. And the thing is, if Todak was able to hold Homebois long enough, maybe something could have happened. But the thing is, Homebois was actively kiting. So they're already halfway to deal with Chiku, even though they might not even realize that what Chiku was doing.
They just don't have enough resources to extend the fight long enough, and Homebois knows this. They want to finish the game.
Now with the Lord pushing in as well, Todak, they need to find a way to go all out. Yumes trying to stall with the Guardian's Barrier here as much as best. They're trying to clear out the minions as much as they can, but Chibi, they found Yumes. Meanwhile, Zion Sandboy looking to cut the back lines, but it doesn't matter. It's over. The Lord at your base. Rizzo taking the crystal, and Homebois denies Todak that victory, and they will secure game 1.
Beautifully done right there. This is Homebois at its peak. Really good macro rotations, perfect understanding of when their power spikes are, as well as the habits of their opponents up on stage, and then manipulating those habits to make sure that the fights go in their favor, that they are in full control every single time of every angle that they could possibly engage from, forcing Todak into such a desperate condition as well. They're looking strong.
The question was, is the Todak era over? Homebois is trying their best to answer that question with a resounding yes. Because looking at the situation now, when it comes to the gameplay, Homebois, even though in the early stages of the game, it kind of looks like, oh, we're losing, but honestly, it just looks like they're outclassing Todak.
Even though you're losing in the early game, as long as you got that Claude on your lineup, it is always within expected parameters there, and I love that. Homebois knows they're gonna try and play aggro on us. Let's take it slow, let's make sure we understand what they're trying to do, and then once they got that, they just grabbed it with an iron grip, never let it go.
It's crazy considering how disciplined Homebois is playing here. You talked about the art of war from Shunzu.
Yep.
I felt like in a game like Mobile Legends, strategy comes first. But that formation coming from Homebois was so difficult for Todak to actually break through. And even Todak, they are known for their chaotic playstyle. They tried to break their formation by having Chiku flank the back lines. But guess what? Homebois' trust on each other as a teammate was so on point that even in chaos, they would triumph. It's crazy.
Homebois have been actively practicing this for 2 weeks. They're making sure that no matter what the draft is going to look like, it's going to be looking good.
And looking good is exactly what we saw in the Land of Dawn for game number 1 there. I am very excited to see who's going to be our MVP this game. Everyone on Homeboi's side did a very good job, performed their responsibilities perfectly. But the MVP going to be going over to Zorn, the roamer for the Homebois.
Well, I would almost say it is Roamer did, because here's the thing that Zorn did is not super flashy, because there are moments where Rizal was targeted, but Zorn was directly in front of him with the bouncing ball, be like, I know you want to go after the Claw, but good luck, man. I'm here.
It's a lot of preventative measures here, because
And
I
he
think
didn't die!
a lot of people would be surprised to see this, because Zorn did whiff a lot of Tyrant's Revenges this game. But what was happening was, like you described, Lafel, it's more of a defensive measure, making sure that Todak cannot engage onto the backline as easily as they would like, Rizal specifically, because they're not really the ones looking to start the fight. They want to wait until Todak uses their resources first.
I agree. You know, I was a little bit surprised with this. I was expecting debating between either Zorn or Rizal, but at the same time, this Kufra pick just completely denies Todak any opportunity because of how mobile their drafts is, and one bouncing ball from Zorn just completely stops them on all engagement.
It was quite an impressive performance here, because like you mentioned, Terran, chaos is Todak's playground. You expect that when the fight is split up like this and everything's erratic, they should be the ones in control, and yet it seemed like they were the ones being put on the back foot. That's pretty confusing, but the Homebois have to be feeling pretty good about that one. So let's see what they were saying about it in-game as we go over to their mic check.
Itu. Nak menang je lah.
Nak menang je.
Aku nak menang.
11 minit lagi.
Kau kena respect sikit. Aku dah semalam sikit. Sebab aku pernah kopi kau tu. Kalau aku tak pernah kopi, kau tak boleh macam tu.
Dah lah, janganlah cakap cerita itu.
Tapi emang tak handsome sih.
Kenapa belum kau beli kongsi pakai Ida? Sila jawab sekarang.
Jawab sekarang, Syam.
Sebab aku nak flank.
Salah.
Bukan.
Sebab dia nak jadi Nata. Kau kentut Syam. Kau.
Sepas.
Aku ke mana bang?
Tanya lagi.
Kau pergi jalan-jalan main skateboard kan?
Ni. Back up.
Aku dapat bagi tahu.
Nice. Bagi tahu. Jalan. Nice.
Okey, masuk.
Boleh. Aku nak.
Nice.
A beautiful performance from the Homebois there, and they were definitely very excited during that match to the point where the words were even slurring there, but the communication still on point. I do feel like now that we are in the end game, looking at the end screen, the draft from Todak definitely did end up limiting them just a little bit, because that late game scaling as well as the overall bulkiness of the lineup was not enough to force Homebois into uncomfortable situations.
Okay, so looking at the itemization, we got to talk about Chibi as well as Warlord, because items that we don't usually see, but the Queen's Wings really help out Chibi, making sure that at a certain health threshold, he will have enough defenses to make sure that he can get those appraisals wrapped off. And the thing is, Warlord, as a non-mobile mage, you kind of do need the Blood Wings, because not only do you want the shield, but you want the extra movement speed. And crazily enough, the movement speed provided from the Blood Wings is actually more than the boots themselves. So having both kind of ensures that even if Momo tries to chase after you, even if Lancelot tries to chase after you, even though it's going to be difficult for you to run away, you still have a very good chance. Now we're going to look at their emblem setup, because again, in this game, the items coming in from Chibi and Warlock make sure that they are able to survive for a very long time in this game. And quite interestingly enough here, Gord is actually opting for more cooldown, making sure that he can actually spam those stuns, because we talked about this. A lot of engagements were whiffed, but Warlord was still able to hit those stuns, and I kind of feel like that enables them to be like, okay, we failed the first 3 times, but the 4th time, yeah, now we can go in.
4th time's the charm. After a lot of people are kind of hardwired now in MPL to be prepared for the Kufra engages. Like they know kind of innately where Zorn is gonna come from, but sometimes yeah.
Zorn is the only one that didn't die. What kind of roamer are you?
That's
Everyone
true,
else
actually.
died.
Everyone else was just
No
eating
wonder
it.
he got the MVP.
I would feel like a lot of it did come down to the fact that Todak were just ignoring the Kufra. Because once these resources are used, they're like, okay, we don't have to care about Zorn, focus on the rest first. But because of all the bulkiness, the tree tenacities and everything, they didn't have enough damage, especially since Chiku guys were put so far into the ground.
You know, it's interesting, right? Considering that Zorn, in order for him to escape, he actually had quantum charge on top of that. So, and agility to actually kind of back out the safety. So, I'm surprised with this build, but it kind of worked out for him, I guess.
Oh, dude, seriously, quantum charge is great on anything. I legit use quantum charge no matter what hero I use. But Chiku guys has 0% kill participation. No kills, no assists.
feels bad, especially since Todak's game plan here, like always, is let Chiku do his thing, win the gold lane. Once he scales up, then we start taking big team fights, dive. But by doing that, they were giving Rizal the same amount of space, and it seemed like he was farming quicker.
Legit, at this point, I just want to see Chiku guys using a fighter in the gold lane.
Ooh, I mean, he has done that before.
Yeah.
Those were the good times.
I mean, like, he started off as an EXP leader. So I kind of feel like going back to your roots when, I don't know, man, it does feel like he's not doing that well. Because even looking at damage, the damage is actually quite good. It's just that he's always getting caught. Zion Senpai did the most damage for Todak, 86,000. In fact, overall, he did the most amount of damage, but unfortunately, it's just not enough.
Yeah, Zion Senpai, he's always that linchpin. He's a very reliable player in the end that although isn't going to make the splashiest plays, is always there to back up the squad. The problem is the rest of Todak just weren't quite able to follow up. And while it did look like there wasn't enough damage, Chiku guys actually wasn't all that far off. He did more damage than Warlord in the end, pretty close to Rizal. A lot of the problems came from everyone else. Momo and Rival were not able to find the space, the angles that they usually would be able to. I feel like their movements were a bit too scripted.
Yeah. Yeah, but at the same time here, we are going to take a look into the goal graph on how things went down between both Homebois as well as Todak, because as of yet, as you can see, at the start of the fight here, Todak, they were just controlling the entire early game in terms of objectives, in terms of economy and resources as well. And somehow, by the 12-minute mark, just one wrong team fight, Homebois was able to equalize it there.
I mean, they only equalized it just for a little bit. Todak got the advantage again, but between 17 to 18 minutes. I think this is where the big team fight around the Lord or the river area, that is where a lot of things change. Because I feel like Todak, it's very hard to say, but it felt like a 4v5.
Ooh.
So even if you're controlling the game, you're giving a lot of farm to your gold laner, and your gold laner kind of didn't do anything with it. It's kind of like you're giving something to someone and you're not getting your results back. You're investing in something that is not going to work out.
Yeah, your investment portfolio not working out, losing all of the money you put in. It's quite rough. I mean, we can't really blame Chiku in this situation, even though we definitely expect a bit more from him.
Blame Warlord.
Yeah, Warlord
is
so good. Like, I was expecting Warlord to be the clutch meister there, because multiple times here, you know, he was able to set it up for the team, surviving at the last tick, and because of that, forcing Todak to be in those kind of awkward situations here. So I can see where you're coming from in that perspective, but in case you guys at home has pretty much missed out on the action here, these are the highlights on how Homebois and Todak went by in the early stages of the game throughout the entire game.
Todak had full control early on, putting a lot of pressure, forcing Homebois to make rotations they didn't want to, but I also feel like they may have traded a few too many lives in order to get these things. And Rival definitely showing up this game as well, being able to secure basically every neutral objective, but then they get a little bit overconfident. Chiku guys dies once there, diving too deep. That's fine, but then he keeps getting caught out like this. Yeah. Homebois definitely has a bone to pick with him.
Yeah, the Mystic Gush kind of is... You can't stop it, so you just have to stay away from it. But Chiku guys, he wants to deal the damage and he just can't get away from it. So it does feel kind of bad. And I kind of feel like this is why it's kind of good just to pick up the Claude very, very early on, because giving it over to Chiku guys is kind of like saying, yeah, I don't need the protection. Because Chiku guys, he needs the protection, but at the same time, he doesn't do well with the protection. He needs a hero that he can kind of do everything by himself. And Irito, definitely you need some very heavy bodies in the front.
And the heavy bodies, unfortunately, were on the side of the Homebois instead, which meant that there was no way they could compete. And it just kind of felt like they fell into the same old patterns, right? Warlord here had a really terrible start. It did not feel good for him. But then they adjusted. They realized Rival's going to come for me every single time, so let's use that as a trap. They adjust things. They allow Rizal to actually dive in front. They make even though you think, oh, the Fredrin and the Terizla needs to be close to the backline to make sure they're protected, they're just like, no, we can handle ourselves. You guys zone out their backline.
You know, I agree here. Like, from Todak, it felt like they were trying to get a little bit greedy with this Lancelot just killing them off here. And at the same time, they just didn't have a way to kind of cancel off his Mr. Gotch. And in this case, they can't dominate their opponents in that regard. And in this case, for you guys at home here, you can dominate like a champion with the ROG Phone 7. And you can also win your lanes with ROG Phone 7. Make sure to use the ROG 7 to push your ranked matches and also get yourself to mythical glory. Because without it, you can't, you know, that's why it's the best phone right here. It's the best.
Yep, if you guys want to make sure that your investment doesn't fall flat and you get something that's worth your money, the ROG Phone 7 is right there. Guaranteed performance, clean, crisp graphics, and the best FPS on the market.
Speaking of which, want to hear some very worrisome things.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready. Okay. Come on, give it to me, Rafael.
Todak has only won one series so far.
Ooh.
And I believe it is against Team Secret. So that's number one. Number two, if they lose 2-0 here, there's a higher chance for them to get relegated, meaning they won't even go to the playoffs.
Seriously?
And if that happens, it will be 2 champions going relegated.
Oh wow,
Team
that
Hut
is a
did it
trend.
first.
That was last season.
That was last season. Because again, Todak right now going up against Homebois, and I've seen their schedule is not going to be easy after this. The matches will ramp up. I mean, like, there are 1-2 opponents where I can see them getting points, but those are only 1 or 2 matches.
Okay.
Yep.
Based on what you said right now.
And let me just remind you, Red Esports defeated Todak.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Just
I
to
remember
remind
that.
you, just to remind you.
I'm scared now because if you think about it here, a year without Todak. Since the beginning of Mobile Legends in Malaysia, alongside with Singapore, since season 4. Okay, since season 4, okay? Not season 1, but Todak has been dominating for at least 4 years. Now on the 5th year, it's over for them?
Not a good look.
I'm scared.
It's terrifying to think about. But also,
I cannot imagine.
you know, maybe it's time for a bit of a change. You know, maybe we've been seeing the same faces a bit too long. Maybe some people get a bit too complacent, you know. This is a really fast-changing meta, a really fast-changing industry. If you're not able to catch up, you get left behind. Those are the results. Those are the facts. You can't deny them.
I mean, here's the thing. It's only a chance for now.
It's
Because
a chance. Yep.
They have opportunities to gain points, but if they don't get any points after this, if Red Esports suddenly start showing up and having good results, yeah, it's not going to be looking good. That's all I'm going to say. So now, moving into the second match, we got to think that Todak actually looked pretty solid in the early stages of the game. It's the mid and late game that kind of fall flat for them. So it's kind of on the gameplay.
It's weird considering how the early game from Todak felt so disciplined, knowing that Todak is known for their chaos, you know? And seeing how this actually kind of happened here, I feel like Todak, they are trying to mix a little bit of disciplined chaos, or in this case, calculated chaotic playstyles, but it's just not working out for them.
I kind of want to say a crazy thing. I don't think they're going to do it. Sub Chiku out.
Whoa!
Wow!
Whoa! Okay. I can see where you're getting at as well, but
look at Momo. I think he should be the gold lane here.
To be honest,
number 1 in average kill participation. Number 1. And
Also,
the average KD is top 4, 3.2. He's overperforming.
to be honest, I have some stats for you guys as well.
Okay, sure.
Ever since Momo kind of debuted with Todak, he debuted as a XP laner as well as a roamer. And
then went to the
that
gold
time,
lane.
he has never done really well when Todak was laning XP. And the moment Momo swapped into the gold lane, that is where Todak kind of triumphed for years. And now putting him back here, it seems like, is it XP being an issue?
No,
definitely not. Definitely.
I can 100% say no.
I think the stats kind of prove that he's kind of crazy.
Momo is the most cracked player on
Yeah.
Todak right now. I can guarantee that, even with the legacy that Chiku guys has. But it is true, the EXP lane is a point of contention here. When we look at his matchup on the opposite side, Subbot has been doing really good for himself too. Top 3 in terms of KDA, top 2 in GPM as an EXP laner. Kill participation may not be as high as some others, but he's always there when you need him.
Dude, like, again, Subbot has been stepping up because I kind of feel like he's been taking the brunt of the criticism coming in for week 2, but afterwards he's just like, all right, guys, I get it. You guys want me to be better? Well, I'm better.
It's time to take off the training gloves, you know? Okay, my warm-up is done. 1/2 of a season should be good enough for a warm-up, right? It's time to get going, and it's time to head on into the action as we enter the draft phase for game number 2. Does look like the teams are going to be staying on the same sides of the draft here.
I just want to say one thing. You know how we were talking about Chiku guys needs a hero that he can take care of himself?
Yeah.
That's the 1-1.
Oh.
That's true, yeah.
That may be the reason why, specifically against Todak, they're betting it twice. And Homebois is the first pick again. They might pick up the Claude again.
Now, here's a little bit of fun stats for you guys as well, because from the side of Todak here, Presence Moon has pretty much played a total of 104 matches in MPL MY since Season 4, and he has won 73 out of them, which is a total of 72.2% win rate. And surprise, surprise, he's not playing, but he's on the BM side as a guest this time.
He is on the BM desk. This is actually kind of interesting because when you look at the numbers, it feels like there should have been more games since Season 4, right? It feels like those are rookie numbers, but a 70% win rate is insane as well. We definitely see the impact of no longer having the legacy of Moon around, but there's definitely been a lot of complications and stuff that I don't think we want to go too deep into because we do see the Claude banned out by Todak. There is some respect there, so that means the Turisla will be the first pick for the Homebois.
Turisla is a very solid pick, and it kind of like, I kind of feel like even losing games, Turisla will always look good. But for now, the Valentina is still open.
Yep.
And Zion Senpai did very well. The Iritel, so far, like you guys has been doing well with Iritel as well as the carry. I would say his carry is looking much more solid. The carry is the one that got him the Maniac. I don't know if he wants to go for that route because the same problem will still apply, which is you're going to be too close to Warlord, and Warlord will deal basically free damage.
And he doesn't even have the movement speed that Iritel gives him, and he was already getting caught out like that. There's a reason why carry just kind of has fallen off a little bit here. So, ooh, they do go for the Iritel once again. Not going to be switching things up there, but the Fredrin will come out for rival.
You know, I'm a little bit surprised by this if you think about it, considering that how, you know, Iritel didn't exactly do too much here, and even in the draft previously, he didn't opt to go for the DHS to do the Fredrin. So I felt like maybe Todak felt like Fredrin was the biggest issue coming from Homebois.
I mean, even Staffa said, it's like, they don't have the bodies to sacrifice themselves for Chiku, right?
Yeah.
Like, every tanky guy was on Homebois, and then Chiku's like, well, what am I supposed to do with this?
Agreed.
That's true. I guess having the Fredrin here would give Chiku guys more space, so it does make sense. But it means that if Chibi goes for an assassin... Oh, boy!
Lights out.
I literally just said assassin, and the Hellcurt comes out.
This feels like a bait, doesn't it?
Okay, you know, I was expecting maybe they would have gotten, you know, prioritized for the Gord here, but you know what? Lights out is pretty good, but at the same time, they brought in the Edith. Could this be a possibility of... Oh no, there's no way it's a roam Hellcurt. It's definitely a jungle Hellcurt. Yeah.
I remembered one thing.
What?
It was the interview where Chibi said, it's like, Chiku, we're coming after you.
Oh boy.
And he specifically said, use a hero with a flicker. Don't use one with a purify. Meaning he's telling Chiku, Zorn isn't going to be a problem. I'm going to be your problem. If you don't have a flicker on you, Chibi's going to come after him. I mean, now they have the Angela. It's a good way to start draft. Angela, Fredrin, as well as Iritel, but I don't know. Chibi has been pretty solid on those assassins so far.
True, true. But the thing is, the hard guard really does mess with Hellcurt. He really wants to take you down in that first big burst. And if GB moves fast enough, it will be very difficult for the hard guard to come out in time. So it's a little bit of a micro mechanic here. Not to mention, if the Dark Knight Falls comes out, there's a lot of communication that needs to happen in order for, I'm assuming, I'm still not too sure who's going to play this Angela, but for whoever is on that hero to pick who the hard guard is going on to.
To be honest, I'm a bit concerned by this because if this was any other team but Todak, I would assume that this Angela is going to be on the roll position. But knowing Yum's tentative habits, he loves to play very aggressively. I feel like this might be a Zion Senpai Angela instead of Yum playing it.
I mean, he was a roam as well.
Yep.
So it's definitely in the realm of possibility, but it's also like good and bad. It's like good, you definitely know he can play this hero. Bad, you're kind of wasting his strength there. I mean, he did the most damage previous game. Let me just remind you that.
But if he's put onto it, we know that Zion Senpai does combo very well with a lot of the veteran MPL players. I think his communication with Chiku would be pretty solid. So in exchange for the damage that Zion Senpai would output otherwise, he enables Chiku guys to just run around doing damage with heavy crossbow. And I feel like that would be a worthy trade any day, but it will come down to that execution.
Yep, at the same time, I like this export ban coming from Homebois. Completely ignored from Todak and Homebois in game number 1 this time. They are going to respect this because if you think about it here, true damage does go through this quote-unquote tanky composition that Homebois was trying to play around here from game 1. But this time, Todak kind of tried to replicate themselves to kind of mirror this. But I'm a little bit more concerned on how are they going to find magic damage right now coming from Todak. Like, is this going to be Yums playing Angela? But seems like they are going to keep it open for now, securing the Paquito for Momo again.
I think it's fine to go for the Paquito. It's still a very safe choice here. It does go pretty alright against Terizla as long as there's no external influence. I do wonder whether the Edith will be in the roam position here. We already see the Terizla, so it seems very likely. So having a hero that can combo well with it, especially in the mid lane, going to be very valuable. We did see the Edith Gord combination before.
Yes.
Pretty solid.
I think when it comes to that as well, it might be just straight up picking Cho because we've seen so many Cho versus Edith in roam position coming from Todak. And they are really going to force the Angela as a mage here. But before that, of course, Homebois, they're securing the Gord once again from Warlord. Absolute monster for game 1 though.
This is not going to be a good game for the Fredrin.
Yeah.
I mean, once you go in, how are you going to get out? You're going up against a Terizla and Edith, and the Gord is just going to slow you down. It's going to stun you down, and true damage coming in from the Gord. I mean, Chico guys wants a heavy front line. I don't think that's going to happen in the lane coming in.
It's the Angeling.
100% win rate. It might be 50% after this. Oh, wait, no. I'm a Todak boy. Todak's going to win.
Wait, hold on. Who's playing Rogue? Fredrin Rogue? Paquito Rogue?
Oh!
Who's playing
Angela?
Rogue?
Wait.
Oh, Fredrin Rogue.
Is it Fredrin Rogue?
Fredrin
Is
Rogue?
it?
Yeah, Yums was on the Fredrin.
Is it viable?
Wow. I have done it before, but that was a very long time ago. And yes, when you hit level 4, having that taunt is really effective. But you gotta get there first. Until then, all he really is a big damage sponge.
I don't know who's drafting. Like, I don't think this is Kuja drafting. It felt like it's just the players is, you know what, we like something surprising and we're gonna go for it. Make or break, yay or nay, Lafel?
I'm Todak all the way, man. Bias for sure. I gotta keep my lose streak going.
Gotta keep the lose streak going, but these teams don't want to keep their lose streak going, that's for sure.
Well, it is gonna be an exciting one here. An element of surprise here at SERU Saturday here for day number 2 of the regular season here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to the Land of Dawn. Game number 2, Homebois versus Todak.
This is gonna be an interesting one. We got an assassin versus assassin jungle matchup. Don't get to see a lot of that these days. I'm Simpoi already being very annoying. Ooh, okay, that was scary for a moment.
Fredrin mid.
Is it Fredrin mid?
I have nothing to say anymore.
Is that a room, Angela?
We have to look at
we
the
have
boots,
to see items.
But looking at how Zyme Senpai is playing and looking at how Yums is playing, it's...
I don't know about that because Zyme Senpai is deleted from this game right now. That's first blood in the hands of Homebois right from the get-go.
This is scary here now. For the Todak lineup, their late game is pretty strong. Their goal for this game is to make sure they don't fall too behind in the early to mid game because Chibi is going to run at them, Zorn's going to run at them, Ryzel's going to be pretty relevant overall. The snowball is the plan for the Homebois, while Todak, they want to play kind of similarly to what Homebois did in game 1.
Okay, so now at least there's an answer for Warlord as well as Ryzel in Rival here, but so far Rival has not been pressured at all in the jungle. He's been free farming, but can he deal free damage? That's going to be a very, very big question coming up here, especially looking at how Chibi and Rival are going for this jungle 1v1, because neither of them really excels in securing Turtle or Lord. They kind of want to make sure everyone else from their team goes in first, try to stun the opponent jungler, and then you go in yourself.
That is true. Being able to find those interactions important. Forcing your opponents to waste utility gonna be important as well. I do actually kind of like the fact that Fredrin was flexed though, because previously his job would just be to absorb damage, and that means that it wouldn't be safe for him to secure turtles. Now that it's on the roam position instead, all Yums really needs is to stand there. Even if he dies, it's fine as long as he can buy enough space. So the important part is making sure he has that bulkiness in place.
I mean, to be fair, Yums is originally a jungler, so maybe
That's true.
behind the scenes he's been practicing this.
This is interesting because I've never seen this before, but I did get a glimpse as well. It is going to be a favor purchase coming from Zyme Senpai, and yes, you're right. This is a mid-lane Fredrin, but at the same time, first turtle here, it is going to be a little bit of baits coming from Todak. Homebois taking the safe approach, but they will have turtle aggro here as Todak. They are not in position to fight this as well. Zyme Senpai, he does have the hard Scott, so he is going to be playing around Yu's Momo. Looking for the wraparound to try and connect onto his Warlord. But Homeboys, they're playing safe here. Here comes the penalty zone. GB looking for the snipes there. Darkness comes in. And now the hard Scott coming from Rival as well. He's going to dive onto his Warlord. He gets the kill. However, Rival, can he escape? No, he cannot. And then it's going to be Homeboys trading him as well, as Todak will lose the trade-off as well as Heroes in the expense of just taking Warlord.
Yeah, that's not worth it there. Warlord has already kind of accepted his fate in this matchup. If I die but my team wins, it's perfectly fine. Homeboys already got the turtle. They got a great start even though Todak were positioning themselves pretty nicely. I don't think it was necessary for Rival to jump in there to look for a kill because he doesn't have the damage yet.
Yeah, honestly, against this kind of draft, you kind of don't want to go for a front-to-back team fight because Homeboys has a big advantage. Not only are they very bulky in the front, but the fact that they have a lot of crowd control here, making it very punishing if you really do want to engage. So I can say that Rival maybe just want to go in and get one kill and then try to fly away. But it's kind of like on Homeboys to be like, we're not going to let that happen. You came in. You decided this. We're going to take you down.
They're definitely not going to let him fly out for free after that kind of engagement. The hard guard as well is not going to be scaled high enough at this point to survive against the Homeboys' damage. This early game, very much their playground. So I expect after this, Todak needs to respect that a little bit. It's okay to go for these team fights, but do not over-invest. Their damage scaling is not here yet.
I'm a little bit worried about this because over time, Todak, where are they going to get the magic damage coming from? Like, Angela is great and all, but early game, Homeboys, all they gotta do is just itemize physical defense all the way through, and Rival won't be able to finish off even the Gord to a certain degree.
That is the risk of going for this kind of lineup, right? Zyme Senpai literally the only source of magic damage. So if they go for Antique Cuirass, get the Blade Armor, they instantly counter both Chiku and Rival at the same time. Momo for good measure too. That is very worrying.
I mean, like, you know, pick your poison.
Yep.
You want a very tanky lineup, you got it. But they're kind of suffering a little bit in the damage department. And magic damage is really strong early and mid. In this kind of lineup, it does look like they gotta wait for 3 items. Because not just for Chiku guys, but for Rival as well.
Agreed now. Chibi gonna be starting things with the turtle as well. Rival trying to get a little bit information for time. Darkness Force comes in. Yume gets dived on. He's got the appraisal wrap.
Oh.
He almost drops it, gets cancelled. Meanwhile, Rival diving to the back lines. He's gonna focus on Warlord here. Can he get the kill? Yes, he does. He gets in, he gets out, and Homeboys loses that trade-off. They get Yumes in return, but at the same time, Hot Scott going to be on cooldown. Homeboys, they're looking to try and extend this fight. Turtle going to be aggroed by Momo to try and buy a little bit more time for the reset on this Hard Scott, but at the same time here, Momo looking for the push. Chibi needs to play this a little bit carefully here. 30% left on the turtle. Momo looking for the flank sword, cancel him off, but TV secures it with the retribution. But now they have to get out. Momo trying his best to try and kite his way through here, but he's gonna get focused down as Supa takes him down with the help of the spikes coming in from Chibi.
Greedy there a little bit. It was a very good job by Todak to prolong that fight as much as it did. And at a moment, it felt like Chibi may have made a mistake using his deadly stingers and not saving it for a fight. But then Todak, they kind of over-engage. Once you lose the turtle, it is time to go. And I don't know why Momo decided to go for the jab back in there. I feel like he could have escaped.
I feel like there's mixed communications there, definitely, because I don't even think Toda should really fight for that turtle,
Yeah.
if I'm being honest. I kind of feel like just let Homeboys take it, but in return, Rival just go inside the jungle of Homeboys, try to steal as many camps as possible, because people are looking at this game and they're probably looking at Rival to really do something, because Ling was the reason he was rookie MVP, but now, Chiku guys, are you safe?
Oh my goodness, hey, Chiku guys, he's surrounded by everyone here. He's gonna run away with the Hakan. He somehow survives. They get the kill on Rizel there. At the same time, he is also gonna be traded off from the sides. Zor now gonna be separated from the side and the rest of the team from Homeboys as Toda trying to pick him off apart. Zor, can he survive?
Ooh.
No, he cannot. Yume picks him off, and that's gonna be a 3-for-1. Meanwhile, Saban, he's late to the party. He's gonna try and trade off in the middle lane, but it's not gonna be good here. Yumes, it looks like the confidence coming from Toda is gonna be able to strike here. They use Chiku as bait, and they are able to successfully get a good trade in this trade-off.
Homebois kind of fell for the same trap that Todak repeated time and time again in game 1. Used too many resources to try and get a single kill, then put themselves in an unfavorable situation. I guess it's because they already used the Dark Knight Falls. They think, oh, I gotta get something now. But Todak, they have control now. They have mobility. Homebois are forced in kind of an in-between where they want to fight, but they want to leave. And that caused a lot of havoc.
I feel like in that kind of situation, they weren't expecting that much damage coming in from Rival, because looking at the instant replay, that was a lot of damage. And it was directly on Chibi and Rival at the same time. And I kind of feel like at that moment, they're like, we're in too deep. There's no way we can escape from this.
Yeah, at the same time as well now, Todak, you're getting a little bit more momentum swing in their favor. This next turtle is something that I see like Todak, they're looking to try and move up. They're sending Zyme to kind of check the top side of the roof, maybe even apply a little bit of pressure, but with the hard Scott, he can join any time here. Homebois now in this position, trying for this, but Rival, they're looking for the catch on the Chibi. Chibi dropping down very low. They get the Mystic Arch onto his Momo, but the turtle now 20% again. Chibi, he steals the turtle once again, but Todak now, they get absolutely no trade. They lose both Momo and Yums in this chaos. Could not find the right targets at all.
That was perfect.
I mean, to be fair, for Todak, it was pretty dark.
It was very dark. They
didn't see a thing. They didn't even see the turtle, probably.
They could not see their hands in front of their faces there. That really cost them, and that's why the Dark Knight Falls is so scary. Chiku, guys, maybe a lot of risk right now. There's a big collapse potentially happening onto this Irritel.
Oh, he's going in!
Okay, Chiku is going to try to make a play as well. He trades on the Bruna, but no! The Winter Drunken in your face! You thought you could kill me. No, 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 Warlord, an absolute war god right now.
Is it fair to say that was actually a 1v1?
Not really, no.
I mean, like, there were other members there, but they didn't do anything.
Unless you count like, oh!
Oh my goodness, now the desperation from Todak. They're trying to make a play. They get the catch onto his Rizo, but here comes the Darkness Fall Chibi. Looking for the silence, but at the same time, they do not have enough damage to finish Yums off. It is going to be Rivals to pick them apart. They lose Yums, but Todak, they don't have the Hasgard here. Momo trying to extend the fight, but look at push. Knockups here, KO hits on 2. Zyme Senpoi looking for the reset as well. Rival does have the position, but at the same time, Zyme Senpoi, he is about to get his hearts gone, but looks like the disengage comes in and Todak will say, you know what, I'm good. We made the best out of the worst situation right now.
I kind of don't like that decision from Homebois. Once Ryzel is gone, your most consistent source of DPS is out of the picture. And then they pop Dark Knight Falls, Chibi thinking, hey, I can one-shot this Ling with Heart Guard on him at 10 minutes into the game. That seems a little bit too much, especially since he has the Halberd and Human Hunter Sword, nothing like the Blade of Heptases, for example. If he had that, then okay, I can understand trying to go for it. But that definitely cost them a bit. Homeboy still had a good grasp over the game, but this is going to give Todak a lot of space.
Hey, here's the thing. Was it a good idea? No. Was it exciting? Definitely.
Yep, speaking of excitement here, Rival trying to apply pressure on the cross-map plays. Meanwhile, they're trying to out-macro Homebois BS, whereas Homebois is looking for that 5v5 fight. I feel like it's more like Todak just trying to play the split push game at this point.
This is where things become kind of scary for the Homebois. They were doing a good job of keeping Rival in check, but now...
Uh-oh, hold that thought for now. Chiku, guys, is deciding whether or not he should go. He popped the heavy crossbow, but at the same time, Homebois, they haven't really shown their cards yet. Looks like offside on the Lord here. Yums gets this information. Maybe Chiku might have regretted not going for an attempt on Sapat though. But with the Lord now down to 20% here, Darkness Falls comes in. It's going to be a free Lord in the hands of Chibi. Absolutely nothing Todak could have done in that situation.
I feel like this is what we should have seen from Todak in the earlier minutes of the game where the Dark Knight Falls comes out, you know you can't contest, just go and play the map. This is the Rival macro that got him Rookie of the Season on his Ling gameplay. This is what's scary about Todak those couple seasons ago. No matter how much of a lead you think you might have, if Rival is on this signature pick, he will extend the game as long as necessary.
Yeah, I kind of feel like we have to preface this for everyone watching at home. You have to realize, for us as viewers, we don't see much change in the map, but for Todak, it was very dark. Because you kind of have to hear the audio cue be like, okay, the Dark Knight Fall has been used, and at that moment, even for us, it's just like, you're just in front of it. Why didn't you attack? Why didn't you use your basic attack? Well, they can't see. There's no vision.
Well, technically, in this case, Chiku can't even auto-attack as well, but Rival, he might be caught out. Actually, he
got him!
Get caught out! With the courtesy of both Zorn and Chibi, the silence caught him mid-air, knocking him down. He's dead. No Rival.
That felt a bit weird there. For a moment, it really looked like that did not connect, but then Rival falls off the wall, gets silenced, and you know that his death sentence is written in stone at that point. Homeboys regain control instantly. 3K net worth lead. Lord pushing in the bottom lane. Take the towers in both lanes as well.
And now with the Lord knocking in as well, Inhibitor will be for Mystic Gut to kind of make sure that Todak doesn't clear off for absolutely free, getting so much value. But look at this, they're disengaging as well. Momo looking for the flank. Can he make a play? But guess what? Homeboys, they don't care. They're not afraid anymore. They're just gonna get absolutely everything for nothing.
Oh,
Humes looking for the pullback, but there's just no follow-up coming from Todak at all.
Yeah, the chase here is gonna be quite wholly dependent on the movement speed from Zion Senpoi onto either Chiku or Rival. Rival has definitely hit a good point in his itemization, but I think Chiku guy still needs a little bit of time, and that could be a problem here. When you go for things like an Angela mid, Brethren Rove as well, or the other way around, whichever it was, there's not quite enough time.
Oh, but at the same time, they're looking for the wraparound as well. Warlord gets a free Mystic Gut, but they're going for the high frames here, but the damage is just too much for Rivals to handle. He's gonna get bursted down, and Homeboy says, what was that? That looked like a mosquito flying in my face, and he gets swatted down. Whereas 4 left coming from Todak, and Homeboys, they're looking to knock onto the bases here. Humes tries to extend the fight, but guess what? They only clear the minions, and Todak, they just can't do anything right now.
It feels like the fights this game are being determined by which team has the better eye for the retreat timing.
Oh yeah, definitely, because we saw that Todak, they tried to engage, but at the same time, I almost want to say it was half-hearted, because Rival as well as Zion Senpoi committed. The rest were just like, wait, are you guys sure? And then the indecisiveness kind of made it so that Homeboys kind of got out of that without taking a lot of damage, because even Rizel, he was literally in the middle of everything. He was able to run away.
And yet, being able to pick him off now, Lord gonna be in control of the Homeboys. It's dropping real low. Rizel, his power spike is definitely on. This Beatrix gonna be very scary in the next few moments. Can Rival contest this?
It's gonna be tough here, but with the Lord dropping down low, Darkness Falls being popped again. Rival making another attempt, gets denied again. Another Lord in the hands of Homeboys. And Todak, again, deprived of resources, having 8K net worth deficit. This is scary as the crowd suddenly becoming absolutely quiet and awe at what Todak is experiencing right now.
Dark Knight Falls, man.
Yep.
They're respecting it. I mean,
when it's nighttime, you gotta go to bed.
Every single Lord take is not a 50-50. It's an 80-20.
You just go in, you think, I'm gonna watch the line, go for the retreat, and then someone turns the lights off around you entirely. The Hellcurt pick makes people so uncomfortable because it just changes the entire way you have to look at the game. And that's why it's banned so often against Chibi. But now it's let through. Homeboys, they're rushing into the base.
This is going to be worrisome for Todak fans. But at the same time, Homeboys, they're looking to secure the 2-0. The Lord knocking in. Momo trying his best to clear off as many minions as they can. Humes is going to try and catch out the back lines, but GB says goes for Darkness Fall. He doesn't care. He's hitting the crystal. We're closing out the game. Goodbye, Todak. Nights out. Lights out. Goodbye. No win. No comeback. Homeboys are back in action.
A rivalry that has lasted many, many seasons of MPL MY and has gone eternally back and forth. Homeboys have just claimed victory in a clean sweep against the defending champions, showing who is truly the superior in this rivalry.
Again, the question, is the Todak era over? Perhaps, because even Homeboys say we've never won against them. That didn't even look close.
My goodness.
That was dominating.
History has been made today. Smiles all around. A lot of respect again from these players. They may be rivals on stage, but they're friends as well. Respecting the efforts, the acknowledgement.
Yeah. Rival was on stage, but now he's off stage.
He's off stage.
Well, in this case, it's goodbye and good night to Todak for this game. And I'm curious to see what Homeboys are going to be feeling, because Flame Boys just absolutely chanting and celebrating here. But let's throw it over to our host, Rose, to take it over.
Homeboys mission untuk membalas dendam pada musim lalu. Sudah berjaya 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh. Wow, alright Chibi, let's do this. Chibi, tadi dekat pre-hype video, kita nampak Chibi cakap, Homebois tak pernah kalahkan Todak. Last season, game korang ialah game yang sangat-sangat panas untuk musim lalu. And sekarang, Chibi kalahkan Todak 2 berbalas kosong. Clean sweep. Apa yang Ciku nak cakap?
Saya.
Chibi, sorry.
First kali saya nak cakap Alhamdulillah kita orang menang 2-0 atas Todak. So bagi saya kemenangan ni untuk semua fan Homebois lah. Bagi kita orang kan tak pernah lawan Todak. So kita orang bantai Todak kali ni, kita orang bantai kau-kau lah. Alhamdulillah lah. Itu je kot.
Alright. Mana Zon?
Zon.
Okay. Zon. Alright. Zon. Dekat pre-hype video pun, Zon kata, Ciku used to be the Raja MM dekat Malaysia.
Betul.
Sekarang, Homebois sudah kalahkan our defending champion kan? Untuk pendapat Zorn, do you think the Todak era is over?
Kalau nampak gaya season ni kalau tengok daripada regular pun macam ni nampak gayanya, tengoklah tim-tim lain. Kita orang pun dah start dekat atas dah, Todak sampai bila nak kat bawah?
Alright. Kita buat interview ni fun sikit. Anip. Alright. Okay. Anip.
Okay.
Tadi Anip tak main. So Anip nampak entire match kan?
Betul.
Untuk Anip, siapa MVP sepatutnya untuk game ni?
MVP sepatutnya Ipan lah.
Ipan. Okay, so you yang count. Lepas tu kita tengok screen kat sana, siapa MVP. Alright, let's do this Anip.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, you interview Son dulu.
Oi, gila macam.
Interview Alright, Zon kali ni jadi MVP. You baru je kalahkan your teammate dekat SEA Game.
Okay.
Adakah korang main dalam satu team masa SEA Game lagi bagi you macam tahu macam mana dia main?
Oh, tak pun. Sebab memang dorang biasa je. Sebab rasa kita orang yang dah ready kot untuk pergi ke M5. Sebab nampak gayanya kalau dah ready mestilah menang terus macam kita orang.
Alright. Okay, thank you. Okay, tadi dekat video, kalau korang ingat, antagonis nak cakap something lepas dorang menang. The stage is yours. Go.
Okay. Dengar jawab. Tadi Azim cakap Prof Min 10, aku 0. So kau negatif berapa, Jim? Todak lost streak nih. Kau tak buat kerja ke?
Alright. Okay, Daddy, last word sebelum kita throw it back to the casters.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Macam biasa saya akan last word. Hari ini saya nak ucap terima kasih yang banyak-banyak tidak terhingga kepada semua yang hadir. Tak kisah dari camp Todak ataupun camp Homebois. This is a good rivalry untuk kita. Kalau korang tengok pun videonya pun best. And kemenangan ni saya tujukan khas buat Abang Lord.
Alright, terima kasih Daddy. Once again, Dewan Sri Putra, give it up for Homebois. Alright, now mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang menjadi dalam clean sweep game ni. Casters, silakan.
Okay, I don't want to talk about the stats right now. What's the deal with Abang Lord? What happened? Lafel, you gotta spill this.
Oh no, because Abang Lord regularly does game reviews on his TikTok.
Okay.
And he aims for a few teams, and one of them is Todak. He's just like, what are you guys doing? Aren't you guys champions? Why aren't you playing like champions? So, you know, it's kind of like, that is like, you know what, Abang Lord, this is for you. More content for you, buddy.
That is true.
More content for you.
I mean, I feel like we kind of have to agree with him a little bit. That was not defending champion performance.
I mean, look at this. Zorn is the roamer. In 2 games, he died once. One time in 2 games.
That's crazy.
And it's not as if he was even hitting all of his shots, right?
Technically, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Is that
He just
why
can't
he
kill.
survived? He didn't hit it, so he's just like, all right, I have a chance to run away.
All right, peace out, bro.
It's like I went in, I got 1 or 2 basic attacks off. That's my assist for the day, man.
You know, let's talk a little bit more sharp here. Let's look at these emblems as well. Look at this, 2 games, both agility and quantum charge with tenacity gives him that additional movement speed to get in and out. So I don't know, it's a little minor detail. It could be a possibility of the reason why he's able to go in, get 1 kill, and then just get out.
No, like I said, I literally use quantum charge on anything. I'm playing mid, I'm playing roam, playing EXP, I kind of don't care. The HP helps, but the thing that really helps out the most is the movement speed. So I don't know. I'm a big fan of quantum charge, and it looks like Zorn is the same.
Yeah, being able to just up your movement speed, considering how few items there are that actually give that to you in game, is really useful here. So it's understandable, right? And although this game initially looked like there was some back and forth going on, Todak logically had the later game lineup, so they should have been playing a little bit slower, but they were diving, and it felt very weird. Like it was as if there was some desperation, maybe a little bit of ego there, thinking, hey, we can win out this early game regardless. But it didn't quite work out here. As you can see, Homebois shifting their emblem setup to be way more aggressive this game because they know they have the early game lead. And you saw that they played to that strength.
Something about the front liners here not getting punished because even somebody didn't die this game. So it kind of feels like even if someone goes to the front lines, Todak is not doing anything to be like, oh buddy, you overstepped your welcome here, we're going to take you down. No, the front liners are pretty safe.
Because that's usually because the people punishing the front line is the back line. And Todak has no back line. It's being completely scattered. It's being destroyed by Homebois.
Hey, at least Ashi kept his word.
2-0.
Yeah.
On the other side.
Oh, man.
Feels bad for him. But at the same time here, Todak, I get that based on this draft here, they try to play around, you know, rival kind of dominating the game here. But my biggest concern was, where is the magical damage? Because in compared to Zyme Senpai and Warlord, Warlord was just playing at a situation where, you know what, it doesn't matter what I throw, I'm going to do more magical damage than Angela. And I like that he actually opted to switch his emblems where, you know what, I don't need damage. I'm just going to be a super tank. He went for firmness and tenacity to kind of like, you know what, I'm just going to sit there, throw everything on me. If I can survive 1 extra second, that's extra time for Homebois to kind of counter-engage.
And he bought the Winter Trunkian second item as well.
It's
Like
crazy.
that caught Chiku guys out one time. He thinks, hey, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Nope, I'm becoming a statue right now. And you can do nothing about it. And that's just really good adaptations here. You wouldn't expect it because Warlord feels like the type of player that, hey, I want to get kills, I want to do damage. And he still did a lot of damage despite the fact that he was being targeted the entire time.
Looking at this game, not a lot of differences when it comes to the damages coming in from everyone. Oh.
What?
Chiku guys did the least amount of damage overall.
I don't even remember Chiku being part of that game.
Well, he died.
Chiku guys did less damage than Yus. He did less damage than Zyme Senpai.
Feels bad. I don't know why they're still trying to push the Irritel here. Like, they even got the Angela this time, which should enable him heavily. They just had to buy a little bit more time. If you're not winning the turtle fights, the lord fights, don't fight them. The lights are all off. But I don't know why they just kept jumping into the Homeboys' embrace.
I'm just speechless, man. 16,000 damage. Like, he was the king of marksmen, so...
I mean, the king in chess is the weakest piece.
Okay.
You know what, fist bump for that.
Well, enough of, you know, I know Staffa and Lafel is going to be giving so much heat on Chiku here, but in case you missed out the action, this is the highlights on how Todak and Homebois kind of went through. We saw a little bit of a hope from Todak trying to, you know, have Rival make this kind of plays, but eventually Warlord was just left uncontested because if you think about it, every single time Rival makes an attempt on Warlord, yeah, they kind of win that fight's 50-50, but if Warlord is kind of left uncontested, well, seems like, you know, Warlord just does whatever the heck he wants.
Did they maybe consider at some point that the hard card could have gone on Yums or Momo instead? Like, Rival could have jumped Warlord a few times this early game without needing a second person. Chiku guys could have just avoided fighting. If they had a more survivable front line, I feel like they could have had more space. Not sure about that. This Winter Chunky in here catching Chiku guys off. There were definitely still some questionable plays though. Like this fight, I don't feel like the Homeboys needed to take it, but Todak still couldn't find anything with it.
Was it the second skill of the Edith one to cancel? But here,
look
at Rival. He was in the middle of everything. And look at the hesitation coming in from Yums. He didn't go in. He didn't taunt them. If he taunted them, and then Rival could jump directly on top of it, could have been a game changer.
It could have been. But because of that, we see Todak with not looking good here. They're tied with Team Lunatics in 7th place. Literally the difference between them and Red Esports is a single 2-0 victory. And Homeboy is going to be sitting pretty. They actually have tied themselves up now with SMG and Red Giants at the top of the board.
And here's the thing. Homeboys and Selangor Red Giants played the same amount of matches, and then they're the same points.
Yeah, this is going to be a fight for number 2, right? Considering that SMG has played 5 games and won every single one of them and is the number 1 team to beat right now. It feels like number 2 is going to be a fight between Homeboys, Selangor Red Giants, and RSG MY. But all things considered here, Todak's dreams of potentially making it to the top 2, well, slowly withering away.
Like I said, this is why Selangor Red Giants is not in the conversation much anymore, because RSG MY, 9 points away, but they only played 4 games. Homeboys and Selangor Red Giants has played 7.
Wow.
Yeah. So the points isn't that big of a difference, but the number of games, big difference. 4 and 7, 3-game difference.
I didn't even realize it was that big of a difference.
And sorry to say, but after this, RCMY, they're fighting against Team Secret.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
It always feels bad to put Team Secret in this position, but you can't deny the facts, right? Some teams are just not performing this MPL, and to everyone's surprise, Todak seems to be joining those ranks right now.
Well, to be fair, all is fair in love and war. In this case, competition, there will be winners and there will be losers. And unfortunately, in the regular season here, we have to find the best of the best and also who to be booted out. But of course, we are also in a mission to find the best team to represent Malaysia.
That is true, and I honestly gotta give props. I think Homeboys improved really heavily. They gave so much respect, so much discipline. Definitely some questionable mistakes, but it worked out in the end. The question is, what's going to happen in our 3rd and final series of the day? Like LaFell pointed out, it's gonna be RSG MY currently vying to match up against the top of the charts versus Team Secret, who has not been having a good time this season.
I mean, they were able to take 1 game off of Selangor Red Giants.
That's true.
That's huge. That was huge. Good improvements. But of course, you know, Team Secret, can they break their quote-unquote lose streak in a series?
I mean, if they do it against RSGMY, that's a pretty big statement. And if RSGMY loses here, then the chances of being top 2, very slim.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line here in terms of reputation just because of how these teams are performing on the standings right now and what a lot of people are expecting going into the series as well. So make sure you guys tune in for that one. I get the feeling it's something you guys don't want to miss. But what a series we've had here. This was our highlight match of the day. We were definitely expecting
it was
to be
faster than I expected.
Yeah, we thought it would be way closer. But that's how the cookie crumbles, right?
Yeah, sometimes being the best at the game, being the best of the best is very difficult, right? Sometimes when all eyes are you 24/7, eventually somebody is gonna figure out the weakness. I'm surprised it took this long for Todak, defending it for 4 years. Now is the time to see Todak getting their weaknesses X'd out like that. Oof. It's about time, I guess. It's about time.
The higher you go, the harder you fall, right? Todak has had that pedestal for such a long time. And now that they've done some reshuffling, they've been changing up the way that they play, their players, their hero pools.
Reshuffling.
It does seem to have affected them a fair bit. Even though like they're known to be the weird team with all those strange drafts, the biggest hero pool, you'd think they'd be able to handle whatever meta is thrown at them.
30 seconds is way longer than I thought.
Agreed.
That's true.
But all things considered here, we hope you guys enjoyed this segment here. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys right after this break.
been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
Has been slain.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Tak, boleh. Nice.
been slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill, triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. First blood. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
Has
Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semutan semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Hito, korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin cuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Tak, boleh. Nice.
been slain. Legendary, unstoppable. Defeat. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Launch attack! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. Victory. Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Mega kill! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Ini Malaysia lah.
Boleh. Gas.
I'm a rockstar.
Dah lah dapat skin percuma, dapat extra protection, dapat semua hero lagi.
Gas guys. Nice. So, hello guys. So, mari kita hujung minggu ni main rank dengan kawan-kawan dan lengkapkan task korang untuk dapatkan skin ya guys.
Hito, korang let's go play Mobile Legends.
Gak, tak, boleh. Nice.
Hello semua, selamat kembali kepada di Hotlink ENG. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose and of course a special fan of Lane Boys fan sebab hari ini Homebois baru menang 2-0. Alright, so hari ini first of all, what's your name? Hana. Hana. Yeah. Alright, Hana. Okay. Hana hari ini datang sokong pasukan Homebois. Tapi siapa idola awak dalam Homebois?
Sempat.
Sempat. Kenapa sempat?
Because the way you start the gameplay, I just suka dia punya the way dia join ball dengan dia punya item, I suka dia punya style game lah.
Oh, okay. So, tadi Homebois baru menang lawan Todak 2-0. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Happy lah, of course.
Happy. Yeah. Since you happy, I rasa sempat pun happy. Apa kata kita ajak dia buat TikTok? Okay. Boleh? Okay. Alright, jom. Hi. Hello. Nak pinjam? Nak pinjam Ipan sikit? Alright. Come. Okay, Ipan. Nama dia Hana. Okay. Hana cakap dia suka awak. Suka dia punya game. Suka play style lain korang ni kan? Okay. Apa nak cakap dekat Hana? Tanya, I pegang.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Saya pula sebab suka game dia saya.
Okay, tahulah dia terharu kan? Alright, sempat. So, untuk mid-ending kali ni, semalam ada buat dengan Chibi.
Okay.
Hari ni I nak buat dengan Sepat.
Boleh.
Kita buat TikTok.
Boleh.
Dah tahu tak kita buat
Dah
apa?
tahu.
Tak tahu tapi kita buat.
Okay.
Alright. Okay, so macam ni kamera tengok lepas tu nanti I point kat Sepat akan menari.
Okay.
Lepas tu I point tu Hana akan menari. Alright. Alright, sini. Alright guys, kita dah buat TikTok dengan Hana and of course Sepat. Tapi sebelum tu, Sepat nak bagi something dekat Hana.
Okay, nah.
Ni apa?
Ni merchandise Homebois.
Oh, merchandise Homebois. Nak tengok?
Okay.
Wow. Okay, tunjuk dekat kamera. Ni Sepat punya ke?
Bukan.
Takut. Alah, comelnya.
Oh, ini.
Alright guys, jangan lupa join the official fan club of Homebois. And with that being said, thank you so much for watching the Hotlink Meet and Greet. We shall see you on the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia/Lini.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah ada di match terakhir untuk SERU Saturday Minggu Diraja kita. A round of applause everybody. Alright guys, untuk match terakhir kita akan saksikan perlawanan RSG MY yang akan menentang Team Secret. Now, RSG MY sekarang sudah melawan pasukan gergasi-gergasi dekat MPL Malaysia and dorang actually menang. Manakala untuk Team Secret, dorang masih lagi tengah try keluar dari zon bahaya untuk musim ini to avoid being relegated. So, korang rasa Dewan Seri Putra untuk perlawanan ni siapa akan balik dengan points? Adakah RSG MY ataupun Team Secret akan stop lose streak dorang? So with that, mari kita jemput RSG MY ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Konsistensi menjadi ramuan utama kemenangan. RSG MY menunjukkan kebangkitan drastik selepas mengalami kekalahan. Adakah RSG MY berjaya menyekat kemarahan Team Secret hari ini? Mari kita nantikan. Opponents, get up for Team Secret! Tidak pernah kenal erti putus asa, Team Secret tekan untuk bangkit keluar dari zon bahaya. Strategi Zico dan pemain menjadi harapan mereka. Mampukah Team Secret memberi kejutan di perlawanan ini? Let us see! Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan menggalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, before anything else, kita kena ingat match ni sangat-sangat penting untuk pasukan Secret. Tapi untuk RSG MY, dorang nak secure slot upper bracket untuk playoffs. So, sebelum kita throw it to the casters, I nampak ramai orang tengah duduk sini. So, Dewan Seri Putra, are you ready? Nampaknya semua dah ready, players dah ready, audience dah ready. So with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Welcome back to MPL MY Season 12, where the MLBB action never ends upon the Land of Dawn. We are about to welcome our final series of the day after two very fast matches here in SERU Saturday. Welcome back to the English broadcast. My name's Stafa. We have Terrence, aka Icy Baby 1-2, and of course we have LaFell once again.
I mean, here's the thing. RGMY, they are win streak stoppers. Let's hope they're not lose streak stoppers. I mean, it could go both ways. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
Technically, yeah, it is.
Right?
It's gonna go both ways.
Once
here,
a combo
you know.
breaker, always a combo breaker.
In this case, either one is gonna be a combo breaker here.
Oh,
Think
yeah.
That's
about it,
true.
you know. Think about it, Team Secret. They've tried their best here for so many series. We saw signs of life, signs of hope. But in this case, is that hope is gonna be enough or not? Because if they want to be a legendary team themselves, which they are, guess what? Mr. Potato Official is the snacking legend, our official sponsor for MPL MY. And guess what? You gotta try it some yourself because Mr. Potato has got you covered. Like all the crunchiness of the spice, you can snack like a legend.
Do you guys don't open it and then just eat it on desk?
No.
I think that's a bad idea.
Why don't you guys do that? We do that over
No,
on
it's
the
because,
VM desk.
it's because we would stop casting.
Yeah, we would be so busy eating, we would not be able to do our job.
Yeah. We
We're
still gotta do our
professionals.
jobs.
We still
but
gotta
you know,
do
when
our
the
job.
when the camera is off,
We're actually secretly eating. And
no, we're not secretly. We do it on camera.
okay, you know how about instead?
How about you do this
how
on
about
camera
instead
right
of
now?
eating some Mr. Potato, we use some Garnier Man. You know, we gotta defeat acne
you
fast.
guys have not seen me on the Melee desk.
You're
have
gonna
you?
open that, aren't you?
No, I mean like I do this quite often. I just like put it here.
Okay.
And yeah, makeup is on and everything, but it's the final series of the day. You know, you
Okay.
just put it on, rub it in,
uh-huh.
and then rub it on your face. It's not that big of a deal. Like this helps you out. This helps me out.
Yeah, I mean, it is the real hero here. It is the nemesis of acne. It allows you to win in life, smooth out your obstacles. You can use
Don't
it
be so surprised.
even with makeup on, right? He
Why
has
don't you
makeup
guys
on.
do it? I'm having fun on the BM desk. Come on. You guys are not.
We gotta maintain like a good forward like image, you know? We gotta make
Okay, here's the thing.
hey.
You guys can see, this is my facial routine.
Yeah.
Like this is what I do when I wake up and when I sleep. So you guys can continue talking.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know, while he's enjoying himself here, one thing I really love about Lafel, right? Why Lafel is such an internet sensation is because he pulls things like this that is so unpredictable.
Yep.
And I agree with him because it's such a good routine and I should practice it more. Unfortunately, I would not. I just don't like people looking at my face and just doing like that.
No, it's because we
Oh my
already
god, you actually look whiter.
Yeah, here's the thing,
What?
because you have to apply it at the right places and you have to scrub it out nicely and gently. The thing is, people do is they do it very rough, like that. No, you gotta gently, like.
Yeah, he's giving you demonstrations.
These are
here.
one of those moments where I wish the camera could like zoom in
Zoom
on one
in,
of us,
yeah.
you know?
Garnier should sponsor me personally.
Well, technically,
That's true.
after that, probably they would.
Like I think anyone's looking at Lafel knowing that he uses Garnier Man, they would have so many sales, so many profits. But just like those profits, you guys can get a little bit for yourself by purchasing our weekly Diamond Pass and enjoying a Diamond rebate of 455%. You just gotta claim 100 diamonds on the day of purchase. You get another 120 by logging in for the next 6 days. You'll even save them through Layla savings boxes. You get item rewards for over 280. So what are you waiting for? Level up the pass, unlock the benefits. You guys will know that it'll be worth it in the end.
You know, when it comes to diamonds here, I really like diamonds here. And why I
Who
like
doesn't?
diamonds, I've recently spent a little bit too much.
Uh-huh.
Okay? And I got myself a brand new Lilia skin. And it cost me a lot.
The Neo
And-
Beast?
Yeah, the Neo Beast Lilia skin. And
I got the
thought I
Frederick
was
one, and it was worth every penny.
Sorry, I don't like Frederick. I hate Frederick.
Oh, I love Frederick.
Wow.
Yeah, I hate Frederick. I like Lilia even more. But, of course, all things considered here, we are going to be jumping straight into the game here. Without further ado, let us introduce our first team. And that is going to be none other than RSG MY. Starting things off with Demon Kite, Storm, Loleo, Izanami, and Repo.
Now RSG, like we mentioned earlier, is the win streak stopper so far, being able to take down some of the top teams here in MPL MY Season 12. And this does seem to be their proven strongest lineup here. Demon Kite, although when he started in MPL MY looked a little bit shaky, he's definitely found that consistency back. So it does feel like his neutral objective percentage still a little bit low. Hopefully they'll be able to work on that. Other than that, Loleo has really been returning to form here. Like, he seemed shaky throughout the past few seasons. This is the Loleo that became playoffs MVP many seasons ago.
Yep. And of course, their opponents looking to try and break their own lose streak here. coming in, we have Team Secret with Neo, Matt Deans, Matt, Max, and Maima starting off this roster.
A little bit difficult there, huh?
A little bit tricky.
Matt, sometimes we just say like, gila Matt.
Betul juga.
Yeah, because it's more like a Malay slang. But either ways, Matt and Max, people were excited seeing Max going back into the jungle, replacing Box, but so far, not looking so hot. We have to see against RSG MY, can they really switch things up? Because my personal opinion, in their previous match against Team Lunatics, it looked like they weren't really sure what they're doing. I hope this time they have a rough idea what they should be doing.
Yeah, the synergy doesn't quite seem to be there yet, which is troubling, because Team Secret is really on a downward trend.
By the way, you guys got this?
What, got
what?
You guys got this entire section and draft and everything still? You guys can do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you going to go back to your Garnier man?
No. See the before and after. I'm going to wash my face. See you guys.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I'll see you in a bit. But at the same time, you know, when it comes to the drafts here, you know, RSG, you know, they have been doing really, really well, especially with both Skaraga and Rain combining their hits and just giving you one of the best drafts so far. And ever since they came into RSG has been performing absolutely so good to a point that they're just look like an unstoppable force right now.
It's been stellar. That's the reason why they're one of the teams that's currently in contention for potentially top 2 for Season 12. Coach Zico, unfortunately, hasn't quite been able to find that same success here. So our hot topic for this match going to be, how can Team Secret end this losing streak? And this is not just in Season 12, this is through Season 11 as well. This is not a good performance by an MPL team. Ever since they debuted here, they've not been having success on that stage, which is surprising, considering that a lot of these players are MPL veterans.
Yeah, I agree. But considering how Team Secret has had those kind of success, right? I feel like I agree with what LaFell was trying to say. Box is doing really well with jungle. It felt like Matt and Max, they're just struggling to kind of adapt, considering that they have been switching roles here and there. So I feel like that was one of the biggest reasons why Team Secret was struggling. But all things considered, I would really like to see Team Secret kind of make it out alive. But for now, if you guys are wondering here, these are the season calendar for Team Secret, with Red Esports going to be playing up on Sunday on 10 September. Saturday is going to be on Homebois, and Sunday going to be on SMG. Sorry, that's going to be 10 September, 16 September, and 17 September.
This is rough for Team Secret. We know that they're at the bottom of the charts right now, and we're already in week 4. And the matchups that they're going to have coming up, including Homebois and SMG, some of the strongest teams in the league, it feels like their chances of being relegated for the second season in a row are very high. And as much as we don't want to have to push the fact about it, it's the truth.
I agree. You know, it's just so very difficult here. But at the same time, I'm really happy that you know, LaFell is going to be joining us right now.
Yeah, and the draft haven't started yet.
Yeah, and the draft is about to start, because right now, jumping into Game 1, drafts are here. But before we talk about heroes here, your face looks really white right now. Oh my god.
Let me just say, you guys are the one with the makeup on, but I look fabulous.
That's true. After all, you got Garnier Men going on. Make sure, like, if Garnier Men is watching, you really want to sponsor LaFell. He looks great right now. You can't tell because we're not on camera. But
just take a word for it.
You're gonna have to take my word for it.
I sound fabulous, don't I?
Yes. He sounds as fabulous as he looks.
I mean, like, I put it on my face, but my voice changed. Like, oh, hello. Welcome to MPL.
I feel like we don't need to add side effects.
Huh?
Give me a female voice change for LaFell.
Garnier Men.
Female.
Garnier Men.
Okay, fair enough.
It makes it gives you a testosterone boost.
All right.
That's true. That's true. Gotta stay on brand, right?
Stay on brand, man.
Just like how these teams have to stay on brand as we enter into the draft. A lot of focus onto Garnier Men here. I'm sure the players use it as well. But when talking about the players, in terms of unique hero picks, RSG currently actually has the least among all the teams here in MPL MY.
I guess from this perspective, right? Like, why do you need so many unique heroes when we have meta heroes? So I feel like based on RSG's coaching style in terms of the drafts and analysis as well, they will prioritize those S tier picks and comfort heroes over just being like extremely crazy. Because if you think about it here, look what crazy did to Todak in the previous series.
That's true.
But to be fair, they're one of the teams with the least amount of games. Other teams, they've played 7 games, they've only played 4.
That is also true.
Right?
So I guess it's a
Right?
little bit of like, we gotta look at the data, right? In the end, we don't have enough of a sample space yet. So we're gonna keep our eyes open and see whether or not their pockets become a little bit wider here, especially since Team Secret, you could definitely argue. Oh, wow, even the fans.
Oh, okay.
In case you guys don't understand, they're like, you guys want IMO? I sell IMO.
You know, I feel like Unton or MPL staff is gotta be pretty pissed, right? Like, hey, you know what? We've got sponsors.
Either ways, right now, RSG MY, Demon Kai picking up the Lancelot. Here's the thing. He's shown when someone used the Lancelot against him, it's like, oh, you think your Lancelot is good? I'm going to show you my Lancelot. And the thing is, it's crazy watching these players using the Lancelot, how they can ramp up their levels, man. It's insane. Like, I kind of feel like we have a goal per minute. We also kind of have to see what kind of experience per minute kind of numbers. You know, I know it's very difficult to do, but on the Lancelot, it's way different compared to other heroes.
It does feel like having access to the high mobility on this hero allows them to kind of zoom around to get EXP from basically every part of the map. And it does make me happy to see Assassins back into the jungle meta once again. The question is whether or not this is going to be a full damage Lancelot or whether it's more of a semi-tank, since that does seem to be still around for specific players. They do also pick up the Kadita, which I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen a lot of recently. And then the Yu Zong to finish off phase 1.
Well, seeing these heroes here, I like how Team Secret are going for textbook heroes, right? Like easy to play heroes, you know, heroes that don't really go wrong to a certain degree. It's like hard to make mistakes, right? Xbox definitely one of those heroes as a priority, but I'm surprised that RGMY, they're bringing in the Yu-Jong against an Xbox. And I'm expecting maybe Xbox would just pretty much win their matchup into the
I would say the Yuzong shouldn't even care about the export because
he's gonna cut the back line.
Yeah, just go to the back line. You really shouldn't care because I kind of feel like they understand as long as Matt is not playing, it should be all RSG MY. And we've seen this before where the coaching staff, they fully understand who is the bigger threat. So they draft around it because not just Yuzong, but the Lancelot as well and the Kadita. Nobody here wants to go to the front lines.
It's very divey.
Yeah, it's very dive.
And it makes sense because you do have that exploit, like we mentioned, really strong front line, hard to get behind him. But hey, if you have the Black Dragon form, if you're able to get those iframes in, why not? And there might be some people who think like, oh, why pick the Yuzong so early? We already saw Rippo pick the Khalid versus Export beforehand, and it wasn't bad at all. But I guess RSG does want to focus more towards like these team fights. The Khalid was kind of picked as a what's the word?
Here's the thing. I think they were really trying to win that matchup, but I kind of feel like Rippo was saying against Neo, he's not really my opponent, man.
Okay, disrespect coming in.
Yeah.
I guess. But it's interesting to see how RSG MY kind of plays this, right? Because if you think about this, from the previous season in particular, on how they played the Arlot and Lancelot, those are heroes that which requires high mechanical skills to actually cut the back lines, can actually kill somebody. In this case, I guess RGMI may be looking to replicate that if they want to try a backline divey composition. So, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they force Stone to play Arlot Gold again to pair it up with the Lancelot, just to kill one of the squishy targets at the backlines.
I mean, he already caused so much havoc with it previously. I think it makes a lot of sense here. Now, you would ordinarily not want to give the final slash away when there's a Valentina on the opposite side, but they already picked up the Black Dragon form, so I don't think they're worried too much about it here. Perhaps a little bit of that mindset is that, oh, we can run them down, no problems at all. They get rid of the 1-1, get rid of Hellcut to make sure that they can maintain vision whenever they go for these team fights. Oh, the signature here, Lolil Hari.
Hey, sometimes in life, if you want to go all in, you gotta all go all in together. In this case, Harif is gonna be joining the backlines as well.
Wow.
Yeah, so Export is gonna be here. So like, okay, who am I actually burning down?
Everyone.
Yeah, it's like,
everyone.
Like right now, it's very die heavy. Here's the thing. Usually Lolio only uses the Harif when they themselves have an Angela, but they themselves banned out the Angela. So slightly, just slightly, a little bit of disrespect. And we gotta say, even though the win rate is only like 1 out of 3 games won for this Harif, but to be fair, even in the games lost, it's not because of the Harif. The Harif did amazing.
Yep. So it's interesting here. RSG feeling very confident. Even though the Harif has good dive potential, I do feel like he would be the one most vulnerable to things like the Xborg and the Kufra. So this could be a bit of limit testing happening here. As Team Secret finish out their draft, they get the Beatrix, get the Martis, very classic picks. I think this is a pretty balanced lineup they've got.
To be honest, I really like Team Secret's draft a little bit more, but RSG MY, are they going to go all in? Yes, they are. They're bringing in a Cho.
Yeah.
Wow.
You know what? Together, we stand, divided we fall. Why not just go all in and we are going into the back lines?
Well, we're going to see this theory coming in. It's like, how do you fight against the Xborg? Don't.
Just don't?
Just don't. Just go to the back line and then just deal with him later. He's an afterthought.
You usually wouldn't think that fires are an afterthought, but in this case, RSG going to be approaching it in that direction. They definitely have a harder team comp to pull off though. Going for this dive, going for the chaotic team fights, that's tricky.
Fight fire with water. They got the
true.
Kadita.
They got the time advantage right there. Could work out for them. Let's find out what happens. This is going to be game one. RSG looking to maintain their momentum. Team Secret looking for a much needed victory.
Yeah, based on this draft as well, seems like Team Secret looking to have the most solid draft, but it comes down to execution. RSG MY looking to dive the back lines, to catch onto us, man. Will we see this happen? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dom. We are heading into it as well. This is game one, Team Secret versus RSG MY.
All right, let's see how things are going to be starting off. We have Matt giving Max a hand in the jungle, making sure that there's going to be no jungle invades coming out. In terms of emblems, nothing's too strange. Yeah, I think things are pretty normal so far in terms of those picks. That's a lot of assassin on Team Secret, though.
Yeah, so this is good and bad. We have to look at the build coming in from Max. So far we've seen today, going full damage doesn't really do well. Like, we've seen a Martis with a Blade of Despair as well as a Hunter Strike. Yeah, sure, in the early game you're doing kind of good, but coming into the mid game, you're kind of not helping your team up that much. So I kind of feel like the itemization here is going to be quite crucial.
Yeah, typically you need a little bit more survivability once you reach those later stages.
Guardian Helmet.
Yeah, to make sure that like these heroes don't fall off too hard. But the thing is, RSG also doesn't have the bulkiest front line, so if they want to take it into a damage versus damage late game, it's possible. It just puts some gambles onto the table.
Oh, and hold on, just small thing. Loliel is going for a Festival of Blood on his Harif, so that's very interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Festival of Blood. Like, we know that Harif will typically go for that concentrated energy, and that's usually enough lifesteal.
Maybe he wants to ignore the concentrated energy for something. I mean, like, to be fair, the Fed of Heaven has hybrid lifesteal, so maybe that with the Festival of Blood is good enough, and maybe the trading is much better.
Unless the plan is like they really want to just ignore Neo, so any damage they take from the fire, they just heal up, right? That could be the plan going into
Tenacity is kind of not good against the Xborg, huh?
Yeah, we'll see. The turtle's gonna be coming up. Things are pretty quiet right now, but everyone's hitting level 4, so action will start pretty soon.
Yeah, it seems like this is going to be the first turtle fight as well, but now Repo coming in with the Black Dragon to cut the back lines as well. Now they're looking for the setup. They do get a nice catch on those Monkeys. He tries to flickers away. Repo will get the first blood, and Demon Kai securing the turtle for themselves. Max now getting 1 kill to trade off, but cannot translate for more. But it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade-off.
Still a favorable matchup there. Good outcome for RSG MY. Ooh, nice timing from Lolios to get that gold crab. He'll eat a lot of damage in exchange for it, but I think at this stage, it's pretty okay. Team Secret will still have the slight goal lead, but it's not too much. And if we look at in terms of the scaling here, it's actually kind of hard to tell.
Just gotta say, Repo looks like he's winning the matchup, by the way.
Yeah.
Just saying. So maybe he's just like, yeah, Neo kind of doesn't matter to me.
Well, shot residue kind of works this favor, but at the same time here, RSG MY looks like they're going to try to make a play here. It's heading out down top. Ooh. Man, might be a little bit of trouble. Stone does have his flicker, or does not have his flicker trying to extend this fight. Meanwhile, they're trying to zone out space for Demon Kai. They're trying to take away neutral resources. But seems like they're just playing it safe, playing it very disciplined. Wait, hold that thought for now. Max, they are going to try and make an attempt. Izanami forced to back out, but that's all. They even forced the Phantom Execution from Demon Kai, and they just back out.
Feels like a bit of a weird rotation there from RSG MY. Like, okay, I understand you don't go for the Beatrix because the Kufra is there protecting, but you definitely have to anticipate a bit of a rotation from mid there. If they set that up, they could have definitely cut off the Kufra and Valentina, but they were the ones who were getting caught themselves, so not too ideal, but still very passive gameplay right now. Only 1 kill on each side.
I feel like that's kind of... It's pretty good coming in from RSG because, like you said, 3 Assassin Emblems coming in from Team Secret. Early game matchups, they're probably going to win that out. So I feel like the fact that they understand they don't have to fight right now is showing maturity. Being like, yeah, like people say we're the dominant team, but you guys have 3 Assassin Emblems. You guys have a lot of penetration, and penetration is kind of good early game. So let's avoid that.
I do like that teams are giving a lot of respect, even in matchups where it seems like they're obviously favored to win out, because you never know what may happen. And now that second turtle is going to be contested.
Yep, Izanami now getting a couple skirmishes coming from Maima, but at the same time, nothing super threatening yet. But they are going to force a Black Dragon here. Storm going for the kick here, going to isolate Max. But Repo also going to be joining the fray as well. However, they're going to be caught in crosshands on Matt as well. They're going for the damage. Repo somehow manages to escape here. But guess what? They secure the turtle, and now RSG looking to try and counter the engage. But guess what? Izanami fights Neo without his armor. Goes in for the one-shot, and now Max also looking for a kill. He gets the decimation. He gets the kill on Lolios. However, Demon Kite will finish him off, and that's going to be a 2-for-1. And RSG winning the trade.
That was definitely a bit over-aggressive from Lolil there. I don't blame him. There is the heat at the moment where RSG has already won out the turtle. They want to go and engage because Team Secret doesn't quite have the tools. Not too sure if Maima should be keeping that way of the dragon. I feel like if he goes for Black Dragon form, it'd be a lot more useful, but right now, RSG is still maintaining good control. They definitely can't afford to let Lolils die like that again, though.
I mean, like, Black Dragon form in this kind of lineup when everyone's going in.
Okay, that's fair.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So, especially you have to consider is like, yeah, you have the Black Dragon form, but you don't actually build the defensive items.
Neo actually switching lane up to Lolil and still not having a good time despite being on one of the best EXP laners.
Oh no, Storm. They are going to force a reaction. That's going to be a recall unsuccessful coming in from him. So he's going to be wasting a lot more time. Meanwhile, RSG continuing with their assault. Storm taking the tower damage here. Maima catches it on the edge of terrifying. But guess what? It's a bait! It's a bait! It's a setup! It's a Nami. The Prince of Mage finds you once again. Matt completely obliterated from the face of the Land of Dawn.
Play of the day right there.
There is not a lot of players in any MPL that would not fall for that. Like Storm willing to drop that low to set up that kind of kill. That's incredible right there. Being able to identify that, take advantage of it. Team Secret still maintaining not too much of a net worth difference, but they're definitely falling into some of these traps.
I like that RSG MY is actually playing towards the weaknesses of Xboy, where Xboy is not really strong in the early stages of the game. He needs 1 or 2 items where if he has Immortality, he has a better early game. And then, but before that, it looks like, yeah, no contest coming in from Team Secret. RSG MY, they're winning the map.
Yeah, it's so difficult, but at the same time, Storm, he may have overextended a little bit here, but he gets out. What? How is he alive? But at the same time, RSG, they're going to try and prolong this fight as well. They've got the turtle bomb. They're trying to pressure Team Secret out of position. Neo finally shows himself with the insanity. Izanami gets picked off by Matt as well. And Team Secret, they are able to get a trade off this aggression coming from RSG MY.
Ooh, that's kind of unfortunate there. Izanami, his timing just a little bit off.
Yeah.
Some good movement from Max to be able to avoid that and get out with a kill. But still not too bad for RSG. They still maintain a lead, still putting on some pressure. But again, we have seen teams throw a bit too much advantage by constantly piling on the aggression and then trading unfavorably. So they gotta watch out for that.
Right now, Storm in the bottom, in the top lane. Is he going to catch him?
Okay, he's going to make an attempt as well. The kick comes in, but at the same time, Matt, he needs to get out. Repo is going to try and chase him off. He got the flicker, but at the same time, Petra comes in. The damage from Repo is going to be good, and he gets in, he gets out. Easy job. Job's done. Assassination done by the Dragon. But at the same time here, Max, he's out in the wrong place here. He might be in a very awkward position. He needs to be a little bit careful here. But they're baiting on Azura. Izanami not able to get the full combo in, so that's going to be Team Secret disengaging.
Okay, risky, but Max understands that they most likely won't want to waste resources on him just yet. He's going to be connecting with Neo, but there's a rotation with Conceal.
Okay, Conceal coming in. Max is going to be able to get out. Neo forced to go for Insanity defensively to get out to safety. And it's going to be A-OK, but the Zaman Force has been expanded coming from RSG MY. Mandis looking for a catch. He catches his Nami, but not going to be going for the Tyrant's Rage. Meanwhile, Demon Kai, wait, what? He finds Maima on the middle lane.
Nice ambush there. He knows that Maima is going to try and rotate through there to try and join the fight. Sets it up, positions himself with Ripple, gets a nice easy free kill. Really good macro positioning by RSG right now. So they realize that Team Secret, their movements across the map are pretty obvious at times.
And definitely we can see that RGMY, they're using their draft very well. They understand that it's a dive composition. We just go for their damage dealers, where we saw it where Matt, he used everything and he still can't get away. So this is kind of a bad situation here, especially if Matt Deans can't really stop it. But here's the thing, against a Black Dragon form where you're immune to CC, how can you stop that?
It's going to be difficult here, but now starting things off here, they chip away at the Firaga armor. They pop the out coming from Leos as they go in for the dive. Black Dragon comes in as well. They are going to be clumped up. Two-man Petrify coming in from Repo. They got the damage coming from Demon Kai. They chip him hard, but at the same time, Team Secret, they're trying to go in for a hold. Max gets the decimation on Storm, but Repo still a big threat from Team Secret. But Neo now needs to run for his life. He's going to be okay. He's got the Firaga armor up very early, but Demon Kai, he's looking for the 1v1. Oh, no, he sidesteps him. He fights him. He outplays Demon Kai. He takes him out. And that's going to be a huge major goal swing coming from him. Meanwhile, Max now scouts out the rotation. But looks like they will have to salvage their losses here from RSG MY.
Was that a mistake?
Staffa, we've seen 2 auto aims today kind of backfiring.
Would auto aim prioritize minions though?
Yeah.
It does?
No, I mean, like, I feel like it was far enough for, because you have to look at the auto aim. What is it targeting? But before that, Storm looks like he's going in. Is Team Secret going to secure this Lord here?
Well, seems like with the Lord now, down to half HP, Max already in position. They're trying to burst it down with Max out here, but here comes the Black Dragon, Maima. Finish off Storm on the side, but it just comes down to trade here. Max finally secures the Lord for themselves. Meanwhile, the rest of RSG, they've lost Repo, they've lost Storm. Where's the damage? There is none. Leos can't seem to get the finisher off.
Oh, finally biting off a bit more than they can chew there. RSG not able to secure the Lord. They lose Stone, they lose Rippo. That's actually going to be kind of a blow there. As Team Secret will find a little bit space back. Unfortunately, they did end up losing Matt in that exchange. If the Beatrix survived, it would put them in a way more comfortable position. So this will slow them down somewhat. There will come a point where Matt will outscale O'Leal as long as he plays it safe. And RSG right now is definitely playing a little bit aggressively. I think now that we've hit like the 11.5 minute timing, they gotta tone it down a little bit.
Well, it is going to be tough here, but here comes a 10 Storm getting stopped back. Tyrant's Rage from Martins is going to keep him in play. Max gets the decimation. He is going to try and run and extend this fight, but RSG, they say, you know what, we're getting out here. We've got tier 1. We've got to sacrifice it. They even pop the Zaman Force from Leos. So that's a big ultimate being expended. While this is happening, Demon Kai will be able to trade a tier 2 up top.
Honestly, this is kind of good because Demon Kai understands that he doesn't have to join the fight. And here's the thing. Team Secret, we see what will happen if RSG MY cannot dive. And this is what happens when Team Secret has a favorable way to start the fight. So if they can have some kind of map control, if they have a way where Matt Deans is the one on the offensive instead of being defensive, then RSG MY, their draft doesn't look so good because RSG MY, the way that their draft works is they have to be the one initiating. If they're the ones running away or hiding, it really doesn't look good. So map control is very, very important here. So Team Secret, as long as they can hold the map, they're actually in a position that they can win this game.
Yeah, I think so as well. Not to mention the fact that RSG MY, their lineup is kind of bursty. They are very reliant on ultimate cooldowns, especially on the Harif and the Yuzong, as well as the Kadita. So when that is gone, Secret has way more consistent DPS. And, oh, hold on.
Oh, bottom side, they force the Zaman Force available. Great kick coming from Storm to isolate the fight. Izanami tries to punch through the backlines here. Big amount of damage hitting onto both Matt and Max. Neo now going to be the aggressor for Team Secret, but they're backing out. Repo popping the Black Dragon. They're all sounding the horn of retreat. They need to get out, and now they lose the tier 2. Maima going to be the stranded lost child from the side of Team Secret, while RSG will be able to get one very, very nice pickoff, but they get out and count their losses just like that.
I don't feel like Maima needed to go out and try to fight that. It's pretty obvious you have to just let your tier 2 go at that point, and it's not bad at this stage of the game to do so, since Secret can still wait for that late game scaling to kick in. But the Valentina is one of those heroes that wants to have those items, so losing Maima for another like 15 seconds is also going to hit kind of hard.
Either a lapse of judgment or miscommunication from team. Perhaps Maima thinks that Team Secret wants to dive back in, but everyone else is like, no, we're still kiting away, we're kiting away. Now Max is going to look at the Lord, understanding that it's not been started just yet. Neo as well has skill to the point where he is starting to hurt. So the damage is there. So they gotta respect that.
Well, they chip away at his Firaga armor first. Zamorphos comes in. Stone with the flicker intersect here. He does catch us on Neo. That's gonna be the first immortality popped out, but he will eventually burn person down. Repo diving the back line, scaring off Matt. He's gonna be able to disengage, but they will settle down with Neo. Actually 3 big defensive items getting taken out, which is pretty much Neo. And now Matt Deans is gonna be there to try and extend the fight, but guess what? RSG is just so much damage in Team Secret.
Ooh, that
hurt.
hurt.
It's gonna hurt here. Coming in from Matt Deans and Max. They have to be a little bit more careful. Lolios finds a way to sustain his health, but the Lord down to half HP. Man, but he's joining the fray here. They're going for a snipe. Now, Demon Kite needs to be able to careful here. He needs to run away, and Repo will finish off Matt Deans. But the Lord, once again, 10% health here.
Max,
he got it! And Max dives in, goes all in. He steals the Lord at the expense of his life.
Wow!
He walked in concealed. He didn't even use his second skill. Just like retribution.
That was literally that was like RPG hero levels of sacrifice. It's like, go on without me, boys. I'm doing this for you.
That needs a replay because he didn't do anything. He literally just walked in and pressed one button. I think if he was like, no way, I'm getting this, right?
Oh boy. You know, sometimes it's a little bit of luck. In this case, RSG gave it to Team Secret. However, in the driver's seat is still going to be in RSG's favor. And I feel like it's funny that this is actually happening.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Yeah,
that was very memey.
I cannot believe that happened. If RSG got that Lord, they would have definitely like threatened an inhibitor. The fact that Max just walks in invisible, normally you'd be able to spot someone and conceal, but because there's so much happening around the Lord pit, they don't notice the silhouette of this Martis walking up. He just presses the button, is like, my job is done, bye-bye, boys.
I legit want to hear the mic check when that happened. Like, the reaction coming from RJ, I hope they're like, wait, he was there?
It's like, huh? How come the portrait is blue?
What? What?
Either way, Storm!
Oh, that thought for now. The kick comes in from Storm. They are going to force out multiple ultimates here. Martin's getting picked off as well. Neo looking for a fight here. Matt finds the Leo. That's going to be the main DPS coming from RSG MY taken out. And Team Secret having a little bit more hold. Max tries to extend himself. But Demon Kite says, you know what, there's no objective for you. I'm just gonna split push again.
I think Lolil needs to cool down a little bit. The fact that one skill from Maima will drop him to half HP means that he's gotta really watch out here. The more that he ends up getting taken out, the longer it will take for his team to like get those power spikes to try and end the game. And we can see that Matt has actually outscaled the Harif now. He's got his full build, he's got the Heart's Claws, the Wind of Nature, so he'll be fine against the big dives. RSG MY, I feel like their window of opportunity is starting to close.
Maybe the Oracle can be changed out. Yes, it's some magic resist, but maybe Athena Shield might.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know. It's very debatable, especially because, again, like I said before the game started, usually they pick up the Harif if they have access to the Angela, and we can definitely see why, because Lolia always goes in. Like, he's the type of guy that will flicker forward, not flicker backward. So I kind of feel like he has to understand that there is no second chance coming in with the Angela. So yeah, you got to go in like, I don't know, third, maybe even fourth. I mean, you have a Yuzong, you have a Cho. Just let them do their thing first.
Yeah, needs to have better awareness during these team fights. You can't just jump in every single time, even if you have enough damage to take out the entire team. You gotta make sure that the people that threaten you, namely right now, gonna be Maima as well as Matt, are not in a position where they can contest.
Agreed.
Wow,
Wow, now
Loleo.
being expended. You talked about going forward.
really
here.
doesn't
Loleo,
care.
he's gonna try. Max is gonna be able to sustain his way through. Terrify coming from Maima is gonna scare him off. But RSG, they've committed conceals, they've committed spells from Loleo. But that's all. Everyone from Team Secret not in position to contest this here. Lord gonna be dancing around his way through. Storm still has the flicker, looking for the setup once again. But Loleo's again with the second Zaman Force on the side. This time he baits out the Firaga armor coming from Neo. That's huge for them. But Lord still half HP, taking their way through. But even Kai now.
This
Go
is
for an
tense.
ego check. Black Dragon comes in. They're going for the back lines. They catch out Mandis and Max. Meanwhile, Neo also going to be stopped by Storm as well. They're all getting wrapped around. The Team Secret, they back out. Repo, Dream, and Petrified catches all of them. And here comes Izanami with the Wombo combo. But somehow, Team Secret, they're not dying. They're running. They finally lose one member. And now Storm trying to extend it here. They find Mandis. And that's going to be the second one to fall from Team Secret. And RSG MY beautifully catches two in their favor.
Oh, this is a dive comp true and true from RSG MY. When someone goes in, everyone goes in. And I like that the communication, the synergy, very on point. It's very easy for someone to say, make the call like, okay, we're going in right now, and for people to lag behind maybe like half a second. But nope, every single time RSG is willing to just throw themselves at Team Secret. Even though we've already highlighted that Secret has damage, they need to be careful. RSG is just like, no, they don't.
It's funny how we're talking about, oh, Lolius, you gotta be careful. Oh, it goes more aggressive.
Okay. But at the same time, you know, I agree. You know, that's the thing about RSG, right? Together, we stand divided we fall. And that's a perfect example of how strong RSG MY is.
Yeah, I mean, I get the philosophy behind that, but you also have to choose your battles wisely. You know, the art of war right there. And they're just saying, how about no?
No, it's like, Lolio, be careful. It's like, no.
Just no.
He 1v1s every single 1v1 that is available.
Okay, speaking of 1v1s here now, Lolio
Oh,
is
look
going
at
to
that,
get
it's insane.
Force comes in, gets terrified by Max. Matt dropping a big out to try and do damage towards the Lord here. Lord getting pulled in towards the second inhibitor. But eventually, Team Secret, they will be able to clear this out. Once again, Black Dragon now coming from Repo, zones them out while RSG chips away an inhibitor. That's going to be the second one to fall. RSG getting a little bit greedy out, looking for the third. Team Secret, can they defend? And yes, they will.
You know, I feel like an analogy that would work. He's using a Harif with the mindset of a Tamus.
I get what you mean.
A gold laner that has the soul of an EXP laner.
I mean, that's what Olea has always been, right? He did start off as an EXP laner, and now he's just going back to those roots. We have seen our share of aggressive gold laners in the past. This is actually not too unusual for MPL MY, but considering the circumstances, you'd expect them to be a little bit more cautious. RSG's just like saying, hey, be careful, I respectfully decline.
Yeah, it's like, do I know where Kufra is? No. Do I care? No.
No, in this case, they just found him. And guess
Oh,
what?
Storm.
I don't care, but at the same time, Storm again, before the King, Max trying to intercept them a little bit on the short end in those skills there. But RGMY, again, with this 4K lead, they're just controlling the tempo despite technically not having the stronger gold laner.
The game is technically not over for Team Secret because like they are not that far behind in farm. I imagine Matt is already full on items at this point. They just gotta be able to take advantage of the aggression from RSG MY. I feel like Martins on the Kufra definitely has like the utility needed to counter engage the dive. His positioning just needs to be cleaner.
Yeah, I feel like the big problem here is definitely the Yuzong, because once you see him coming in, you kind of don't have a lot of tools to fight back, especially if when RGMY, yes, we see Lolios always charging in. But I feel like the more core members are Ripper as well as Izanami, because they both have Petrifies. So as long as they don't engage without their Petrifies, it should be good. Because the Petrifies coming in, I feel like that is the big game changer. That makes it so that Matt as well as Maima is pressured. Yes, Maima has the Purify, but if RGMY keeps track of that Purify timer, then the teamfight potential of Secret is very low.
Oh boy, now they do find an engage on with Max as well. He does have the immortality, RGMY. Playing a little bit safe, Team Secret having 3 mortalities. They have to be very careful with how they play.
Oh my
But
god,
at the same time,
Loleo.
Loleo's again choosing every single fight he can get. Zaman Force being expended.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
the
Bandit looking for the cat, does not connect though. However, Team Secret, they have to be very careful here. Izanami has not shown himself yet.
That was
Team
kind of
Secret,
inhuman.
That was sick.
not going into that direction here. Meanwhile, Lord now half HP. Waiting for the right moment to strike here. Repo still holding on to Black Dragon, but Martins goes for the catch. Demon Kai getting zoned out as well. Storm goes in for the stop, but the amount of kicks coming in. Repo finally going to the back lines. Man, getting caught out. Izanami also looking for the right moment to strike with the ultimate here, but at the same time, it's not going to do him any good. They do find Matt. They isolate him. They get the kill, and RSG says, I don't care about the Lord. I am going to try and fight the Maima. Goes in for the kick in the wrong direction. Gets picked off as well. Demon Kite now going to go for more, but unfortunately Team Secret, they're not going to be able to trade anything out of this fight.
Secret is not responding appropriately to this pressure. They're not positioning themselves well. They're not keeping an eye out for alternate angles. And Lolil is still a madman.
Oh boy, conceal play comes in now. Storm looking for the kick. They catch Neo, but Storm gets stopped with Martins. Will die to the turret damage. Izanami goes for the rough waves. Clears off the minions. Neo finally gets taken down, but Repo just completely shredding the minions and the players themselves. Suppressed play coming from Neo. He won't eventually fall, but look at RSG MY. They're just going on all-out brawl with Team Secret and comes out on top. Lolios doesn't have the mana, but they will take down the crystal, and that is going to be RSG MY taking game 1.
My goodness. What a game coming out of RSG MY, drafting the most aggressive dive composition you could imagine and not letting go of the gas pedal a single moment throughout the game, and challenging Team Secret on their own turf, saying, even if you have the resources, we have the skill.
I gotta say, man, Repo was relentless. The entire game. There are at least 3 moments where I swore it's like, Repo's gonna die here. And he didn't even pop the immortality. I don't understand. He had like 5% HP. The next time I saw him, he had 50% HP. How do you do that?
The power of friendship.
Oh, Nakama, man.
Nakama power. They're always together. It's obvious. It's a dive comp. Secret, I feel like they grouped up together a bit too much. They weren't watching their angles. They weren't scouting out. And every single time RSG takes these fights, they just scatter. It's like they don't know how to continue fighting.
You know, it's funny how you mentioned Nakama as well.
Yeah.
And I agree. You know, he's just such an absolute chat. You know, setting up for teams here. They all just diving in the same targets over and over again. And somehow, in the midst of all those chaotic brawls, they were able to find a way out. And to be honest, I wasn't a big fan of the drafts coming from RSG MY, but somehow they knew who to target, and that was just shutting down Matt.
Here's the thing. Lolios really has the thing about his ult being on cooldown.
Okay.
He's just like, once it's off cooldown, I'm gonna use it.
You gotta maximize efficiency, yeah? Every single time, you gotta use it. I'm trying to hit the record for the most number of Zaman forces used in one game. Hopefully someone can keep track of that for us here. But our MVP going over to Lolil, the absolute man. He's on a squishy hero. He gets his health dropped to half by 1 skill, and he's just like, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to go in. I'm going to kill them first.
I gotta say, the biggest difference maker that made it so that he could survive a lot was the Blood Wings, because we can see like the shield, like after one chrono dash, it was like 50% of his HP is a shield. And that kind of made it so that he can survive for a very long time. So it's like Lolios is saying, if I die, I'm responsible for it. That's MVP for you.
MVP material. You gotta take responsibility for your plays right there.
90% kill participation.
Yeah, honestly, that's insane. Like, you would think that from roaming around the map so much, his farm would be really slow. And his GPM definitely not as high as you'd expect from a gold laner. But at that point, he's just farming kills.
You know, I agree. And in this scenario here, sustain is the key. Festival of Blood. You've got Oracle, you've got shields, you've got sustains. And even at the final moments as well, his health was full. But I don't got no mana. Who needs mana if I drop everything? And if they can't take me down, I'm guaranteed I will take somebody with me. In this case, Lolios pretty much took them all out.
On this type of hero, you usually expect, okay, I'm gonna wait until my team engages, find the right timing, then I'll go in. But Lolios' mindset is like, if I survive their attacks, I keep fighting.
Yeah, either way, let's listen to their mic checks. Oh, item builds.
Item build, yes.
But either way, we gotta talk about the itemization here, because we see concentrated energy on the Harif, but he went for the Starlium Scythe. And again, I kind of feel like the Festival of Blood is very interesting. And this is why it's good to introduce this emblem setup, right? Because you have a lot of flexibility, making sure that, yeah, if you want damage, go for the Chrono Dash, but if you want to survive just a little bit more, use the Chrono Vision. The more people in the middle of it, the more spell them that you will get. So, I don't know, I kind of feel like it's a different way to play, but it's a Lolial way to play, man.
You know, to be honest, I'm a bit weirded out by this because technically in the late game, right, you know, Harif shouldn't have that damage power spike which we kind of see as well. But if we talk about the overall damage coming from both sides here, you can see the itemization coming from Team Secret has all been kind of catered towards more magical defense to actually prioritize on Harif, except for the Kufra, of course. But at the same time, Lancelot going for a hybrid build, half DPS, half defense. Somehow, they find just the right amount of damage, a balance between both Demon Kite and Lolios to just execute Team Secret.
I think it was just too much for Team Secret to deal with. We see multiple Athena shield, multiple Radiant armor, because they're worried about Lolial and Izanami, and despite that, they were still absolute terrors, to the point that we didn't even notice Demon Kite going 8-1 and 7 on the Lancelot. I imagine he was contributing a lot of DPS to these team fights as well. Ribbo going for that Queen's Wings, probably part of the reason why he was surviving a lot of these fights where it seemed like he would go down. Storm as well. In this early stages, he was getting caught out repeatedly. It seemed like, oh, maybe the Cho wasn't a good idea. But then Storm's like, nope, I'm going to show you that I will scale up. I get my tanky items. He finds those kicks and sets up for the team.
Do you just say, I'm going to show you?
No, but I kind of wish I did.
Well, you did.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm gonna show you how to kick.
I'm gonna show you.
Okay, I'm just laying claim to that now.
Yeah,
that's absolutely what I said.
That's absolutely what you said. And again, looking at the build coming in from Lolial, is very defensive. He uses it very offensively. But I kind of feel like we really do have to see the damage numbers. Like, who contributed how much? Because even Repo, you would assume he would do a lot because every time he goes in, it's on multiple targets.
Team Secret just grouped up way too much here. You would think they wouldn't group up so much. Yes, it's a front to back. You want to be able to defend your back line, but when you have the Dragon diving in, you have Kadena diving in, maybe it's a good idea to spread out a little bit, you know, have a bit of social distancing.
Well, speaking of social distancing here, you know, based on this itemization from Team Secret here, I feel like Neo tried his best to kind of make space for the team.
Yeah.
But I agree with what you said as well. They just didn't have an opportunity to kind of group up because every single time Matnitz tries to make a counter play, there was just not enough follow-up here. And who could blame him considering that every single time they choose a fight, RSG MY's dive is just so scary, but instead of going front, they had no choice but to back out.
I mean, like, to be fair, I feel like Neo, there's not much that he can do because usually what we see, the weakness of a Yuzong, he goes in alone. But when Ripple goes in, he's not alone. There's always someone there to back him up. Oh my god, almost 200,000 damage. 185,000. No one else was close.
This has to be the highest DPS we've seen.
This is insane.
What?
That is insane.
Wait,
I have no words.
Dude, I need to take a picture.
Wait, that's the highest damage ever done.
Yeah.
That's the craziest
And Max
amount
had to
of
take
DM.
most of it.
Poor
I feel
guy.
bad for Max.
194,000 damage absorbed.
Wait,
On a market.
194,000 damage.
that's crazy.
Taken.
It's not even that long of a game.
Well, I mean, like, 24 minutes.
Like,
Kinda long.
yeah, it's long, but we've seen longer games that don't
true.
come anywhere close to these numbers.
Well, I mean, like, okay, here's the thing. The fact that Lolius uses the Zaman Force every single time it's off cooldown, we're kind of like, yeah, he would probably have the most amount of damage, but not 185,000 damage.
You feel like someone put an extra digit in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I kind of feel like at most it would be 120.
I guess that's what happens, right? When you don't go for like much sustainability, it's like Festival of Blood, good enough. I go for full DPS after that. I need a defensive item. Hey, Oracle's pretty good. He just goes in every single time, no fear at all. His team is there to back him up. We have to relive this because I feel like this entire game was a highlight.
To be honest, I want to see where the heck he finds his damage here. Like, how is it possible? Because a lot of this time, it felt like Repo was finding those kind of opportunities, you know, to kind of set up for the plays. But considering that maybe, just maybe, because of how Team Secret is always clumping up, it allows Lolios to get easy first skill hits.
No, I mean like, look at Lolios off cooldown, goes in, and again, like we saw how Max took 194,000 damage. I kind of feel like Lolios keeps on aiming him.
I mean, I think he's just hitting whoever is in
Whoever
his
is
line
there.
of it. Right? It's like, I don't know who you are, but your health is red on my screen, of course. So I'm gonna hit you, and I'm gonna come out. He's literally fighting 1v3 in these situations. He's diving in, he doesn't care. The rest of RSG is there to back him up as well. Rippo, really nice timing on the Black Dragon form. Demon Kite being able to zoom around, make sure he's never caught out. And although Izanami's effectiveness definitely dropped off later into the game, his job was already done.
Dude, I'm still trying to figure out how the hell Lolio gets all this damage.
No,
but
look at this!
Now
like,
look at that! He died.
Yeah, but still, it's like, it doesn't matter, he just goes in. That's how you get a lot of damage. You don't care who's in front of you, you just go in.
You would think he'd learn a lesson from that.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, he
like,
got kicked, he went in, and then he just kept on going. And even here, he just kept on going and going and going and going. It's, well, technically, if you're inside the Xamarin Force, it is very possible. So technically, if they're all grouped up, that's a lot of that damage.
This is the law of business.
Okay.
For you to get money, you gotta spend money.
Okay.
For you to deal damage, you gotta take damage.
That
There
is
you go.
True. Yeah. I think
Business class with Lolio.
it's a good philosophy, right?
Go leaner.
Yeah. Someone tells Lolios like, maybe you should stand back a bit. You know, they're one-shotting you. It's like, what if I one-shot them first?
You know, that's the thing about RSG MY, right? Lolios has been known for his play style for multiple seasons. To be honest, before the season, could not get away. Always gets punished. This season so far, he's been getting away with it a little bit too much, and I'm surprised he gets away with it every single time.
I would say it's because of how fast everyone else reacts, right?
Yeah.
Because they're like, every single time Lolio looks like he's in trouble, they'll come in to help. But they have this instinct and be like, he's fine. Then they just don't come.
He doesn't need our help anymore. They grow up so fast. But like, it's great because back when Lolio debuted, right? Like literally first season, he got MVP playoff. That was a meta where he could participate in every single fight. He played things like Alice, Harif, EXP lane. There was a different meta back then. And he got so much farm just off of assists. Then it shifted to where gold lane needs to farm a bit more. Didn't feel comfortable. This is real Lolio.
Okay, Grandpa, with the old story.
When I was your age.
When I was your age, bro. Lolios was this age. He was doing things like this, you know. Now he's all grown up. What's up, Grandpa? Do you feel old now?
Well, I mean, not as old as you.
Oh.
But not as new as well as the Neo Beast skins that are now available in-game for you guys to grab. Fredrin and Lilia's Neo Beast series skins and event-exclusive items are available right now. The draw event going to be live from the dates you see up on screen above. And of course,
today.
you get a little bit of a 30% off on your first 10 times draw, and you'll get a guaranteed elite or better skin. Not to mention, just like many pull events before this, your first one-time draw every day will be 50% off. So if you're a little bit tight on diamonds, all you gotta do is keep consistent.
Yeah, and I'm definitely getting that Fredrin one.
I already got my
I thought
Lydia.
you had it.
I thought you had it.
I'm playing it smart. I pulled a few yesterday, and then I noticed, wait. We got a token event. So I'm waiting for that, and since that's happening now, I'm going to play it smart. I'm going to get every advantage that I can, because here's the thing. There's possibility for me to get both. So why don't I get both? Be smart about it, right?
Why not both?
Why not both?
Okay, fair enough. Unfortunately, I did not have
I'm
that
not
kind
like
of
Lolios. I'll just go all in.
I
take my time.
Well, that's what I did. I went maxed out to actually get my Lilia, but after that, nope, I could not afford the second one.
At the very least, you got the one you wanted.
Exactly,
right?
I want
And that's
Lilia.
the important part. And speaking of the important part, wow! Wait, look at Demon
Yo!
Kite's stats!
Oh, okay.
Number one in everything.
Hey, I'm gonna call this out, LaFell. What was the statement you talked about when you said Demon Kite was not the most disciplined, not best jungler?
For context, Terrence said he was the best at securing lots and turtles.
Oh, really now? Oh,
Go back. That's what you
okay,
said. And I'd be like,
okay,
no, he has
okay.
not been securing the lords and turtles.
That was only the first
that.
week. That was only the first week. Everything from that on, it was just Demon Kite flexing his way through.
Yeah, but I was correct. I was stating facts.
Okay.
It is true. He does get the objectives, but that's when his team is around to zone everyone else off the objective.
Fair enough.
But you can't argue with the stats. Even if the objective percentage not that high, KDA, DPM, GPM, we literally saw his gameplay on the land slot previously. This is where he feels at home. Give him those assassins. Let him make these movements across the map, disrupt the enemy formation, and that's where Demon Kite can shine the most.
RG in general, like, was it yesterday that they show like top 10 average KDA? It's mostly RSG and SMG, if I'm not mistaken.
I wouldn't be surprised considering how bloodthirsty this team seems to be. And speaking of, we gotta highlight Izanami as well. The backbone of RSG MY has been with the team for so long. And
can't believe he has 100% winner on the Beatrix.
I know, right?
That's crazy.
That's
Beatrix
insane.
mid, man.
Wait, has he played Beatrix?
Oh, it was amazing games. It was top tier.
I know it was a very, very long time ago, though. Very, very long time ago. Probably 3-4 seasons ago. That actually happened. Yeah,
It was so shocking that we don't even remember it happened.
I love the guy, man. He needs a haircut, but other than that, it's
Isn't
all
he
good.
your in-law or something?
Yeah. I'm gonna talk to him after this. We're gonna have dinner and be like, dude, get a haircut.
But if he gets a haircut, he can't be like an anime character with the Nakama power.
It wouldn't be short, you know?
So how much of a cut?
It's like still shorter length.
1 centimeter, 2 centimeter, an inch,
I don't
2-inch
know.
cut.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I actually don't know, because before this, he got a haircut, and it was one of the worst haircuts he's ever gotten.
Wow.
And ever since then, he hasn't gotten one again.
He's been traumatized by the
He's been
hairdresser.
traumatized, yeah.
He needs your hairstylist, man.
That's true.
Honestly, if he keeps on wearing Head and Shoulders, he might be fine. Shout outs to Head and Shoulders, making sure our players have beautiful hair. Look at that.
You gotta have beautiful hair if you want to have beautiful plays, after all. But looking at things,
He could cosplay like Lancelot.
He can't do that if he cuts his hair.
No, just the face itself, man.
Okay,
shout outs to Gardner, man.
What happens if he goes bald? Who would he cosplay as?
Paquito?
Wait, it's not wrong though.
He probably needs a muscle suit, but I mean, love the guy, but he's built like a twig, so
Oh my god.
he needs a bit of help.
I mean, that's what, yeah, he's a mage player. Most of the mages are pretty small. You gotta match your hero, you know? You gotta have that synergy in-game and out of game as well. The closer you are to your hero, you know, the better
Yeah.
you perform.
Yeah, he's very nice. He gives me a lot of his food. Because, like, I
Is that your criteria?
That's probably why he looks like a twig and you look so much bigger now.
I look like 50 twigs.
Okay, fair enough. Is that
I
why?
think the word is a branch.
All right, let's go to the draft. All right, let's draft.
All right, we're starting things off. RSG, they banned her is like Claude Angela, still pretty default there. They start off with the Valentina, so it's not going to be the Izanami Kadita once more. Team Secret still going for the same heroes as the previous game.
Well,
I mean,
I don't know, man. Like, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of how RSG MY drafted in game 1. It was all in or nothing. And to be honest, I don't like the draft. But
I mean, here's
I'm surprised they got away with it.
I feel like Skadaga and Rain, they're kind of like enablers. Actually, I would say Skadaga is the analyst is an enabler, and Rain is kind of like the one that will pull it back a bit. But I kind of feel like the team and Skadaga kind of like convinced Rain is like, just let us do our thing. Just let us, you know,
have fun.
Yeah, just let us dive. It'll be fine. We promise.
And guess what? We're, taking soccer into game number 2. This time they brought in the Bruno.
Bruno on Lolil, man, that's gonna be scary. He's already aggressive enough on like the Harif. Having a hero that can really snowball hard. We'll see how well his team sets up for it this time though, because we don't see the same kind of dive composition. And they've got a Kufra and an Export to deal with once more without the same kind of utility as they had in game number 1. So adjustments in execution will have to happen.
Well, this time the response here is going to be the Beatrix once again format. So not much changes coming from Team Secret, still sticking with game 1's draft again. But RSGMY says, you know what, we played against your draft, we are going to be playing something very, very similar. The bans coming in as well. Seems to be a little bit more adaptations coming from them. I'm surprised they actually banned off the Lapu Lapu considering how annoying the Yuzhong was with game 1.
I kind of feel like, looking at the draft coming in from RSG MY, they're kind of like showing a little bit of restraint. Maybe even Rain is like, okay, you guys had your fun. That was a full dive composition. Now we're just going for something a little bit more safe, where you don't have to dive. Having the Valentina, you have options. You want to dive, you can dive, but you don't have to dive. Compared to the Kadita, as well as the Harif. Like, Bruno can kite, you can still kite.
I mean, typically you don't dive that hard on the Harif either.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's fair.
It's just kind of a, it's a personal quirk.
Fair. All right, Yuzong got banned, so.
Yeah, so we're not gonna see the same kind of dive. RSG banned on Novardia, so focusing onto the mages here, making sure that Izanami has a good lane matchup, and then we see the Farsa come out. I get the feeling they orchestrated this because they didn't ban this
Lancelot is
out.
still open.
Ooh, that's true.
Yeah.
Does Demon Kite want to go Lancelot again? Is he feeling it today?
Well, technically he can, considering, you know, he's been doing really well on that hero itself.
Still looking for jungler, still looking for EXP.
Imagine if he really wants to stretch his wings and be like, I'm going for a Ling or something. I mean, Ling, Hayabusa, Hanzo is still open. It's more like, do you want to? Do you don't want to?
I would like to see a Hanzo play by him. I've not
Like
seen
Demon
Demon
Kite?
kind of play it though. I don't think he plays a Hanzo.
It would be interesting. I kind of
interesting.
I do sometimes wonder because like Hanzo is not like that mechanically intensive as compared to something like a Lancelot. I wonder like when players like Demon Kite, which have very strong micro mechanics, go on heroes like that, do they feel like their fingers are itching a bit? But it is the Martis, and then we got the Khalid once more to counter the X-Borg in lane.
Hey man, we've seen Repo kind of do this before. Khalid versus the Xbox, no problem. Let's do it again. You know, first game, I don't need Khalid. This time, easy, Khalid.
Okay. Are we gonna see De Bruno going offside a lot?
What
highly
would
doubt
qualify
so.
as offside in MLBB?
Going home, going back.
No, it's like, you know, like offside in the football term is like when you're more in front of the ball.
When you're ahead of the enemy team.
Yeah, it's kind of like this is the position of a tank, so you should be behind the tank, but you're like way over the tank. Like say this is your safety line, and you go basically just like the Harif just now.
Yeah, I mean, if
Karina!
If it's Loleo, it could happen, but the Karina is interesting. We haven't seen this hero much anymore since the tank meta kind of fell off. So, gonna be very interesting to see how he'll perform. Team Secret gonna be trying some things out. Let's find out whether or not it'll be risky, considering they're one game down right now, and they really need a victory to keep themselves in the MPL stage.
You know, this is going to be a very exciting one as well. It's been a while we've seen Karina being played. At the same time, Karina does deal with a majority of the physical damage that RSG is going to be bringing to the table, except for Izanami, of course. To be honest, is this the game that Team Secret finally gets a game of RSG MY? Or RSG MY taking the clean 2-0? To be honest, anything can happen when it comes to MPL. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading to game number 2. This is game 2, Team Secret versus RSG MY.
Now, as we enter the Land of Dawn, I will preface, I think Team Secret actually has a much more balanced lineup this game, and RSG doesn't have a comp that's just straight up, I won't let you play by running right in your face. Their scaling is pretty good on Secret, so as long as they don't make too many mistakes, they'll be able to match up well. And as long as RSG doesn't get a strong lead, they'll be fine. But well, that's kind of annoying there with the block forcing the buff around the long way.
That was very, I've never done that.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, I didn't even know I could do that. Yeah, I'm going to try that out. But now, looking at the emblem setup, looking at Khalid, it looks like he really does want to win his lane, having Rupture, having the extra penetration. So I'm looking at RGMY. Are they going to be, like, how aggressive is aggressive for them in the first 5 minutes of the game? Because this is where the laning phase works out. But it looks like RGMY, they're being aggressive, but in the jungle.
Because compared to game number 1, there definitely needs to be more aggression from RSG this time. They have the Khalid, they have the Bruno, their side lanes need to be winning out. Otherwise, these heroes won't be able to scale as well as they'd like into the mid game. So I assume a lot of rotations are being made to try and force Team Secret to give them these 1v1s.
Yep, at the same time, speaking of aggression, they do try and catch Max as well. He tried to tank through all the physical damage here with the Shadow Dance. Unfortunately, They just got him that slow, and that's going to be Team Secret losing the jungler right from the get-go.
It was unfortunate that Maima was there. He was able to get the stun, but he didn't really join the fight. He went for the mid lane thinking that he might get level 4 off of that, but I don't know. If he was in the fight, maybe a different outcome.
Bit hard to say though.
Yeah.
Before level 4, Farsa really doesn't do all that much. He can get one stun out, but not much damage. Maybe it would have been enough to allow Max to run away, but it's a very big if in that situation because RSG was doing a pretty good job of engaging.
Right now, looking at the situation, RSG MY, it looks like they're being very aggressive. They got a lot of map pressure. Even a goal, not so much, but Stone.
Stone might be in a little bit of trouble here. He needs to get out. He's not going to be intersecting this year. He doesn't have his level 4 yet to actually set up for the Tyrant's Rage. That means Demon Kai will be able to get a turtle for himself. Neo now in a little bit of awkward position. Uses Insanity defensively, but he will be able to get out. Meanwhile, RG still not letting away with the aggression. Goes in for the wall touch. Stops Maima from disengaging as well. Finally recalls away, but RGMY is just throwing spells everywhere.
Actually, some slight miscommunication there because Stone very clearly wanted to dive Maima, but Izanami was like, okay, let's hold on a little bit. I don't think he's got the right abilities here with the Karina ult as well. So want to make sure that they don't feed too much early on because that did end up prolonging the game previously, even though they had a pretty commanding lead.
I want to see when Max is able to get online because on this patch, I legit have no idea when this Karina is going to make a difference, right? I don't know whether 2 item power spike, 3, maybe it's the levels. I'm really trying to figure out what is the direction for Max here because he can deflect the basic attacks coming in from Loliel. So is he just going to dive in the Bruno, maybe even trade 1 for 1 as long as taking out the Loliel, giving more space for Matt. It's really something that I'm looking forward to.
Yep. Meanwhile, RSG invading the purple buff once again. Max now in a little bit of awkward position. He's only level 6. Demon Kite level 7. Close to his 8 as well. He's going to try to grow aggro. Wall charge stops them in his track, and that's going to be the purple buff secured by Max. Fortunately for him. But RSG says, you know what, nothing, no harm, no foul. They are going to try and transition a little bit more. Matt Dean now in an awkward position.
A trap there.
Demon Kite, does he go for the decimation? No, he should, right? No, he's okay. He's not taking the risk. They are going to try and secure Loliel's farm instead. Full gold plating completely chunked out before RGMY.
I think getting a full tier 1 like at the 4-minute mark is going to be way more worth than getting a kill onto Matt Dins at this point in time. So pretty good option there for RSGMY. I like that there's still some discipline there, even though last game it seemed like they were just running it down against Team Secret. Turtle is going to be up. Already a 2k net worth lead for RSGMY, and on a lineup that wants to snowball early game, this is very good for them.
Well, I was looking at their first 5 minutes, and 4 minutes and 45 seconds. 1 turtle, 1 turret, on the way to the second turtle. Yeah, I would say this is a pretty good start. Repo now having the Blade of Heptases. I kind of feel like it is go time. If Repo wants to go in for a fight, the rest of RSGMY, they just got to follow up.
Well, in this case, they are going to try and force a fight as well. He still has the flicker, wall block coming in, but Martins from the side doesn't connect. Demon Kai might be a little bit stuck here, but he finally gets over the wall. And that's going to be them backing out. Team Secret, again, not in prime position to fight this at all. Max, only level 7, this time not having the purple buff. He is going to be playing a little bit more passively. And RGMY just completely in the driver's seat right now.
Watching these couple games from Team Secret, you can definitely see big flaws in their early game rotation, right? They seem to stick together a bit too much, and it's understandable. RC has put a lot of pressure on them. They want to make sure they're not caught out individually, but they're over-rotating people, and that's costing them a lot of map control, which is not doing them any favors.
Up conceal coming in from Landines.
Okay.
Izanami's there.
Izanami baits out the play. Martins also committed once again, getting completely stoned out here. Storm, for the moment to strike. He is taking a little bit too much damage coming from Neo here. He might actually die, but at the same time, Neo, with a disengaged wall charge coming from Storm as well. He's going to be able to walk out to safety. Demon Kai with the decimation finishes him off, and Team Secret, they're not getting any trades here. They're running for their dear lives, and RSGMY now in control of the orange buff here. Max looks like he's
nothing he can do.
He's going to give up of it. He's going to run away.
That was actually really well played there by Stove. At first it looked like, is this a good idea for Neo to do? But I saw that he was connecting with Max. That should have been an easy kill. But the last minute wild charge and then the walk away in the opposite direction things are not working out here. That was actually a good attempt by Secret to finally get like some sort of pincer movement happening, but RSG is just outperforming them.
Yeah, I'm curious. What is the itemization for Max here? Like, is he going for a damage build, a defensive build? We would assume it's defensive, but you never really know, right? So, might as well not being... Oh, thank you very much. And it looks like he hasn't completed a core item just yet, but it looks like it is going for a more defensive route. Perhaps going for a Guardian Helmet first item.
Interesting. I mean, I'm not too sure how much I agree with this because yes, Tank Karina is still pretty scary, but I do feel like Damage Karina can catch people off guard nowadays, especially if you want to dive in, get a kill onto Lolil, who typically will be overextended. Maybe not a bad choice, but going for Tank, same as Demon Kite, both having Impure Rage as well. He's already behind on itemization, so things are not looking up.
Well, seems like Team Secret, they're finally grouping up here. Neo goes in for the Insanity, they're throwing bodies at the back. Right, Storm gets a Dream, and whoa, touch. Demon Kite goes in for the kill, and Lolios intersects as well. Double kill for Demon Kite, and Team Secret, they just lose 3 with just like that. And RSG MY, they're going for a little bit more now. Going to the top side, and Team Secret just completely unable to do anything, handicapped all the way through.
Rippo just brought down the might of the desert itself on the heads of Team Secret there. They did not see that coming. Again, RSG has full control over every possible angle they could want for these engagements. I don't feel like Secret is scouting out the map well enough here. Matt Dane's not really fulfilling his job as a roamer. And as you can see in the replay, beautiful wild charge, beautiful flicker raging sandstorm. Oh, that's just chef's kiss right there.
3-man knockup from the wild charge, 3-man stomp from Khalid. Oh, that's like a team fight wet dream right there. So like everything that can go right went right.
Wombo combo, wombo combo. But at the same time now, AI winning predictions agree with us as well. 82% in favor of RSG MY.
Like, Secret does have a pretty balanced lineup. Their late game scaling is pretty solid, but when you are 8k behind 9 minutes in, RSG are already in full control. The snowball is there. Lolil, I imagine, can 1v1, probably 1v2 anyone from Team Secret at this stage. And on top of that, you have to deal with everyone else.
He wants that 1v5. Is it going to be a good idea? No. But I know in his heart, it's like, dude.
Is he going to do it anyway?
Yes. Is it going to be entertaining? Absolutely yes.
Yeah. He's like, should I do it? No. Will I? Yes.
Probably. Probably. It might happen.
Well, I feel like this is on his team now to be like, no. No.
I feel like his team is enabling him.
Yes.
I feel like this is kind of a bad, this is a bad influence situation.
It's like, guys, should I go in? Oh, you want the MVP, don't you? You should.
Actually, right? It's like, hey, go on in. We'll be right behind you. We promise. No worries.
Wink, wink.
Another Lord gonna be pushing in. Still the first Lord of the game. Usually you don't expect this to do that much damage, but when Team Secret are this far behind, uh-oh, Max.
Oh no, Max, he needs to get out.
Oh, you don't see that.
I didn't see nothing.
He was concealed, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, exactly. Now with the Feathered Asteroid coming in, Neo going to be zoning up the Insanity. Lord getting taken out here. Team Secret just, doing their usual things, playing very defensively. They are able to kind of clear off the mini waves, and RSG says, you know what, we're playing this objectively. Second wave of push coming in as well. Izanami zoning them off with the Feathered Asteroid. Neo doesn't have the Insanity as well, but seems like Team Secret just plays the minion game. No kills whatsoever. No catches as well.
Just triggering the Holy Defense is kind of good enough for now. It's kind of good that they don't dive in because we've been talking about RSG, like all 3 Holy Defenses have been used. So the next push, especially if they're, if they're patient enough to wait for the Lord, I don't know, might be the final push if Storm and Ripple can dive beautifully.
Are they patient enough?
Now the damage coming from Matt. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage on Storm. They clear the minions easily, but again, RSG MY just playing the safe.
Oh, no one from RSG has died yet.
Yeah, not even a single one.
Oh wow, really?
You know that they're talking about who dies first is buying dinner. And maybe that's why Lolil is not very trigger happy here. He's like, oh wait, no one died yet. Who dies first? Oh, dude, like, you're not going to have a fun week.
It is discipline under threat of reputation here among your teammates, right? Like you would think, oh, we want to go in, we're so ahead, but because none of them have died yet, yeah, they're just waiting for that one person to fall victim.
Well, in this case, Mandine's going to be caught out as well. They are going to get an easy bite here as they chew him off the face of the Land of Dawn. In this case, Immortality up with Neo. Not going to do him any good. RSG MY this time again. Going to be forcing a couple of baits coming in. Neo clearing off the minions, and it seems like RSG MY, they're just struggling to actually breach the inhibitors, but considering that the Lord is going to be spawning 10 seconds, they got the best value right there.
Yeah, almost 10,000 gold lead. And just to reiterate our point, I kind of feel like when you have a Repo as a teammate, you want him to taunt your enemies, not yourself.
I like how you said when you have a Repo.
Yeah, a Repo.
Like there's multiple.
He's like he's his own thing.
Like there's a species of Repo
Exactly,
out there.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, like we see Go just coming in, right?
That's true, actually. Is he just another Repo?
A mini Repo.
A mini Repo.
In this case, will the ripple effect affect the opponent right now? Because I smell a big 0 coming in from Team Secret. And in this case, RSG MY, they are going to try and give them the 0. And we might see the potential ripple effect taunt later on. In this case, Team Secret, again, totaling out in their base again.
They just have to wait for the Lord, really. There's not too much they have to do right now in terms of items. Things are already pretty complete. Lolil only one item away. We see the Enchanted Talisman and Clock of Destiny on Izanami, which typically kind of greedy to go for both, but he's so comfortable, it doesn't matter. That's just quality of life at this point.
Hey, come on. If you can one-shot them first,
that's true, yeah? Right? That's the RSG philosophy right there.
Kill them before they have anything to do about it, you know?
Yeah, I feel like that's just low things coming in here. But all things considered, now with the Lord knocking in, will they get the perfect score? Because as of yet, Team Secret, not a single kill yet. RSG MY, are they going to give them a single one here? But Neo burning out the Firaga armor. RSG MY now baits out Demon Kai. But at the same time, Mandines gets taken down. Neo also getting chipped away as well.
Oh, the backline!
Oh, the Raging Snare to the backlines. They cut them off, and again RSG MY, they have not died yet. And finally, Demon Kai loses his life, finally giving Team Secret a kill, but it's too late.
Wait, someone died.
It's
Wait, did
too
they die?
late.
We gotta check that.
And RSG MY will secure game number 2. Almost a perfect score, but Demon Kai was the one that died.
Okay, everyone be quiet. Let Repo have his stage.
The ripple effect.
Feels bad, man. RSG is literally farming them in their own base. You'd never want that to happen on the MPL stage, but this was comfort for them. First game, they go for a very interesting type composition. They fully control the game. Second game, something more balanced. Snowball early game, fully in control once again. Team Secret, unfortunately, just doesn't seem to be matching up to the rest of the MPL squads here.
Honestly, looking at this game, still respecting, but yeah, like RSG coming into this season, they really want that M5, because I still remember previous season they were like middle of the pack going towards the bottom. Now it really is looking like they can get to the top 2. With that being said, we're going over to the stage with Rose and RSG MY.
RSG MY sekali lagi closes their opponent, clean sweep, 2 pembalas kosong, 3 mata penuh. A round of applause, everybody. Alright, let's start with the king of taunting in MPL, Repo. Okay, Po. Kita nampak tadi, actually game pertama, apa yang jadi? Kenapa susah sangat korang nak end game tu?
Nak bagi dia orang kesempatan lah sebenarnya. Sebab kesian kan, asyik 2-0 je, kita bagi try hard, kita nak bagi boleh ada apa-apa nak boleh tak nak, dia orang tak nak tak apa, kita ambil.
Alright, so is that the reason kenapa game kedua sangat clean, cepat, kemas, disiplin?
Yeah, we make them light bot.
Oh, faham? Alright, so esok korang akan jumpa SMG. And so far, daripada track record RSG untuk musim ni, korang suka end win streak. Pasukan-pasukannya tengah win streak. So, adakah Repo nak buat satu statement yang dorang akan end the win streak of SMG tomorrow?
Mungkin tak ada statement lah, tapi sebab SMG pun win streak, kita pun win streak, kita tengok siapa esok putus win streak.
Salah satu je.
Salah satu.
Salah satu. Alright. Okay. Diorang tengah discuss, so kita kena kacau diorang. Korang tengah discuss apa actually? Izanami dulu. Tengah discuss apa?
Saya tengah translate untuk dia.
Oh, tengah translate. Wish. Padunya Izanami. Okay, since mic sekarang, Izanami tengah pegang. MVP kita dah ready. I nak you announce MVP.
Okay, boleh.
Okay, boleh ya. Semangat. Lafel tengah dengar tu. Alright, tu dia tengok. Dia tengah tengok. Alright. Izanami, let's do this. Announce MVP.
Okay.
Go.
The MVP is Ripo.
Okay. You ni announce MVP tak semangat. Baru habis 2-0 clean sweep. I nak you interview Ripo.
Okay.
Okay, tanya soalan. Go.
Boleh. Untuk Ripo, apa persediaan untuk melawan SMG besok? Dan berapa rate keyakinan kau lawan SMG?
Sila.
Dengan performance sekarang, sangat yakin antara salah satu tim esok akan putus win streak.
Guys, korang rasa Izanami ada bakat dah jadi host ke tak?
Tak lafel.
Tak lafel. Alright. Okay, Demon Kite. Tagalog?
Apa?
Okay. Demon Kite. Sabar, Demon kita. Alright. Demon Kite, bukas mamimit mo si Miko at saka si Storm. Okay? Sabi nila sabi nyo tatalunin nyo sila. Kahapon ayaw nila magsalita. Trash talkin mo ng konti.
Dito. Galingan nyo bukas kasi dudurugin namin kayo bukas.
Okay, so I check up. Last week, Storm keluarkan statement that dorang nak end win streak, which includes SMG's win streak. Semalam, Miko tak komen banyak. Miko just cakap good luck kan. I cakap kat dia, bagi pedas, dia cakap, do your best tomorrow sebab esok kita orang akan bantai korang. Alright, so that's from Demon Kite. Let's do it with Storm before I end it. Storm, anong masasabi mo sa alaga mo?
Yesterday, I watched the interview and he just said good luck. So just good luck to him too because they need it more.
Alright, okay. Sige, last words before I throw it to the casters. Last words to all the fans who came today and who's watching you online.
Thank you for supporting us. Support us more tomorrow, guys. We need it more and we will do our best tomorrow.
Alright, thank you so much, RSG. Once again, guys, a round of applause. 3 mata penuh untuk RSG MY kali ini. And with that, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang jadi dekat match terakhir kita untuk hari ini. Casters, silakan.
Powerful performance from RSG. Not just in game, but on stage as well. And Ripo, our MVP of the match right there. We were talking about the Ripo effect. Looks like it's pretty strong.
Hey, Johorian Pride, my man.
You guys have a thing with Johor, aren't you?
No, because we're both Johorians.
I know. You guys, you guys started with the JDT thing, always beating Nangor, and then now Johorian again.
No, I kind of feel like...
What's so good about being a Johorian?
No, look at everyone that's doing well in MPL internationally. Indonesia, Indonesian Pride. Philippines, Pinas lang malakas.
Okay.
But Malaysia, we're just like, yeah, we're trying. We need some level of pride to
So
be like...
Johorian, huh?
Yeah, it's like you have to find your own drive to be like, you need a mindset, you need a spirit to be like, I'm the best. If you just have a mindset like, I'm just going to try, it's like, it's not going to be enough anymore, So this is like the correct kind of mindset. We got to be proud of where we're coming from, and we want to show the world that we're strong.
It does make sense, and Ripo definitely feels like he has that spirit there. This man has confidence in droves. I imagine we'll see it during their mic check too, so let's just go on over to it.
Now I met Rose. She said that she want to do TikTok with you.
Hey, don't die, guys. Someone die.
Can you cancel the Barca?
I cannot.
It's okay, it's okay. Just wait for Lord. Lord first, guys.
We're leading so much. Okay.
Yeah, can.
Got two.
Oh, nice one, Nepo. Okay, kill first. Kill first.
Kill first, guys.
Seems like some of our predictions may have been right there. RSG MY waiting to see who among them would be the first to kick the bucket. And I think we did see it at the end. And we see the scores. It was Demon Kite. Guess he's
Worst
gonna have to
player.
treat
Worst player. I don't know why he's there, dude.
Hey, to
That's
be
all it
honest,
takes.
if you think about it here, we've got to talk about the feng shui coming in this game, right? RSG MY 11 kills, 1-1.
Oh, look at Stone.
And then Team Secret 1 death. And then at the same time, you know who's top 1 jungler right now? Demon Kite.
Yeah, but look at Storm's user 11.
Wow.
100%. 100%.
participation.
Dude, that's insane.
Well, that is insane. We already mentioned that, like, this game compared to game 1, RSG definitely were taking things a little bit more slowly. That's why the kill score is lower, but it results in a faster match as well, because it's more clean. They play for their side lanes, play for their strengths, and Storm always being there to trap the members of Team Secret. Not to mention run a straight line through 3 members in the mid lane. A really good performance by him.
You know what? I'm surprised and disappointed.
Why?
I was almost hoping Storm to have 1 damage item. Because even look at Repo, he has 2 damage items where you usually just see 1. You even look at Demon Kite, we've been talking about how Martis hasn't been doing well with those damage items. He has 2 damage items, so I don't know, man. He should really have this RSG kind of mindset. More damage.
What item would you have wanted him to get?
Blade of Despair all the way.
Nice.
Nice.
Not a bad idea, honestly. They're already that far ahead, right? Why not add some damage to your engagement as well? But on the opposite side, Team Secret were definitely wanting for a lot of that damage here. We can see that Matt way behind in farm compared to Lolil, going for the Heptaseas, Olympic Roar, BOD. By all means, he should have enough damage to start doing a little bit towards RSG MY, but then the rest of his team, again, isn't able to set up that space for him.
You know, at the same time as well, coming in this place, I'm really surprised like Max is trying to bring in the Karina flavor. I know it's been a while since we've seen like that quote-unquote tank Karina. I like that he's still trying to revitalize that composition, but you know, it's dead for a reason. And you know, nowadays Karina damage is pretty much the standard way to play in Karina right now.
Yeah, I mean like there's no damage to kind of like punish RSG MY. We're gonna look at the damage numbers here, and again, I kind of feel like it's the highlights where we have to see, like, whenever RSG goes in, no one is there to be like, no, you can't do that. And, oh, the damage coming in from Team Secret is pretty low.
But I think the damage in this game is just overall very low. Right? Compared to last game, highest 185,000, now it's just 43,000. But that's enough, right? Izanami finally being able to play a more carry position, having more consistent DPS instead of having to rely on the Kadita burst. And of course, being able to steal that feathered airstrike to start zoning in the late game as well. I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen Valentina steal feathered airstrike. It's like everyone's just going for the more aggressive, like decimates, the way of the dragons. So back and forth, you know?
If only he can take his teammates off.
Right?
Yeah, I'd be like, oh, you're worried about 1 decimate? How about 2? You're worried about a sandstorm? How about 2?
I think that would just break the game.
Well, technically, you know, in the future, who knows, maybe they might revamp Valentina in that angle. We can actually use your teammates' skills. However, in case you guys at home have pretty much missed out on the action here are the highlights on how things kind of went down for game number 2, though.
Even though Team Secret definitely had some chances early on, once they hit level 4, it just started falling apart. RSG was playing so aggressive, their momentum was great, but showing discipline as well, not just diving into Team Secret until they knew they could definitely get a kill or 2 or 3. And the game ended really quickly too. 14 minutes in, Team Secret got no chance to scale up, no chance to find a different angle, because RSG just seemed to be performing at a different level. And with that, they get 3 clean points in a clean sweep. Let's have a look where they are in the standings right now. 4th place, but catching up fast.
Let's see here. A difference of 7 games, 6 games. Yeah, a difference of 1 game and 2 points difference. So if RSG...
That's 5 games, actually.
Yeah, that's 5 games from RSG.
Oh, wait,
MY.
yeah.
It's a 2-game difference.
2-game difference and only 2 points difference?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. If RSG MY is able to defeat SMG tomorrow, they definitely deserve to be in top 2. they deserve it. But
I
it's
would not argue with that.
It's not going to be easy though.
Yep. I think that's going to be a really interesting matchup to watch because SMG still undefeated so far. Their performance last season only lost 1 game to Todak. Right now they're recreating that history, so we'll see what happens there. But unfortunately, Team Secret seems to be recreating some history as well.
Yeah, at least they have 1 point.
Hey, better than
It's
nothing,
an improvement,
man.
right?
Yeah,
Better than nothing.
It's 100% improvement or 50%? I don't know about numbers.
It's baby steps.
Baby steps, man. You know, climbing 1,000 steps first up with the first step. In this case, 1 isn't too bad. In this case, however, all things considered here, day 2 pretty much concludes for now, but day number 3 is going to be a completely new lineup for you guys, and we are going to be starting things off with Todak going up against Team Hawk for tomorrow's schedule, followed by RSG MY going up against Team SMG, and closing things off for this week is going to be Red Esports going up against Team Secret.
Ooh, quite a determining
Every
day here.
game.
Every single
Every
game
game.
is so important. We have the 2 previous defending champions going head-to-head. RSG and SMG trying to maintain their win streak, looking for that top 2 position. And then Red Esports and Team Secret, the 2 teams currently at risk of relegation, desperate to look for any opportunity to claw out of the red zone.
Here's the thing. I kind of feel like Todak not only wants to win against Team Hawk, but they're also kind of hoping Red Esports loses. Because if Red Esports wins, they have a better chance of going to the playoffs than Todak.
Well, seeing how this is happening as well here, I feel like based on the first series here, it doesn't feel like defending champions fighting for that. It felt like M series representatives fighting against each other. If you think about it here, both teams M4 representatives. On the bottom as well, RSG and SMG were also former champions if you think about it.
That's true. A lot of the top teams kind of inconsistent. You'd think that they'd be closer together, but not really. Like
4 champion teams tomorrow. Todak,
Spicy,
Team Hawk,
spicy.
RSG, and Team SMG.
Season 7, Season 8, Season 9, Season 10.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a nice pattern right there. We should
Totally not accurate. No, totally not planned.
Not planned,
Yeah.
definitely. But also not planned is our MVPs for today. They earned that by their performance. So if you guys see your name on the scrolling bar at the bottom of the screen, you are one of our MPL Predictor winners, picking up Hyde, Zorn, and Rippo out of our winning teams today. And you guys will be getting some nice rewards. Good job, guys. I feel like today was a difficult one.
Nice to see that RSG is taking pictures with their fans.
Are they?
Yeah, they're having fun on stage, yeah.
That's their stage now.
Well, okay, and you know, I agree, but at the same time, we sometimes have to give them a little bit of chance, right? Like, fan meet and greets are extremely rare. And to be honest, sometimes that's the reason why we have every week MPL. You gotta come over, and then, who knows, you got a chance to take pictures with your favorite caster, #LaFell. Favorite teams. Obviously, you know, teams you're gonna be watching as well.
You know what? I feel like if we end this in 30 seconds, it'll be great. What can we do in 30 seconds?
Not much.
I don't know, not much.
For everyone here, again, Gardner man, use it while you're casting. It freshens you up.
It really does.
Nescafe, it woke me up.
And Mr. Potato.
Legit, they have to start eating it during cast. Like, this is one of those times you can break the news, just do it.
This is actually a new bag. You actually don't know. But that's going to be the end of the day. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. We will see you guys tomorrow for day 3.